Chapter 1 of Ramona. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ramona by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 1. It was sheep shearing time in Southern California, but sheep shearing was late at the Senora Moreno's. The fates had seemed to combine to put it off. In the first place, Felipe Moreno had been ill. He was the Senora's eldest son, and since his father's death had been at the head of his mother's house. Without him, nothing could be done on the ranch, the Senora thought. It had been always, "Ask Senor Felipe, go to Senor Felipe. Senor Felipe will attend to it," ever since Felipe had had the dawning of a beard on his handsome face. In truth, it was not Felipe, but the Senora, who really decided all questions, from greatest to least, and managed everything on the place, from the sheep pastures to the artichoke patch; but nobody except the Senora herself knew this. An exceedingly clever woman for her day and generation was Senora Gonzaga Moreno; as for that matter, exceedingly clever for any day and generation, but exceptionally clever for the day and generation to which she belonged. Her life, the mere surface of it, if it had been written, would have made a romance to grow hot and cold over. 60 years of the best of old Spain and the wildest of New Spain, Bay of Biscay, Gulf of Mexico, Pacific Ocean, the waves of all of them had tossed destinies for the Senora. The Holy Catholic Church had had its arms round her from first to last, and that was what had brought her safe through, she would have said, if she had ever said anything about herself, which she never did, one of her many wisdoms. So quiet, so reserved, so gentle an exterior never was known to veil such an imperious and passionate nature, brimful of storm, always passing through stress, never thwarted except at peril of those who did it, adored and hated by turns, and each at the hottest. A tremendous force, wherever she appeared, was Senora Moreno; but no stranger would suspect it, to see her gliding about in her scanty black gown, with her rosary hanging at her side, her soft dark eyes cast down, and an expression of mingled melancholy and devotion on her face. She looked simply like a sad, spiritual minded old lady, amiable and indolent like her race, but sweeter and more thoughtful than their wont. Her voice heightened this mistaken impression. She was never heard to speak either loud or fast. There was at times even a curious hesitancy in her speech, which came near being a stammer, or suggested the measured care with which people speak who have been cured of stammering. It made her often appear as if she did not know her own mind, at which people sometimes took heart; when, if they had only known the truth, they would have known that the speech hesitated solely because the Senora knew her mind so exactly that she was finding it hard to make the words convey it as she desired, or in a way to best attain her ends. About this very sheep shearing there had been, between her and the head shepherd, Juan Canito, called Juan Can for short, and to distinguish him from Juan Jose, the upper herdsman of the cattle, some discussions which would have been hot and angry ones in any other hands than the Senora's. Juan Canito wanted the shearing to begin, even though Senor Felipe were ill in bed, and though that lazy shepherd Luigo had not yet got back with the flock that had been driven up the coast for pasture. There were plenty of sheep on the place to begin with, he said one morning, at least 1,000, and by the time they were done, Luigo would surely be back with the rest; and as for Senor Felipe's being in bed, had not he, Juan Canito, stood at the packing bag and handled the wool when Senor Felipe was a boy? Why could he not do it again? The Senora did not realize how time was going. There would be no shearers to be hired presently, since the Senora was determined to have none but Indians. Of course, if she would employ Mexicans, as all the other ranches in the valley did, it would be different; but she was resolved upon having Indians. God knows why, he interpolated surlily, under his breath. "I do not quite understand you, Juan," interrupted Senora Moreno at the precise instant the last syllable of this disrespectful ejaculation had escaped Juan's lips. "Speak a little louder. I fear I am growing deaf in my old age." What gentle, suave, courteous tones; and the calm dark eyes rested on Juan Canito with a look to the fathoming of which he was as unequal as one of his own sheep would have been. He could not have told why he instantly and involuntarily said, "Beg your pardon, Senora." "Oh, you need not ask my pardon, Juan," the Senora replied with exquisite gentleness. "It is not you who are to blame if I am deaf. I have fancied for a year that I did not hear quite as well as I once did. But about the Indians, Juan. Did not Senor Felipe tell you that he had positively engaged the same band of shearers we had last autumn, Alessandro's band from Temecula? They will wait until we are ready for them. Senor Felipe will send a messenger for them. He thinks them the best shearers in the country. He will be well enough in a week or two, he thinks, and the poor sheep must bear their loads a few days longer. Are they looking well, do you think, Juan? Will the crop be a good one? General Moreno used to say that you could reckon up the wool crop to a pound, while it was on the sheep's backs." "Yes, Senora," answered the mollified Juan. "The poor beasts look wonderfully well, considering the scant feed they have had all winter. We'll not come many pounds short of our last year's crop, if any; though to be sure there's no telling in what case that Luigo will bring his flock back." The Senora smiled in spite of herself at the pause and gulp with which Juan had filled in the hiatus where he had longed to set a contemptuous epithet before Luigo's name. This was another of the instances where the Senora's will and Juan Canito's had clashed, and he did not dream of it, having set it all down as usual to the score of young Senor Felipe. Encouraged by the Senora's smile, Juan proceeded: "Senor Felipe can see no fault in Luigo, because they were boys together; but I can tell him he will rue it one of these mornings when he finds a flock of sheep worse than dead on his hands, and no thanks to anybody but Luigo. While I can have him under my eye, here in the valley, it is all very well; but he is no more fit to take responsibility of a flock than one of the very lambs themselves. He'll drive them off their feet one day, and starve them the next; and I've known him to forget to give them water. When he's in his dreams, the Virgin only knows what he won't do." During this brief and almost unprecedented outburst of Juan's, the Senora's countenance had been slowly growing stern. Juan had not seen it. His eyes had been turned away from her, looking down into the upturned eager face of his favorite collie, who was leaping and gambolling and barking at his feet. "Down, Capitan, down!" he said in a fond tone, gently repulsing him. "Thou makest such a noise, the Senora can hear nothing but thy voice." "I heard only too distinctly, Juan Canito," said the Senora, in a sweet but icy tone. "It is not well for one servant to backbite another. It gives me great grief to hear such words, and I hope when Father Salvierderra comes next month, you will not forget to confess this sin of which you have been guilty, in thus seeking to injure a fellow being. If Senor Felipe listens to you, the poor boy Luigo will be cast out homeless on the world some day; and what sort of a deed would that be, Juan Canito, for one Christian to do to another? I fear the Father will give you penance when he hears what you have said." "Senora, it is not to harm the lad," Juan began, every fibre of his faithful frame thrilling with a sense of the injustice of her reproach. But the Senora had turned her back. Evidently she would hear no more from him then. He stood watching her as she walked away, at her usual slow pace, her head slightly bent forward, her rosary lifted in her left hand, and the fingers of the right hand mechanically slipping the beads. "Prayers, always prayers," thought Juan to himself, as his eyes followed her. "If they'll take one to heaven, the Senora'll go by the straight road, that's sure. I'm sorry I vexed her; but what's a man to do if he's the interest of the place at heart, I'd like to know? Is he to stand by and see a lot of idle, mooning louts run away with everything? Ah, but it was an ill day for the estate when the General died, an ill day, an ill day! And they may scold me as much as they please, and set me to confessing my sins to the Father. It's very well for them; they've got me to look after matters. Senor Felipe will do well enough when he's a man, maybe; but a boy like him, bah!" And the old man stamped his foot, with a not wholly unreasonable irritation at the false position in which he felt himself put. "Confess to Father Salvierderra, indeed!" he muttered aloud. "Ay, that I will. He's a man of sense, if he is a priest;" at which slip of the tongue the pious Juan hastily crossed himself. "And I'll ask him to give me some good advice as to how I'm to manage between this young boy at the head of everything, and a doting mother who thinks he has the wisdom of a dozen grown men. The Father knew the place in the olden time. He knows it's no child's play to look after the estate even now, much smaller as it is. An ill day when the old General died; an ill day indeed, the saints rest his soul!" Saying this, Juan shrugged his shoulders, and whistling to Capitan, walked towards the sunny veranda of the south side of the kitchen wing of the house, where it had been for 20 odd years his habit to sit on the long bench and smoke his pipe of a morning. Before he had got half way across the courtyard, however, a thought struck him. He halted so suddenly that Capitan, with the quick sensitiveness of his breed, thought so sudden a change of purpose could only come from something in connection with the sheep, and, true to his instinct of duty, pricked up his ears, poised himself for a full run, and looked up in his master's face, waiting for explanation and signal. But Juan did not observe him. "Ha!" he said. "Father Salvierderra comes next month, does he? Let's see, to day is the 25th. That's it! The sheep shearing is not to come off till the Father gets here. Then each morning it will be mass in the chapel, and each night vespers, and the crowd will be here at least 2 days longer to feed, for the time they will lose by that, and by the confessions. That's what Senor Felipe is up to. He's a pious lad. I recollect now, it was the same way 2 years ago. Well, well, it is a good thing for those poor Indian devils to get a bit of religion now and then; and it's like old times to see the chapel full of them kneeling, and more than can get in at the door. I doubt not it warms the Senora's heart to see them all there, as if they belonged to the house, as they used to. And now I know when it's to be, I have only to make my arrangements accordingly. It is always in the first week of the month the Father gets here. Yes," she said, "Senor Felipe will be well enough in a week or 2, he thinks. Ha, ha! It will be nearer 2, 10 days or thereabouts. I'll begin the booths next week. A plague on that Luigo for not being back here! He's the best hand I have to cut the willow boughs for the roofs. He knows the difference between one year's growth and another's, I'll say that much for him, spite of the silly dreaming head he's got on his shoulders." Juan was so pleased with his clearing up in his mind as to Senor Felipe's purpose about the time of the sheep shearing, that it put him in a good humor for the day, good humor with everybody, and himself most of all. As he sat on the low bench, his head leaning back against the whitewashed wall, his long legs stretched out nearly across the whole width of the veranda, his pipe firm wedged in the extreme left corner of his mouth, his hands in his pockets, he was the picture of placid content. The troop of youngsters which still swarmed around the kitchen quarters of Senora Moreno's house, almost as numerous and inexplicable as in the grand old days of the General's time, ran back and forth across Juan's legs, fell down between them, and picked themselves up by help of clutches at his leather trousers, all unreproved by Juan, though loudly scolded and warned by their respective mothers from the kitchen. "What's come to Juan Can to be so good natured to day?" saucily asked Margarita, the youngest and prettiest of the maids, popping her head out of a window, and twitching Juan's hair. He was so gray and wrinkled that the maids all felt at ease with him. He seemed to them as old as Methuselah; but he was not really so old as they thought, nor they so safe in their tricks. The old man had hot blood in his veins yet, as the under shepherds could testify. "The sight of your pretty face, Senorita Margarita," answered Juan quickly, cocking his eye at her, rising to his feet, and making a mock bow towards the window. "He, he, Senorita, indeed!" chuckled Margarita's mother, old Marda, the cook. "Senor Juan Canito is pleased to be merry at the doors of his betters;" and she flung a copper saucepan full of not over clean water so deftly past Juan's head, that not a drop touched him, and yet he had the appearance of having been ducked. At which bit of sleight of hand the whole courtyard, young and old, babies, cocks, hens, and turkeys, all set up a shout and a cackle, and dispersed to the four corners of the yard as if scattered by a volley of bird shot. Hearing the racket, the rest of the maids came running, Anita and Maria, the twins, women 40 years old, born on the place the year after General Moreno brought home his handsome young bride; their two daughters, Rosa, and Anita the Little, as she was still called, though she outweighed her mother; old Juanita, the oldest woman in the household, of whom even the Senora was said not to know the exact age or history; and she, poor thing, could tell nothing, having been silly for 10 years or more, good for nothing except to shell beans; that she did as fast and well as ever, and was never happy except she was at it. Luckily for her, beans are the one crop never omitted or stinted on a Mexican estate; and for sake of old Juanita, they stored every year in the Moreno house rooms full of beans in the pod, tons of them, one would think, enough to feed an army. But then it was like a little army even now, the Senora's household. Nobody ever knew exactly how many women were in the kitchen, or how many men in the fields. There were always women cousins, or brothers' wives, or widows, or daughters, who had come to stay, or men cousins, or sisters' husbands or sons, who were stopping on their way up or down the valley. When it came to the pay roll, Senor Felipe knew to whom he paid wages; but who were fed and lodged under his roof, that was quite another thing. It could not enter into the head of a Mexican gentleman to make either count or account of that. It would be a disgraceful, niggardly thought. To the Senora it seemed as if there were no longer any people about the place. A beggarly handful, she would have said, hardly enough to do the work of the house or of the estate, sadly as the latter had dwindled. In the General's day it had been a free handed boast of his that never less than 50 persons, men, women, and children, were fed within his gates each day. How many more he did not care nor know; but that time had indeed gone, gone forever; and though a stranger, seeing the sudden rush and muster at door and window, which followed on old Marda's letting fly the water at Juan's head, would have thought, "Good heavens, do all those women, children, and babies belong in that one house?" the Senora's sole thought, as she at that moment went past the gate, was, "Poor things! How few there are left of them! I am afraid old Marda has to work too hard. I must spare Margarita more from the house to help her." And she sighed deeply, and unconsciously held her rosary nearer to her heart, as she went into the house and entered her son's bedroom. The picture she saw there was one to thrill any mother's heart, and as it met her eye she paused on the threshold for a second, only a second, however, and nothing could have astonished Felipe Moreno so much as to have been told that at that very moment when his mother's calm voice was saying to him, "Good morning, my son. I hope you have slept well, and are better," there was welling up in her heart a passionate ejaculation, "O my glorious son! The saints have sent me in him the face of his father. He is fit for a kingdom." The truth is, Felipe Moreno was not fit for a kingdom at all. If he had been, he would not have been so ruled by his mother without ever finding it out. But so far as mere physical beauty goes, there never was a king born whose face, stature, and bearing would set off a crown, or a throne, or any of the things of which the outside of royalty is made up, better than would Felipe Moreno's. And it was true, as the Senora said, whether the saints had anything to do with it or not, that he had the face of his father. So strong a likeness is seldom seen. When Felipe once, on the occasion of a grand celebration and procession, put on the gold wrought velvet mantle, gayly embroidered short breeches fastened at the knee with red ribbons, and gold and silver trimmed sombrero, which his father had worn 25 years before, the Senora fainted at her first look at him, fainted and fell; and when she opened her eyes, and saw the same splendid, gayly arrayed, dark bearded man bending over her in distress, with words of endearment and alarm, she fainted again. "Mother, mother mia!" cried Felipe, "I will not wear them, if it makes you feel like this. Let me take them off. I will not go to their cursed parade;" and he sprang to his feet, and began with trembling fingers to unbuckle the sword belt. "No, no, Felipe!" faintly cried the Senora from the ground. "It is my wish that you wear them;" and staggering to her feet, with a burst of tears, she rebuckled the old sword belt, which her fingers had so many times, never unkissed, buckled, in the days when her husband had bade her farewell and gone forth to the uncertain fates of war. "Wear them!" she cried, with gathering fire in her tones, and her eyes dry of tears. "Wear them, and let the American hounds see what a Mexican officer and gentleman looked like before they had set their base, usurping feet on our necks!" And she followed him to the gate, and stood erect, bravely waving her handkerchief as he galloped off, till he was out of sight. Then, with a changed face and a bent head, she crept slowly to her room, locked herself in, fell on her knees before the Madonna at the head of her bed, and spent the greater part of the day praying that she might be forgiven, and that all heretics might be discomfited. From which part of these supplications she derived most comfort, is easy to imagine. Juan Canito had been right in his sudden surmise that it was for Father Salvierderra's coming that the sheep shearing was being delayed, and not in consequence of Senor Felipe's illness, or by the non appearance of Luigo and his flock of sheep. Juan would have chuckled to himself still more at his perspicacity, had he overheard the conversation going on between the Senora and her son at the very time when he, half asleep on the veranda, was, as he would have called it, putting two and two together, and convincing himself that old Juan was as smart as they were, and not to be kept in the dark by all their reticence and equivocation. "Juan Can is growing very impatient about the sheep shearing," said the Senora. "I suppose you are still of the same mind about it, Felipe, that it is better to wait till Father Salvierderra comes? As the only chance those Indians have of seeing him is here, it would seem a Christian duty to so arrange it, if it be possible. But Juan is very restive. He is getting old, and chafes a little, I fancy, under your control. He cannot forget that you were a boy on his knee. Now I, for my part, am like to forget that you were ever anything but a man for me to lean on." Felipe turned his handsome face toward his mother with a beaming smile of filial affection and gratified manly vanity. "Indeed, my mother, if I can be sufficient for you to lean on, I will ask nothing more of the saints;" and he took his mother's thin and wasted little hands, both at once, in his own strong right hand, and carried them to his lips as a lover might have done. "You will spoil me, mother," he said; "you make me so proud." "No, Felipe, it is I who am proud," promptly replied his mother; "and I do not call it being proud, only grateful to God for having given me a son wise enough to take his father's place, and guide and protect me through the few remaining years I have to live. I shall die content, seeing you at the head of the estate, and living as a Mexican gentleman should. That is, so far as now remains possible in this unfortunate country. But about the sheep shearing, Felipe, do you wish to have it begun before the Father is here? Of course Alessandro is all ready with his band. It is but 2 days' journey for a messenger to bring him. Father Salvierderra cannot be here before the 10th of the month. He leaves Santa Barbara on the 1st, and he will walk all the way, a good 6 days' journey, for he is old now, and feeble. Then he must stop in Ventura for a Sunday, and a day at the Ortega's ranch, and at the Lopez's, There is a christening. Yes, the 10th is the very earliest that he can be here, near 2 weeks from now. So far as your getting up is concerned, it might perhaps be next week. You will be nearly well by that time." "Yes, indeed," laughed Felipe, stretching himself out in the bed, and giving a kick to the bedclothes that made the high bedposts and the fringed canopy roof shake and creak. "I am well now, if it were not for this cursed weakness when I stand on my feet. I believe it would do me good to get out of doors." In truth, Felipe had been hankering for the sheep shearing himself. It was a brisk, busy, holiday sort of time to him, hard as he worked in it, and 2 weeks looked long to wait. "It is always thus after a fever," said his mother. "The weakness lasts many weeks. I am not sure that you will be strong enough even in 2 weeks to do the packing. But as Juan Can said this morning, he stood by the packing bag when you were a boy, and there was no need of waiting for you for that." "He said that, did he?" exclaimed Felipe, wrathfully. "The old man is getting insolent. I'll tell him that nobody will pack the sacks but myself, while I am master here; and I will have the sheep shearing when I please, and not before." "I suppose it would not be wise to say that it is not to take place till the Father comes, would it?" asked the Senora, hesitatingly, as if the thing were evenly balanced in her mind. "The Father has not that hold on the younger men he used to have; and I have thought that even in Juan himself I have detected a remissness. The spirit of unbelief is spreading in the country, since the Americans are running up and down everywhere, seeking money, like dogs with their noses to the ground. It might vex Juan if he knew that you were waiting only for the Father. What do you think?" "I think it is enough for him to know that the sheep shearing waits for my pleasure," answered Felipe, still wrathful, "and that is the end of it." And so it was; and, moreover, precisely the end which Senora Moreno had had in her own mind from the beginning; but not even Juan Canito himself suspected its being solely her purpose, and not her son's. As for Felipe, if any person had suggested to him that it was his mother, and not he, who had decided that the sheep shearing would be better deferred until the arrival of Father Salvierderra from Santa Barbara, and that nothing should be said on the ranch about this being the real reason of the postponing, Felipe would have stared in astonishment, and have thought that person either crazy or a fool. To attain one's ends in this way is the consummate triumph of art. Never to appear as a factor in the situation; to be able to wield other men as instruments, with the same direct and implicit response to will that one gets from a hand or a foot, this is to triumph indeed, to be as nearly controller and conqueror of fates as fate permits. There have been men prominent in the world's affairs at one time and another, who have sought and studied such a power, and have acquired it to a great degree. By it they have manipulated legislators, ambassadors, sovereigns; and have grasped, held, and played with the destinies of empires. But it is to be questioned whether even in these notable instances there has ever been such marvellous completeness of success as is sometimes seen in the case of a woman in whom the power is an instinct and not an attainment, a passion rather than a purpose. Between the two results, between the two processes, there is just that difference which is always to be seen between the stroke of talent and the stroke of genius. Senora Moreno's was the stroke of genius. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Ramona. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ramona, by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 2. The Senora Moreno's house was one of the best specimens to be found in California of the representative house of the half barbaric, half elegant, wholly generous and free-handed life led there by Mexican men and women of degree in the early part of this century, under the rule of the Spanish and Mexican viceroys, when the laws of the Indies were still the law of the land, and its old name, New Spain, was an ever-present link and stimulus to the warmest memories and deepest patriotisms of its people. It was a picturesque life, with more of sentiment and gayety in it, more also that was truly dramatic, more romance, than will ever be seen again on those sunny shores. The aroma of it all lingers there still; industries and inventions have not yet slain it; it will last out its century; in fact, it can never be quite lost, so long as there is left standing one such house as the Senora Moreno's. When the house was built, General Moreno owned all the land within a radius of 40 miles, 40 miles westward, down the valley to the sea, 40 miles eastward, into the San Fernando Mountains, and a good 40 miles more or less along the coast. The boundaries were not very strictly defined; there was no occasion in those happy days to reckon land by inches. It might be asked, perhaps, just how General Moreno owned all this land, and the question might not be easy to answer. It was not and could not be answered to the satisfaction of the United States Land Commission, which, after the surrender of California, undertook to sift and adjust Mexican land titles. And that was the way it had come about that the Senora Moreno now called herself a poor woman. Tract after tract her lands had been taken away from her. It looked for a time as if nothing would be left. Every one of the claims based on deeds of gift from Governor Pio Fico, her husband's most intimate friend, was disallowed. They all went by the board in one batch, and took away from the Senora in a day the greater part of her best pasture lands. They were lands which had belonged to the Bonaventura Mission, and lay along the coast at the mouth of the valley, down which the little stream which ran past her house went to the sea; and it had been a great pride and delight to the Senora, when she was young, to ride that 40 miles by her husband's side, all the way on their own lands, straight from their house to their own strip of shore. No wonder she believed the Americans thieves, and spoke of them always as hounds. The people of the United States have never in the least realized that the taking possession of California was not only a conquering of Mexico, but a conquering of California as well; that the real bitterness of the surrender was not so much to the empire which gave up the country, as to the country itself which was given up. Provinces passed back and forth in that way, helpless in the hands of great powers, have all the ignominy and humiliation of defeat, with none of the dignities or compensations of the transaction. Mexico saved much by her treaty, spite of having to acknowledge herself beaten; but California lost all. Words cannot tell the sting of such a transfer. It is a marvel that a Mexican remained in the country. Probably none did, except those who were absolutely forced to it. Luckily for the Senora Moreno, her title to the lands midway in the valley was better than to those lying to the east and the west, which had once belonged to the Missions of San Fernando and Bonaventura; and after all the claims, counterclaims, petitions, appeals, and adjudications were ended, she still was left in undisputed possession of what would have been thought by any newcomer into the country to be a handsome estate, but which seemed to the despoiled and indignant Senora a pitiful fragment of one. Moreover, she declared that she should never feel secure of a foot of even this. Any day, she said, the United States Government might send out a new land commission to examine the decrees of the first, and revoke such as they saw fit. Once a thief, always a thief. Nobody need feel himself safe under American rule. There was no knowing what might happen any day. And year by year the lines of sadness, resentment, anxiety, and antagonism deepened on the Senora's fast aging face. It gave her unspeakable satisfaction when the Commissioners, laying out a road down the valley, ran it at the back of her house instead of past the front. "It is well," she said. "Let their travel be where it belongs, behind our kitchens, and no one have sight of the front doors of our houses except friends who have come to visit us." Her enjoyment of this never flagged. Whenever she saw, passing the place, wagons or carriages belonging to the hated Americans, it gave her a distinct thrill of pleasure to think that the house turned its back on them. She would like always to be able to do the same herself; but whatever she, by policy or in business, might be forced to do, the old house, at any rate, would always keep the attitude of contempt, its face turned away. One other pleasure she provided herself with, soon after this road was opened, a pleasure in which religious devotion and race antagonism were so closely blended that it would have puzzled the subtlest of priests to decide whether her act were a sin or a virtue. She caused to be set up, upon every one of the soft rounded hills which made the beautiful rolling sides of that part of the valley, a large wooden cross, not a hill in sight of her house left without the sacred emblem of her faith; "that the heretics may know, when they go by, that they are on the estate of a good Catholic," she said, "and that the faithful may be reminded to pray. There have been miracles of conversion wrought on the most hardened by the sudden sight of the blessed cross." There they stood, summer and winter, rain and shine, the silent, solemn, outstretched arms, and became landmarks to many a guideless traveller who had been told that his way would be by the first turn to the left or the right, after passing the last one of the Senora Moreno's crosses, which he couldn't miss seeing. And who shall say that it did not often happen that the crosses bore a sudden message to some idle heart journeying by, and thus justified the pious half of the Senora's impulse? Certain it is, that many a good Catholic halted and crossed himself when he first beheld them in the lonely places, standing out in sudden relief against the blue sky; and if he said a swift short prayer at the sight, was he not so much the better? The house was of adobe, low, with a wide veranda on the three sides of the inner court, and a still broader one across the entire front, which looked to the south. These verandas, especially those on the inner court, were supplementary rooms to the house. The greater part of the family life went on in them. Nobody stayed inside the walls, except when it was necessary. All the kitchen work, except the actual cooking, was done here, in front of the kitchen doors and windows. Babies slept, were washed, sat in the dirt, and played on the veranda. The women said their prayers, took their naps, and wove their lace there. Old Juanita shelled her beans there, and threw the pods down on the tile floor, till towards night they were sometimes piled up high around her, like corn husks at a husking. The herdsmen and shepherds smoked there, lounged there, trained their dogs there. There the young made love, and the old dozed. The benches, which ran the entire length of the walls, were worn into hollows, and shone like satin. The tiled floors also were broken and sunk in places, making little wells, which filled up in times of hard rains, and were then an invaluable addition to the children's resources for amusement, and also to the comfort of the dogs, cats, and fowls, who picked about among them, taking sips from each. The arched veranda along the front was a delightsome place. It must have been 80 feet long at least, for the doors of 5 large rooms opened on it. The 2 westernmost rooms had been added on, and made 4 steps higher than the others, which gave to that end of the veranda the look of a balcony or loggia. Here the Senora kept her flowers. Great red water jars, hand made by the Indians of San Luis Obispo Mission, stood in close rows against the walls, and in them were always growing fine geraniums, carnations, and yellow flowered musk. The Senora's passion for musk she had inherited from her mother. It was so strong that she sometimes wondered at it, and one day, as she sat with Father Salvierderra in the veranda, she picked a handful of the blossoms, and giving them to him, said, "I do not know why it is, but it seems to me if I were dead I could be brought to life by the smell of musk." "It is in your blood, Senora," the old monk replied. "When I was last in your father's house in Seville, your mother sent for me to her room, and under her window was a stone balcony full of growing musk, which so filled the room with its odor that I was like to faint. But she said it cured her of diseases, and without it she felt ill. You were a baby then." "Yes," cried the Senora, "but I recollect that balcony. I recollect being lifted up to a window, and looking down into a bed of blooming yellow flowers; but I did not know what they were. How strange!" "No, not strange, daughter," replied Father Salvierderra. "It would have been stranger if you had not acquired the taste, thus drawing it in with the mother's milk. It would behoove mothers to remember this far more than they do." Besides the geraniums and carnations and musk in the red jars, there were many sorts of climbing vines, some coming from the ground, and twining around the pillars of the veranda; some growing in great bowls, swung by cords from the roof of the veranda, or set on shelves against the walls. These bowls were of gray stone, hollowed and polished, shining smooth inside and out. They also had been made by the Indians, nobody knew how many ages ago, scooped and polished by the patient creatures, with only stones for tools. Among these vines, singing from morning till night, hung the Senora's canaries and finches, half a dozen of each, all of different generations, raised by the Senora. She was never without a young bird family on hand, and all the way from Bonaventura to Monterey it was thought a piece of good luck to come into possession of a canary or finch of Senora Moreno's raising. Between the veranda and the river meadows, out on which it looked, all was garden, orange grove, and almond orchard; the orange grove always green, never without snowy bloom or golden fruit; the garden never without flowers, summer or winter; and the almond orchard, in early spring, a fluttering canopy of pink and white petals, which, seen from the hills on the opposite side of the river, looked as if rosy sunrise clouds had fallen and become tangled in the tree tops. On either hand stretched away other orchards, peach, apricot, pear, apple, pomegranate; and beyond these, vineyards. Nothing was to be seen but verdure or bloom or fruit, at whatever time of year you sat on the Senora's south veranda. A wide, straight walk, shaded by a trellis so knotted and twisted with grape vines that little was to be seen of the trellis woodwork, led straight down from the veranda steps, through the middle of the garden, to a little brook at the foot of it. Across this brook, in the shade of a dozen gnarled old willow trees, were set the broad, flat stone washboards on which was done all the family washing. No long dawdling, and no running away from work on the part of the maids, thus close to the eye of the Senora, at the upper end of the garden. And if they had known how picturesque they looked there, kneeling on the grass, lifting the dripping linen out of the water, rubbing it back and forth on the stones, sousing it, wringing it, splashing the clear water in each other's faces, they would have been content to stay at the washing day in and day out, for there was always somebody to look on from above. Hardly a day passed that the Senora had not visitors. She was still a person of note, her house the natural resting place for all who journeyed through the valley; and whoever came spent all of his time, when not eating, sleeping, or walking over the place, sitting with the Senora on the sunny veranda. Few days in winter were cold enough, and in summer the day must be hot indeed, to drive the Senora and her friends indoors. There stood on the veranda 3 carved oaken chairs, and a carved bench, also of oak, which had been brought to the Senora for safe keeping by the faithful old sacristan of San Luis Rey at the time of the occupation of that Mission by the United States troops, soon after the conquest of California. Aghast at the sacrilegious acts of the soldiers, who were quartered in the very church itself, and amused themselves by making targets of the eyes and noses of the saints' statues, the sacristan, stealthily, day by day and night after night, bore out of the church all that he dared to remove, burying some articles in cottonwood copses, hiding others in his own poor little hovel, until he had wagon loads of sacred treasures. Then, still more stealthily, he carried them, a few at a time, concealed in the bottom of a cart under a load of hay or of brush, to the house of the Senora, who felt herself deeply honored by his confidence, and received everything as a sacred trust, to be given back into the hands of the Church again, whenever the Missions should be restored, of which at that time all Catholics had good hope. And so it had come about that no bedroom in the Senora's house was without a picture or a statue of a saint or of the Madonna, and some had two; and in the little chapel in the garden the altar was surrounded by a really imposing row of holy and apostolic figures, which had looked down on the splendid ceremonies of the San Luis Rey Mission in Father Peyri's time no more benignly than they did now on the humbler worship of the Senora's family in its diminished estate. That one had lost an eye, another an arm; that the once brilliant colors of the drapery were now faded and shabby, only enhanced the tender reverence with which the Senora knelt before them, her eyes filling with indignant tears at thought of the heretic hands which had wrought such defilement. Even the crumbling wreaths which had been placed on some of the statues' heads at the time of the last ceremonial at which they had figured in the Mission, had been brought away with them by the devout sacristan, and the Senora had replaced each one, holding it only a degree less sacred than the statue itself. This chapel was dearer to the Senora than her house. It had been built by the General in the 2nd year of their married life. In it her 4 children had been christened, and from it all but one, her handsome Felipe, had been buried while they were yet infants. In the General's time, while the estate was at its best, and hundreds of Indians living within its borders, there was many a Sunday when the scene to be witnessed there was like the scenes at the Missions, the chapel full of kneeling men and women, those who could not find room inside kneeling on the garden walks outside; Father Salvierderra in gorgeous vestments, coming, at close of the services, slowly down the aisle, the close packed rows of worshipers parting to right and left to let him through, all looking up eagerly for his blessing, women giving him offerings of fruit or flowers, and holding up their babies that he might lay his hands on their heads. No one but Father Salvierderra had ever officiated in the Moreno chapel, or heard the confession of a Moreno. He was a Franciscan, one of the few now left in the country, so revered and beloved by all who had come under his influence, that they would wait long months without the offices of the Church, rather than confess their sins or confide their perplexities to any one else. From this deep seated attachment on the part of the Indians and the older Mexican families in the country to the Franciscan order, there had grown up, not unnaturally, some jealousy of them in the minds of the later come secular priests, and the position of the few monks left was not wholly a pleasant one. It had even been rumored that they were to be forbidden to continue longer their practice of going up and down the country, ministering everywhere; were to be compelled to restrict their labors to their own colleges at Santa Barbara and Santa Inez. When something to this effect was one day said in the Senora Moreno's presence, 2 scarlet spots sprang on her cheeks, and before she bethought herself, she exclaimed, "That day I burn down my chapel." Luckily, nobody but Felipe heard the rash threat, and his exclamation of unbounded astonishment recalled the Senora to herself. "I spoke rashly, my son," she said. "The Church is to be obeyed always; but the Franciscan Fathers are responsible to no one but the Superior of their own order; and there is no one in this land who has the authority to forbid their journeying and ministering to whoever desires their offices. As for these Catalan priests who are coming in here, I cannot abide them. No Catalan but has bad blood in his veins." There was every reason in the world why the Senora should be thus warmly attached to the Franciscan order. From her earliest recollections, the gray gown and cowl had been familiar to her eyes, and had represented the things which she was taught to hold most sacred and dear. Father Salvierderra himself had come from Mexico to Monterey in the same ship which had brought her father to be the commandante of the Santa Barbara Presidio, and her best beloved uncle, her father's eldest brother, was at that time the Superior of the Santa Barbara Mission. The sentiment and romance of her youth were almost equally divided between the gayeties, excitements, adornments of the life at the Presidio, and the ceremonies and devotions of the life at the Mission. She was famed as the most beautiful girl in the country. Men of the army, men of the navy, and men of the Church alike adored her. Her name was a toast from Monterey to San Diego. When at last she was wooed and won by Felipe Moreno, one of the most distinguished of the Mexican generals, her wedding ceremonies were the most splendid ever seen in the country. The right tower of the Mission church at Santa Barbara had been just completed, and it was arranged that the consecration of this tower should take place at the time of her wedding, and that her wedding feast should be spread in the long outside corridor of the Mission building. The whole country, far and near, was bid. The feast lasted 3 days, open tables to everybody, singing, dancing, eating, drinking, and making merry. At that time there were long streets of Indian houses stretching eastward from the Mission. Before each of these houses was built a booth of green boughs. The Indians, as well as the Fathers from all the other Missions, were invited to come. The Indians came in bands, singing songs and bringing gifts. As they appeared, the Santa Barbara Indians went out to meet them, also singing, bearing gifts, and strewing seeds on the ground in token of welcome. The young Senora and her bridegroom, splendidly clothed, were seen of all, and greeted, whenever they appeared, by showers of seeds and grains and blossoms. On the 3rd day, still in their wedding attire, and bearing lighted candles in their hands, they walked with the monks in a procession round and round the new tower, the monks chanting, and sprinkling incense and holy water on its walls, the ceremony seeming to all devout beholders to give a blessed consecration to the union of the young pair, as well as to the newly completed tower. After this they journeyed in state, accompanied by several of the General's aides and officers, and by 2 Franciscan Fathers, up to Monterey, stopping on their way at all the Missions, and being warmly welcomed and entertained at each. General Moreno was much beloved by both army and Church. In many of the frequent clashings between the military and the ecclesiastical powers, he, being as devout and enthusiastic a Catholic as he was zealous and enthusiastic a soldier, had had the good fortune to be of material assistance to each party. The Indians also knew his name well, having heard it many times mentioned with public thanksgivings in the Mission churches, after some signal service he had rendered to the Fathers, either in Mexico or in Monterey. And now, by taking as his bride the daughter of a distinguished officer and the niece of the Santa Barbara Superior, he had linked himself anew to the 2 dominant powers and interests of the country. When they reached San Luis Obispo, the whole Indian population turned out to meet them, the Padre walking at the head. As they approached the Mission doors, the Indians swarmed closer and closer and still closer, took the General's horse by the head, and finally, almost by actual force, compelled him to allow himself to be lifted into a blanket, held high up by 20 strong men; and thus he was borne up the steps, across the corridor, and into the Padre's room. It was a position ludicrously undignified in itself, but the General submitted to it good naturedly. "Oh, let them do it, if they like!" he cried laughingly to Padre Martinez, who was endeavoring to quiet the Indians and hold them back. "Let them do it. It pleases the poor creatures." On the morning of their departure, the good Padre, having exhausted all his resources for entertaining his distinguished guests, caused to be driven past the corridors for their inspection all the poultry belonging to the Mission. The procession took an hour to pass. For music, there was the squeaking, cackling, hissing, gobbling, crowing, quacking of the fowls, combined with the screaming, scolding, and whip cracking of the excited Indian marshals of the lines. First came the turkeys, then the roosters, then the white hens, then the black, and then the yellow, next the ducks, and at the tail of the spectacle long files of geese, some strutting, some half flying and hissing in resentment and terror at the unwonted coercions to which they were subjected. The Indians had been hard at work all night, capturing, sorting, assorting, and guarding the rank and file of their novel pageant. It would be safe to say that a droller sight never was seen, and never will be, on the Pacific coast, or any other. Before it was done with, the General and his bride had nearly died with laughter, and the General could never allude to it without laughing almost as heartily again. At Monterey they were more magnificently fêted; at the Presidio, at the Mission, on board Spanish, Mexican, and Russian ships lying in harbor; balls, dances, bull fights, dinners, all that the country knew of festivity was lavished on the beautiful and winning young bride. The belles of the coast, from San Diego up, had all gathered at Monterey for these gayeties, but not one of them could be for a moment compared to her. This was the beginning of the Senora's life as a married woman. She was then just 20. A close observer would have seen, even then, underneath the joyous smile, the laughing eye, the merry voice, a look thoughtful, tender, earnest, at times enthusiastic. This look was the reflection of those qualities in her, then hardly aroused, which made her, as years developed her character, and stormy fates thickened around her life, the unflinching comrade of her soldier husband, the passionate adherent of the Church. Through wars, insurrections, revolutions, downfalls, Spanish, Mexican, civil, ecclesiastical, her standpoint, her poise, remained the same. She simply grew more and more proudly, passionately, a Spaniard and a Moreno; more and more staunchly and fierily a Catholic and a lover of the Franciscans. During the height of the despoiling and plundering of the Missions under the Secularization Act, she was for a few years almost beside herself. More than once she journeyed alone, when the journey was by no means without danger, to Monterey, to stir up the Prefect of the Missions to more energetic action, to implore the governmental authorities to interfere and protect the Church's property. It was largely in consequence of her eloquent entreaties that Governor Micheltorena issued his bootless order, restoring to the Church all the Missions south of San Luis Obispo. But this order cost Micheltorena his political head, and General Moreno was severely wounded in one of the skirmishes of the insurrection which drove Micheltorena out of the country. In silence and bitter humiliation, the Senora nursed her husband back to health again, and resolved to meddle no more in the affairs of her unhappy country and still more unhappy Church. As year by year she saw the ruin of the Missions steadily going on, their vast properties melting away, like dew before the sun, in the hands of dishonest administrators and politicians, the Church powerless to contend with the unprincipled greed in high places, her beloved Franciscan Fathers driven from the country or dying of starvation at their posts, she submitted herself to what, she was forced to admit, seemed to be the inscrutable will of God for the discipline and humiliation of the Church. In a sort of bewildered resignation, she waited to see what further sufferings were to come, to fill up the measure of the punishment which, for some mysterious purpose, the faithful must endure. But when close upon all this discomfiture and humiliation of her Church followed the discomfiture and humiliation of her country in war, and the near and evident danger of an English speaking people's possessing the land, all the smothered fire of the Senora's nature broke out afresh. With unfaltering hands she buckled on her husband's sword, and with dry eyes saw him go forth to fight. She had but one regret, that she was not the mother of sons to fight also. "Would thou wert a man, Felipe!" she exclaimed again and again, in tones the child never forgot. "Would thou wert a man, that thou might go also to fight these foreigners!" Any race under the sun would have been to the Senora less hateful than the American. She had scorned them in her girlhood, when they came trading to post after post. She scorned them still. The idea of being forced to wage war with pedlars was to her too monstrous to be believed. In the outset she had no doubt that the Mexicans would win in the contest. "What," she cried, "shall we, who won independence from Spain, be beaten by these traders? It is impossible!" When her husband was brought home to her dead, killed in the last fight the Mexican forces made, she said icily, he would have chosen to die rather than to have been forced to see his country in the hands of the enemy; and she was almost frightened at herself to see how this thought, as it dwelt in her mind, slew the grief in her heart. She had believed she could not live if her husband were to be taken away from her; but she found herself often glad that he was dead, glad that he was spared the sight and the knowledge of the things which happened, and even the yearning tenderness with which her imagination pictured him among the saints was often turned into a fierce wondering whether indignation did not fill his soul, even in heaven, at the way things were going in the land for whose sake he had died. Out of such throes as these had been born the second nature which made Senora Moreno the silent, reserved, stern, implacable woman they knew, who knew her first when she was 60. Of the gay, tender, sentimental girl who danced and laughed with the officers, and prayed and confessed with the Fathers 40 years before, there was small trace left now, in the low voiced, white haired, aged woman, silent, unsmiling, placid faced, who manoeuvred with her son and her head shepherd alike, to bring it about that a handful of Indians might once more confess their sins to a Franciscan monk in the Moreno chapel. Chapter 3. Of Ramona. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ramona, by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 3. Juan Canito and Senor Felipe were not the only members of the Senora's family who were impatient for the sheep shearing. There was also Ramona. Ramona was, to the world at large, a far more important person than the Senora herself. The Senora was of the past; Ramona was of the present. For one eye that could see the significant, at times solemn beauty of the Senora's pale and shadowed countenance, there were 100 that flashed with eager pleasure at the barest glimpse of Ramona's face. The shepherds, the herdsmen, the maids, the babies, the dogs, the poultry, all loved the sight of Ramona. All loved her, except the Senora. The Senora loved her not. never had loved her, never could love her; and yet she had stood in the place of mother to the girl ever since her childhood, and never once during the whole 16 years of her life had shown her any unkindness in act. She had promised to be a mother to her, and with all the inalienable staunchness of her nature she fulfilled the letter of her promise. More than the bond lay in the bond, but that was not the Senora's fault. The story of Ramona the Senora never told. To most of the Senora's acquaintances now, Ramona was a mystery. They did not know, and no one ever asked a prying question of the Senora Moreno, who Ramona's parents were, whether they were living or dead, or why Ramona, her name not being Moreno, lived always in the Senora's house as a daughter, tended and attended equally with the adored Felipe. A few gray haired men and women here and there in the country could have told the strange story of Ramona; but its beginning was more than a half century back, and much had happened since then. They seldom thought of the child. They knew she was in the Senora Moreno's keeping, and that was enough. The affairs of the generation just going out were not the business of the young people coming in. They would have tragedies enough of their own presently. What was the use of passing down the old ones? Yet the story was not one to be forgotten; and now and then it was told in the twilight of a summer evening, or in the shadows of vines on a lingering afternoon, and all young men and maidens thrilled who heard it. It was an elder sister of the Senora's, a sister old enough to be wooed and won while the Senora was yet at play, who had been promised in marriage to a young Scotchman named Angus Phail. She was a beautiful woman, and Angus Phail, from the day that he first saw her standing in the Presidio gate, became so madly her lover that he was like a man bereft of his senses. This was the only excuse ever to be made for Ramona Gonzaga's deed. It could never be denied, by her bitterest accusers, that at the first, and indeed for many months, she told Angus she did not love him, and could not marry him; and that it was only after his stormy and ceaseless entreaties that she did finally promise to become his wife. Then, almost immediately, she went away to Monterey, and Angus set sail for San Blas. He was the owner of the richest line of ships which traded along the coast at that time. The richest stuffs, carvings, woods, pearls, and jewels which came into the country, came in his ships. The arrival of one of them was always an event; and Angus himself, having been well born in Scotland, and being wonderfully well mannered for a seafaring man, was made welcome in all the best houses, wherever his ships went into harbor, from Monterey to San Diego. The Senorita Ramona Gonzaga sailed for Monterey the same day and hour her lover sailed for San Blas. They stood on the decks waving signals to each other, as one sailed away to the south, the other to the north. It was remembered afterward by those who were in the ship with the Senorita, that she ceased to wave her signals, and had turned her face away, long before her lover's ship was out of sight. But the men of the San Jose said that Angus Phail stood immovable, gazing northward, till nightfall shut from his sight even the horizon line, at which the Monterey ship had long before disappeared from view. This was to be his last voyage. He went on this only because his honor was pledged to do so. Also, he comforted himself by thinking that he would bring back for his bride, and for the home he meant to give her, treasures of all sorts, which none could select so well as he. Through the long weeks of the voyage he sat on deck, gazing dreamily at the waves, and letting his imagination feed on pictures of jewels, satins, velvets, laces, which would best deck his wife's form and face. When he could not longer bear the vivid fancy's heat in his blood, he would pace the deck, swifter and swifter, till his steps were like those of one flying in fear. At such times the men heard him muttering and whispering to himself, "Ramona! Ramona!" Mad with love from the first to the last was Angus Phail; and there were many who believed, that if he had ever seen the hour when he called Ramona Gonzaga his own, his reason would have fled forever at that moment, and he would have killed either her or himself, as men thus mad have been known to do. But that hour never came. When, 8 months later, the San Jose sailed into the Santa Barbara harbor, and Angus Pfale leaped breathless on shore, the second man he met, no friend of his, looking him maliciously in the face, said: "So, ho! You're just too late for the wedding. Your sweetheart, the handsome Gonzaga girl, was married here yesterday to a fine young officer of the Monterey Presidio." Angus reeled, struck the man a blow full in the face, and fell on the ground, foaming at the mouth. He was lifted and carried into a house, and, speedily recovering, burst with the strength of a giant from the hands of those who were holding him, sprang out of the door, and ran bareheaded up the road toward the Presidio. At the gate he was stopped by the guard, who knew him. "Is it true?" gasped Angus. "Yes, Senor," replied the man, who said afterward that his knees shook under him with terror at the look on the Scotchman's face. He feared he would strike him dead for his reply. But instead Angus burst into a maudlin laugh, and turning away, went staggering down the street, singing and laughing. The next that was known of him was in a low drinking place, where he was seen lying on the floor, dead drunk; and from that day he sank lower and lower, till one of the commonest sights to be seen in Santa Barbara was Angus Pfale reeling about, tipsy, coarse, loud, profane, dangerous. "See what the Senorita escaped," said the thoughtless. "She was quite right not to have married such a drunken wretch." In the rare intervals when he was partially sober, he sold all he possessed. Ship after ship sold for a song, and the proceeds squandered in drinking or worse. He never had a sight of his lost bride. He did not seek it, and she, terrified, took every precaution to avoid it, and soon returned with her husband to Monterey. Finally Angus disappeared, and after a time the news came up from Los Angeles that he was there; had gone out to the San Gabriel Mission, and was living with the Indians. Some years later came the still more surprising news that he had married a squaw with several Indian children, had been legally married by the priest in the San Gabriel Mission church. And that was the last that the faithless Ramona Gonzaga ever heard of her lover, until 25 years after her marriage, when one day he suddenly appeared in her presence. How he had gained admittance to the house was never known, but there he stood before her, bearing in his arms a beautiful babe, asleep. Drawing himself up to the utmost of his 6 feet of height, and looking at her sternly, with eyes blue like steel, he said, "Senora Ortegna, you once did me a great wrong. You sinned, and the Lord has punished you. He has denied you children. I also have done a wrong. I have sinned, and the Lord has punished me. He has given me a child. I ask once more at your hands a boon. Will you take this child of mine, and bring it up as a child of yours, or of mine, ought to be brought up?" The tears were rolling down the Senora Ortegna's cheeks. The Lord had indeed punished her in more ways than Angus Pfale knew. Her childlessness, bitter as that had been, was the least of them. Speechless, she rose, and stretched out her arms for the child. He placed it in them. Still the child slept on undisturbed. "I do not know if I will be permitted," she said falteringly. "My husband" "Father Salvierderra will command it. I have seen him," replied Angus. The Senora's face brightened. "If that be so, I hope it can be as you wish," she said. Then a strange embarrassment came upon her, and looking down upon the infant, she said inquiringly, "But the child's mother?" Angus's face turned swarthy red. Perhaps, face to face with this gentle and still lovely woman he had once so loved, he first realized to the full how wickedly he had thrown away his life. With a quick wave of his hand, which spoke volumes, he said, That is nothing. She has other children, of her own blood. This is mine, my only one, my daughter. I wish her to be yours. Otherwise, she will be taken by the Church." With each second she felt the little warm body's tender weight in her arms, Ramona Ortegna's heart had more and more yearned towards the infant. At these words she bent her face down and kissed its cheek. "Oh, no, not to the Church. I will love it as my own," she said. Angus Phail's face quivered. Feelings long dead within him stirred in their graves. He gazed at the sad and altered face, once so beautiful, so dear. "I should hardly have known you, Senora," burst from him involuntarily. She smiled piteously, with no resentment. "That is not strange. I hardly know myself," she whispered. "Life has dealt very hardly with me. I should not have known you either, Angus." She pronounced his name hesitatingly, half appealingly. At the sound of the familiar syllables, so long unheard, the man's heart broke down. He buried his face in his hands, and sobbed out, "Oh, Ramona, forgive me! I brought the child here, not wholly in love, partly in vengeance; but I am melted now. Are you sure you wish to keep her? I will take her away, if you are not." "Never, so long as I live, Angus," replied Senora Ortegna. "Already I feel that she is a mercy from the Lord. If my husband sees no offence in her presence, she will be a joy in my life. Has she been christened?" Angus cast his eyes down. A sudden fear smote him. "Before I had thought of bringing her to you," he stammered. "At first I had only the thought of giving her to the Church. I had had her christened by," the words refused to leave his lips, "the name, can you not guess, Senora, what name she bears?" The Senora knew. "My own?" she said. Angus bowed his head. "The only woman's name that my lips ever spoke with love," he said, reassured, "was the name my daughter should bear." "It is well," replied the Senora. Then a great silence fell between them. Each studied the other's face, tenderly, bewilderedly. Then, by a simultaneous impulse, they drew nearer. Angus stretched out both his arms, with a gesture of infinite love and despair, bent down and kissed the hands which lovingly held his sleeping child. "God bless you, Ramona. Farewell. You will never see me more," he cried, and was gone. In a moment more he reappeared on the threshold of the door, but only to say in a low tone, "There is no need to be alarmed if the child does not wake for some hours yet. She has had a safe sleeping potion given her. It will not harm her." One more long, lingering look into each other's faces, and the two lovers, so strangely parted, still more strangely met, had parted again, forever. The quarter of a century which had lain between them had been bridged in both their hearts as if it were but a day. In the heart of the man it was the old passionate, adoring love reawakening, a resurrection of the buried dead to full life, with lineaments unchanged. In the woman it was not that. There was no buried love to come to such resurrection in her heart, for she had never loved Angus Phail. But long unloved, ill treated, heart broken, she woke at that moment to the realization of what manner of love it had been which she had thrown away in her youth. Her whole being yearned for it now, and Angus was avenged. When Francis Ortegna, late that night, reeled half tipsy into his wife's room, he was suddenly sobered by the sight which met his eyes, his wife kneeling by the side of the cradle, in which lay, smiling in its sleep, a beautiful infant. "What in the devil's name," he began; then, recollecting, he muttered, "Oh, the Indian brat, I see. I wish you joy, Senora Ortegna, of your first child;" and with a mock bow and cruel sneer, he staggered by, giving the cradle an angry thrust with his foot as he passed. The brutal taunt did not much wound the Senora. The time had long passed when unkind words from her husband could give her keen pain. but it was a warning not lost upon her new born mother instinct, and from that day the little Ramona was carefully kept and tended in apartments where there was no danger of her being seen by the man to whom the sight of her baby face was only a signal for anger and indecency. Hitherto, Ramona Ortegna had, so far as was possible, carefully concealed from her family the unhappiness of her married life. Ortegna's character was indeed well known. His neglect of his wife, his shameful dissipations of all sorts, were notorious in every port in the country. But from the wife herself no one had even heard so much as a syllable of complaint. She was a Gonzaga, and she knew how to suffer in silence. But now she saw a reason for taking her sister into her confidence. It was plain to her that she had not many years to live, and what then would become of the child? Left to the tender mercies of Ortegna, it was only too certain what would become of her. Long, sad hours of perplexity the lonely woman passed, with the little laughing babe in her arms, vainly endeavoring to forecast her future. The near chance of her own death had not occurred to her mind when she accepted the trust. Before the little Ramona was a year old, Angus Pfale died. An Indian messenger from San Gabriel brought the news to Senora Ortegna. He brought her also a box and a letter given to him by Angus the day before his death. The box contained jewels of value, of fashions a quarter of a century old. They were the jewels which Angus had bought for his bride. These alone remained of all his fortune. Even in the lowest depths of his degradation, a certain sentiment had restrained him from parting with them. The letter contained only these words: "I send you all I have to leave my daughter. I meant to bring them myself this year. I wished to kiss your hands and hers once more. But I am dying. Farewell." After these jewels were in her possession, Senora Ortegna rested not till she had persuaded Senora Moreno to journey to Monterey, and had put the box into her keeping as a sacred trust. She also won from her a solemn promise that at her own death she would adopt the little Ramona. This promise came hard from Senora Moreno. Except for Father Salvierderra's influence, she had not given it. She did not wish any dealings with such alien and mongrel blood. "If the child were pure Indian, I would like it better," she said. "I like not these crosses. It is the worst and not the best of each that remains." But the promise once given, Senora Ortegna was content. Well she knew that her sister would not lie nor evade a trust. The little Ramona's future was assured. During the last years of the unhappy woman's life, the child was her only comfort. Ortegna's conduct had become so openly and defiantly infamous, that he even flaunted his illegitimate relations in his wife's presence, subjecting her to gross insults, spite of her helpless invalidism. This last outrage was too much for the Gonzaga blood to endure. The Senora never afterward left her apartment, or spoke to her husband. Once more she sent for her sister to come, this time to see her die. Every valuable she possessed, jewels, laces, brocades, and damasks, she gave into her sister's charge, to save them from falling into the hands of the base creature that she knew only too well would stand in her place as soon as the funeral services had been said over her dead body. Stealthily, as if she had been a thief, the sorrowing Senora Moreno conveyed her sister's wardrobe, article by article, out of the house, to be sent to her own home. It was the wardrobe of a princess. The Ortegnas lavished money always on the women whose hearts they broke, and never ceased to demand of them that they should sit superbly arrayed in their lonely wretchedness. 1 hour after the funeral, with a scant and icy ceremony of farewell to her dead sister's husband, Senora Moreno, leading the little 4-year-old Ramona by the hand, left the house, and early the next morning set sail for home. When Ortegna discovered that his wife's jewels and valuables of all kinds were gone, he fell into a great rage, and sent a messenger off post haste with an insulting letter to the Senora Moreno, demanding their return. For answer, he got a copy of his wife's memoranda of instructions to her sister, giving all the said valuables to her in trust for Ramona; also a letter from Father Salvierderra, upon reading which he sank into a fit of despondency that lasted a day or two, and gave his infamous associates considerable alarm lest they had lost their comrade. But he soon shook off the influence, whatever it was, and settled back into his old gait on the same old high road to the devil. Father Salvierderra could alarm him, but not save him. And this was the mystery of Ramona. No wonder the Senora Moreno never told the story. No wonder, perhaps, that she never loved the child. It was a sad legacy, indissolubly linked with memories which had in them nothing but bitterness, shame, and sorrow from first to last. How much of all this the young Ramona knew or suspected was locked in her own breast. Her Indian blood had as much proud reserve in it as was ever infused into the haughtiest Gonzaga's veins. While she was yet a little child, she had one day said to the Senora Moreno, "Senora, why did my mother give me to the Senora Ortegna?" Taken unawares, the Senora replied hastily, "Your mother had nothing whatever to do with it. It was your father." "Was my mother dead?" continued the child. Too late the Senora saw her mistake. "I do not know," she replied, which was literally true, but had the spirit of a lie in it. "I never saw your mother." "Did the Senora Ortegna ever see her?" persisted Ramona. "No, never," answered the Senora, coldly, the old wounds burning at the innocent child's unconscious touch. Ramona felt the chill, and was silent for a time, her face sad, and her eyes tearful. At last she said, "I wish I knew if my mother was dead." "Why?" asked the Senora. "Because if she is not dead, I would ask her why she did not want me to stay with her." The gentle piteousness of this reply smote the Senora's conscience. Taking the child in her arms, she said, "Who has been talking to you of these things, Ramona?" "Juan Can," she replied. "What did he say?" asked the Senora, with a look in her eye which boded no good to Juan Canito. "It was not to me he said it. It was to Luigo; but I heard him," answered Ramona, speaking slowly, as if collecting her various reminiscences on the subject. "Twice I heard him. He said that my mother was no good, and that my father was bad too;" and the tears rolled down the child's cheeks. The Senora's sense of justice stood her well in place of tenderness now. Caressing the little orphan as she had never before done, she said, with an earnestness which sank deep into the child's mind, "Ramona must not believe any such thing as that. Juan Can is a bad man to say it. He never saw either your father or your mother, and so he could know nothing about them. I knew your father very well. He was not a bad man. He was my friend, and the friend of the Senora Ortegna; and that was the reason he gave you to the Senora Ortegna, because she had no child of her own; and I think your mother had a good many." "Oh," said Ramona, relieved for the moment at this new view of the situation, that the gift had not been as a charity to her, but to the Senora Ortegna. "Did the Senora Ortegna want a little daughter very much?" "Yes, very much indeed," said the Senora, heartily and with fervor. "She had grieved many years because she had no child." Silence again for a brief space, during which the little lonely heart, grappling with its vague instinct of loss and wrong, made wide thrusts into the perplexities hedging it about, and presently electrified the Senora by saying in a half whisper, "Why did not my father bring me to you first? Did he know you did not want any daughter?" The Senora was dumb for a second; then, recovering herself, she said, "Your father was the Senora Ortegna's friend more than he was mine. I was only a child then." "Of course you did not need any daughter when you had Felipe," continued Ramona, pursuing her original line of inquiry and reflection, without noticing the Senora's reply. "A son is more than a daughter; but most people have both," eyeing the Senora keenly, to see what response this would bring. But the Senora was weary and uncomfortable with the talk. At the very mention of Felipe, a swift flash of consciousness of her inability to love Ramona had swept through her mind. "Ramona," she said firmly, "while you are a little girl, you cannot understand any of these things. When you are a woman, I will tell you all that I know myself about your father and your mother. It is very little. Your father died when you were only 2 years old. All that you have to do is to be a good child and say your prayers, and when Father Salvierderra comes, he will be pleased with you. And he will not be pleased if you ask troublesome questions. Don't ever speak to me again about this. When the proper time comes, I will tell you myself." This was when Ramona was 10. She was now 19. She had never again asked the Senora a question bearing on the forbidden subject. She had been a good child, and said her prayers, and Father Salvierderra had been always pleased with her, growing more and more deeply attached to her year by year. But the proper time had not yet come for the Senora to tell her anything more about her father and mother. There were few mornings on which the girl did not think, "Perhaps it may be to day that she will tell me." But she would not ask. Every word of that conversation was as vivid in her mind as it had been the day it occurred; and it would hardly be an exaggeration to say that every day of the whole 9 years had deepened in her heart the conviction which had prompted the child's question, "Did he know that you did not want any daughter?" A nature less gentle than Ramona's would have been embittered, or at least hardened, by this consciousness; but Ramona's was not. She never put it in words to herself. She accepted it, as those born deformed seem sometimes to accept the pain and isolation caused by their deformity with an unquestioning acceptance, which is as far above resignation as resignation is above rebellious repining. No one would have known, from Ramona's face, manner, or habitual conduct, that she had ever experienced a sorrow or had a care. Her face was sunny, she had a joyous voice, and never was seen to pass a human being without a cheerful greeting, to highest and lowest the same. Her industry was tireless. She had had 2 years at school, in the convent of the Sacred Heart at Los Angeles, where the Senora had placed her at much personal sacrifice, during one of the hardest times the Moreno estate had ever seen. Here she had won the affection of all the Sisters, who spoke of her habitually as "the blessed child." They had taught her all the dainty arts of lace weaving, embroidery, and simple fashions of painting and drawing, which they knew. Not overmuch learning out of books, but enough to make her a passionate lover of verse and romance. For serious study, or for deep thought, she had no vocation. She was a simple, joyous, gentle, clinging, faithful nature, like a clear brook rippling along in the sun, a nature as unlike as possible to the Senora's, with its mysterious depths and stormy, hidden currents. Of these Ramona was dimly conscious, and at times had a tender, sorrowful pity for the Senora, which she dared not show, and could only express by renewed industry, and tireless endeavor to fulfill every duty possible in the house. This gentle faithfulness was not wholly lost on Senora Moreno, though its source she never suspected; and it won no new recognition from her for Ramona, no increase of love. But there was one on whom not an act, not a look, not a smile of all this graciousness was thrown away. That one was Felipe. Daily, more and more, he wondered at his mother's lack of affection for Ramona. Nobody knew so well as he how far short she stopped of loving her. Felipe knew what it meant, how it felt to be loved by the Senora Moreno; but Felipe had learned while he was a boy that one sure way to displease his mother was to appear to be aware that she did not treat Ramona as she treated him; and long before he had become a man, he had acquired the habit of keeping to himself most of the things he thought and felt about his little playmate sister, a dangerous habit, out of which were slowly ripening bitter fruits for the Senora's gathering in later years. Chapter 4. Of Ramona. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ramona, by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 4. It was longer even than the Senora had thought it would be before Father Salvierderra arrived. The old man had grown feeble during the year that she had not seen him, and it was a very short day's journey that he could make now without too great fatigue. It was not only his body that had failed; he had lost heart, and the miles which would have been nothing to him, had he walked in the companionship of hopeful and happy thoughts, stretched out wearily as he brooded over sad memories and still sadder anticipations, the downfall of the Missions, the loss of their vast estates, and the growing power of the ungodly in the land. The final decision of the United States Government in regard to the Mission lands had been a terrible blow to him. He had devoutly believed that ultimate restoration of these great estates to the Church was inevitable. In the long vigils which he always kept when at home at the Franciscan monastery in Santa Barbara, kneeling on the stone pavement in the church, and praying ceaselessly from midnight till dawn, he had often had visions vouchsafed him of a new dispensation, in which the Mission establishments should be reinstated in all their old splendor and prosperity, and their Indian converts again numbered by tens of thousands. Long after every one knew that this was impossible, he would narrate these visions with the faith of an old Bible seer, and declare that they must come true, and that it was a sin to despond. But as year after year he journeyed up and down the country, seeing at Mission after Mission the buildings crumbling into ruin, the lands all taken, sold, resold, and settled by greedy speculators, the Indian converts disappearing, driven back to their original wildernesses, the last traces of the noble work of his order being rapidly swept away, his courage faltered, his faith died out. Changes in the manners and customs of his order itself also were giving him deep pain. He was a Franciscan of the same type as Francis of Assisi, to wear a shoe in place of a sandal, to take money in a purse for a journey, above all to lay aside the gray gown and cowl for any sort of secular garment, seemed to him wicked. To own comfortable clothes while there were others suffering for want of them, and there were always such, seemed to him a sin for which one might not undeservedly be smitten with sudden and terrible punishment. In vain the Brothers again and again supplied him with a warm cloak; he gave it away to the first beggar he met; and as for food, the refectory would have been left bare, and the whole brotherhood starving, if the supplies had not been carefully hidden and locked, so that Father Salvierderra could not give them all away. He was fast becoming that most tragic, yet often sublime sight, a man who has survived not only his own time, but the ideas and ideals of it. Earth holds no sharper loneliness. The bitterness of exile, the anguish of friendlessness at their utmost are in it, and yet it is so much greater than they, that even they seem small part of it. It was with thoughts such as these that Father Salvierderra drew near the home of the Senora Moreno in the late afternoon of one of those midsummer days of which Southern California has so many in spring. The almonds had bloomed and the blossoms fallen; the apricots also, and the peaches and pears; on all the orchards of these fruits had come a filmy tint of green, so light that it was hardly more than a shadow on the gray. The willows were vivid light green, and the orange groves dark and glossy like laurel. The billowy hills on either side the valley were covered with verdure and bloom, myriads of low blossoming plants, so close to the earth that their tints lapped and overlapped on each other and on the green of the grass, as feathers in fine plumage overlap each other and blend into a changeful color. The countless curves, hollows, and crests of the coast hills in Southern California heighten these chameleon effects of the spring verdure. They are like nothing in nature except the glitter of a brilliant lizard in the sun, or the iridescent sheen of a peacock's neck. Father Salvierderra paused many times to gaze at the beautiful picture. Flowers were always dear to the Franciscans. Saint Francis himself permitted all decorations which could be made of flowers. He classed them with his brothers and sisters, the sun, moon, and stars, all members of the sacred choir praising God. It was melancholy to see how, after each one of these pauses, each fresh drinking in of the beauty of the landscape and the balmy air, the old man resumed his slow pace, with a long sigh and his eyes cast down. The fairer this beautiful land, the sadder to know it lost to the Church; alien hands reaping its fulness, establishing new customs, new laws. All the way down the coast from Santa Barbara he had seen, at every stopping place, new tokens of the settling up of the country; farms opening, towns growing, the Americans pouring in at all points to reap the advantages of their new possessions. It was this which had made his journey heavy hearted, and made him feel, in approaching the Senora Moreno's, as if he were coming to one of the last sure strongholds of the Catholic faith left in the country. When he was within 2 miles of the house, he struck off from the highway into a narrow path that he recollected led by a short cut through the hills, and saved nearly a third of the distance. It was more than a year since he had trod this path, and as he found it growing fainter and fainter, and more overgrown with the wild mustard, he said to himself, "I think no one can have passed through here this year." As he proceeded, he found the mustard growing thicker and thicker. The wild mustard in Southern California is like that spoken of in the New Testament, in the branches of which the birds of the air may rest. Coming up out of the earth, so slender a stem that dozens can find starting point in an inch, it darts up, a slender straight shoot, 5, 10, 20 feet, with hundreds of fine feathery branches locking and interlocking with all the other hundreds around it, till it is an inextricable network, like lace. Then it bursts into yellow blooms still finer, more feathery and lace like. The stems are so infinitesimally small, and of so dark a green, that at a short distance they do not show, and the cloud of blossoms seems floating in the air; at times it looks like golden dust. With a clear blue sky behind it, as it is often seen, it looks like a golden snowstorm. The plant is a tyrant and a nuisance, the terror of the farmer; it takes riotous possession of a whole field in a season. Once in, never out; for one plant this year, a million the next. But it is impossible to wish that the land were freed from it. Its gold is as distinct a value to the eye as the nugget gold is in the pocket. Father Salvierderra soon found himself in a veritable thicket of these delicate branches, high above his head, and so interlaced that he could make headway only by slowly and patiently disentangling them, as one would disentangle a skein of silk. It was a fantastic sort of dilemma, and not unpleasing. Except that the Father was in haste to reach his journey's end, he would have enjoyed threading his way through the golden meshes. Suddenly he heard faint notes of singing. He paused, listened. It was the voice of a woman. It was slowly drawing nearer, apparently from the direction in which he was going. At intervals it ceased abruptly, then began again, as if by a sudden but brief interruption, like that made by question and answer. Then, peering ahead through the mustard blossoms, he saw them waving and bending, and heard sounds as if they were being broken. Evidently some one entering on the path from the opposite end had been caught in the fragrant thicket as he was. The notes grew clearer, though still low and sweet as the twilight notes of the thrush. The mustard branches waved more and more violently. Light steps were now to be heard. Father Salvierderra stood still as one in a dream, his eyes straining forward into the golden mist of blossoms. In a moment more came, distinct and clear to his ear, the beautiful words of the second stanza of Saint Francis's inimitable lyric, the Canticle of the Sun. "Praise be to Thee, O Lord, for all Thy creatures, and especially for our brother the sun, who illuminates the day, and by his beauty and splendor shadows forth unto us Thine." "Ramona!" exclaimed the Father, his thin cheeks flushing with pleasure. "The blessed child!" And as he spoke, her face came into sight, set in a swaying frame of the blossoms, as she parted them lightly to right and left with her hands, and half crept, half danced through the loophole openings thus made. Father Salvierderra was past 80, but his blood was not too old to move quicker at the sight of this picture. A man must be dead not to thrill at it. Ramona's beauty was of the sort to be best enhanced by the waving gold which now framed her face. She had just enough of olive tint in her complexion to underlie and enrich her skin, without making it swarthy. Her hair was like her Indian mother's, heavy and black, but her eyes were like her father's, steel blue. Only those who came very near to Ramona knew, however, that her eyes were blue, for the heavy black eyebrows and long black lashes so shaded and shadowed them that they looked black as night. At the same instant that Father Salvierderra first caught sight of her face, Ramona also saw him, and crying out joyfully, "Ah, Father, I knew you would come by this path, and something told me you were near," she sprang forward and sank on her knees before him, bowing her head for his blessing. In silence he laid his hands on her brow. It would not have been easy for him to speak to her at that first moment. She had looked to the devout old monk as she sprang through the cloud of golden flowers, the sun falling on her bared head, her cheeks flushed, her eyes shining, more like an apparition of an angel or saint than like the flesh and blood maiden whom he had carried in his arms when she was a babe. "We have been waiting, waiting, oh, so long for you, Father," she said, rising. "We began to fear that you might be ill. The shearers have been sent for, and will be here to night, and that was the reason I felt so sure you would come. I knew the Virgin would bring you in time for mass in the chapel on the first morning." The monk smiled, half sadly. "Would there were more with such faith as yours, daughter," he said. "Are all well on the place?" "Yes, Father, all well," she answered. "Felipe has been ill with a fever, but he is out now, these 10 days, and fretting for your coming." Ramona would have liked to have said the literal truth, fretting for the sheep shearing, but recollected herself in time. "And the Senora?" said the Father. "She is well," answered Ramona, gently, but with a slight change of tone, so slight as to be almost imperceptible, but an acute observer would have always detected it in the girl's tone whenever she spoke of the Senora Moreno. "And you, are you well yourself, Father?" she asked affectionately, noting with her quick, loving eye how feebly the old man walked, and that he carried what she had never before seen in his hand, a stout staff to steady his steps. "You must be very tired with the long journey on foot." "Ay, Ramona, I am tired," he replied. "Old age is conquering me. It will not be many times more that I shall see this place." "Oh, do not say that, Father," cried Ramona. "You can ride when it tires you too much to walk. The Senora said only the other day that she wished you would let her give you a horse; that it was not right for you to take these long journeys on foot. You know we have hundreds of horses. It is nothing, one horse," she added, seeing the Father slowly shake his head. "No," he said, "it is not that. I could not refuse anything at the hands of the Senora. But it was the rule of our order to go on foot. We must deny the flesh. Look at our beloved master in this land, Father Junipero, when he was past 80, walking from San Diego to Monterey, and all the while a running ulcer in one of his legs, for which most men would have taken to a bed, to be healed. It is a sinful fashion that is coming in, for monks to take their ease doing God's work. I can no longer walk swiftly, but I must walk all the more diligently." While they were talking, they had been slowly moving forward, Ramona slightly in advance, gracefully bending the mustard branches, and holding them down till the Father had followed in her steps. As they came out from the thicket, she exclaimed, laughing, "There is Felipe in the willows. I told him I was coming to meet you, and he laughed at me. Now he will see I was right." Astonished enough, Felipe, hearing voices, looked up, and saw Ramona and the Father approaching. Throwing down the knife with which he had been cutting the willows, he hastened to meet them, and dropped on his knees, as Ramona had done, for the monk's blessing. As he knelt there, the wind blowing his hair loosely off his brow, his large brown eyes lifted in gentle reverence to the Father's face, and his face full of affectionate welcome, Ramona thought to herself, as she had thought hundreds of times since she became a woman, "How beautiful Felipe is! No wonder the Senora loves him so much. If I had been beautiful like that, she would have liked me better." Never was a little child more unconscious of her own beauty than Ramona still was. All the admiration which was expressed to her in word and look, she took for simple kindness and good will. Her face, as she herself saw it in her glass, did not please her. She compared her straight, massive black eyebrows with Felipe's, arched and delicately penciled, and found her own ugly. The expression of gentle repose which her countenance wore seemed to her an expression of stupidity. "Felipe looks so bright," she thought, as she noted his mobile, changing face, never for 2 successive seconds the same. "There is nobody like Felipe." And when his brown eyes were fixed on her, as they so often were, in a long, lingering gaze, she looked steadily back into their velvet depths, with an abstracted sort of intensity which profoundly puzzled Felipe. It was this look, more than any other one thing, which had for 2 years held Felipe's tongue in leash, as it were, and made it impossible for him to say to Ramona any of the loving things of which his heart had been full ever since he could remember. The boy had spoken them unhesitatingly, unconsciously, but the man found himself suddenly afraid. "What is it she thinks when she looks into my eyes so?" he wondered. If he had known that the thing she was usually thinking was simply, "How much handsomer brown eyes are than blue! I wish my eyes were the color of Felipe's," he would have perceived, perhaps, what would have saved him sorrow, if he had known it, that a girl who looked at a man thus would be hard to win to look at him as a lover. But being a lover, he could not see this. He saw only enough to perplex and deter him. As they drew near the house, Ramona saw Margarita standing at the gate of the garden. She was holding something white in her hands, looking down at it, and crying piteously. As she perceived Ramona, she made an eager leap forward, and then shrank back again, making dumb signals of distress to her. Her whole attitude was one of misery and entreaty. Margarita was, of all the maids, most beloved by Ramona. Though they were nearly of the same age, it had been Margarita who first had charge of Ramona. The nurse and her charge had played together, grown up together, become women together, and were now, although Margarita never presumed on the relation, or forgot to address Ramona as Senorita, more like friends than like mistress and maid. "Pardon me, Father," said Ramona. "I see that Margarita there is in trouble. I will leave Felipe to go with you to the house. I will be with you again in a few moments." And kissing his hand, she flew rather than ran across the field to the foot of the garden. Before she reached the spot, Margarita had dropped on the ground and buried her face in her hands. A mass of crumpled and stained linen lay at her feet. "What is it? What has happened, Margarita mia?" cried Ramona, in the affectionate Spanish phrase. For answer, Margarita removed one wet hand from her eyes, and pointed with a gesture of despair to the crumpled linen. Sobs choked her voice, and she buried her face again in her hands. Ramona stooped and lifted one corner of the linen. An involuntary cry of dismay broke from her, at which Margarita's sobs redoubled, and she gasped out, "Yes, Senorita, it is totally ruined. It can never be mended, and it will be needed for the mass to morrow morning. When I saw the Father coming by your side, I prayed to the Virgin to let me die. The Senora will never forgive me." It was indeed a sorry sight. The white linen altar cloth, the cloth which the Senora Moreno had with her own hands made into one solid front of beautiful lace of the Mexican fashion, by drawing out part of the threads and sewing the remainder into intricate patterns, the cloth which had always been on the altar when mass was said since Margarita's and Ramona's earliest recollections, there it lay, torn, stained, as if it had been dragged through muddy brambles. In silence, aghast, Ramona opened it out and held it up. "How did it happen, Margarita?" she whispered, glancing in terror up towards the house. "Oh, that is the worst of it, Senorita," sobbed the girl. "That is the worst of it. If it were not for that, I would not be so afraid. If it had happened any other way, the Senora might have forgiven me; but she never will. I would rather die than tell her;" and she shook from head to foot. "Stop crying, Margarita," said Ramona, firmly, "and tell me all about it. It isn't so bad as it looks. I think I can mend it." "Oh, the saints bless you!" cried Margarita, looking up for the first time. "Do you really think you can mend it, Senorita? If you will mend that lace, I'll go on my knees for you all the rest of my life." Ramona laughed in spite of herself. "You'll serve me better by keeping on your feet," she said merrily, at which Margarita laughed too through her tears. They were both young. "Oh, but Senorita," Margarita began again in a tone of anguish, her tears flowing afresh, "there is not time. It must be washed and ironed to night, for the mass to morrow morning, and I have to help at the supper. Anita and Rosa are both ill in bed, you know, and Maria has gone away for a week. The Senora said if the Father came to night, I must help mother, and must wait on table. It cannot be done. I was just going to iron it now, and found it so." It was in the artichoke patch, and Capitan the beast had been tossing it among the sharp pricks of the old last year's seeds. "In the artichoke patch!" ejaculated Ramona. "How under heavens did it get there?" "Oh, that was what I meant, Senorita, when I said she would never forgive me. She has forbidden me many times to hang anything to dry on the fence there; and if I had only washed it when she first told me 2 days ago, all would have been well. But I forgot it till this afternoon, and there was no sun in the court to dry it, and you know how the sun lies on the artichoke patch, and I put a strong cloth over the fence, so that the wood should not pierce the lace, and I did not leave it more than half an hour, just while I said a few words to Luigo. and there was no wind, and I believe the saints must have fetched it down to the ground to punish me for my disobedience." Ramona had been, all this time, carefully smoothing out the torn places. "It is not so bad as it looks," she said. "If it were not for the hurry, there would be no trouble in mending it. But I will do it the best that I can, so that it will not show for to morrow, and then, after the Father is gone, I can repair it at leisure, and make it just as good as new. I think I can mend it and wash it before dark;" and she glanced at the sun. "Oh, yes, there are good 3 hours of daylight yet. I can do it. You put the irons on the fire to have them hot, to iron it as soon as it is partly dried. You will see it will not show that anything has happened to it." "Will the Senora know?" asked poor Margarita, calmed and reassured, but still in mortal terror. Ramona turned her steady glance full on Margarita's face. "You would not be any happier if she were deceived, do you think?" she said gravely. "Oh, Senorita, after it is mended, if it really does not show?" pleaded the girl. "I will tell her myself, and not till after it is mended," said Ramona; but she did not smile. "Ah, Senorita," said Margarita, deprecatingly, "you do not know what it is to have the Senora displeased with one." "Nothing can be so bad as to be displeased with one's self," retorted Ramona, as she walked swiftly away to her room with the linen rolled up under her arm. Luckily for Margarita's cause, she met no one on the way. The Senora herself had welcomed Father Salvierderra at the foot of the veranda steps, and had immediately closeted herself with him. She had much to say to him, much about which she wished his help and counsel, and much which she wished to learn from him as to affairs in the Church and in the country generally. Felipe had gone off at once to find Juan Canito, to see if everything were ready for the sheep shearing to begin on the next day, if the shearers arrived in time; and there was very good chance of their coming in by sundown this day, Felipe thought, for he had privately instructed his messenger to make all possible haste, and to impress on the Indians the urgent need of their losing no time on the road. It had been a great concession on the Senora's part to allow the messenger to be sent off before she had positive intelligence as to the Father's movements; but as day after day passed and no news came, even she perceived that it would not do to put off the sheep shearing much longer, or, as Juan Canito said, forever. The Father might have fallen ill, and if that were so, it might very easily be weeks before they heard of it, so scanty were the means of communication between the remote places on his route of visitation. The messenger had therefore been sent to summon the Temecula shearers, and Senora had resigned herself to the inevitable, piously praying, however, morning and night, and at odd moments in the day, that the Father might arrive before the Indians did. When she saw him coming up the garden walk, leaning on the arm of her Felipe, on the afternoon of the very day which was the earliest possible day for the Indians to arrive, it was not strange that she felt, mingled with the joy of her greeting to her long loved friend and confessor, a triumphant exultation that the saints had heard her prayers. In the kitchen all was bustle and stir. The coming of any guest into the house was a signal for unwonted activities there; even the coming of Father Salvierderra, who never knew whether the soup had force meat balls in it or not, old Marda said; and that was to her the last extreme of indifference to good things of the flesh. But if he will not eat, he can see, she said; and her pride for herself and for the house was enlisted in setting forth as goodly an array of viands as her larder afforded. She grew suddenly fastidious over the size and color of the cabbages to go into the beef pot, and threw away one whole saucepan full of rice, because Margarita had put only one onion instead of two. "Have I not told you again and again that for the Father it is always 2 onions?" she exclaimed. "It is the dish he most favors of all; and it is a pity, too, old as he is. It makes him no blood. It is good beef he should take now." The dining room was on the opposite side of the courtyard from the kitchen, and there was a perpetual procession of small messengers going back and forth between the rooms. It was the highest ambition of each child to be allowed to fetch and carry dishes in the preparation of the meals at all times; but when by so doing they could perchance get a glimpse through the dining room door, open on the veranda, of strangers and guests, their restless rivalry became unmanageable. Poor Margarita, between her own private anxieties and her multiplied duties of helping in the kitchen and setting the table, restraining and overseeing her army of infant volunteers, was nearly distraught; not so distraught, however, but that she remembered and found time to seize a lighted candle in the kitchen, run and set it before the statue of Saint Francis of Paula in her bedroom, hurriedly whispering a prayer that the lace might be made whole like new. Several times before the afternoon had waned she snatched a moment to fling herself down at the statue's feet and pray her foolish little prayer over again. We think we are quite sure that it is a foolish little prayer when people pray to have torn lace made whole; but it would be hard to show the odds between asking that and asking that it may rain or that the sick may get well. As the grand old Russian says, what men usually ask for, when they pray to God, is that two and two may not make four. All the same, he is to be pitied who prays not. It was only the thought of that candle at Saint Francis's feet which enabled Margarita to struggle through this anxious and unhappy afternoon and evening. At last supper was ready, a great dish of spiced beef and cabbage in the centre of the table, a tureen of thick soup with force meat balls and red peppers in it, two red earthen platters heaped, one with the boiled rice and onions, the other with the delicious frijoles (beans), so dear to all Mexican hearts, cut glass dishes filled with hot stewed pears or preserved quinces or grape jelly, plates of frosted cakes of various sorts, and a steaming silver tea kettle, from which went up an aroma of tea such as had never been bought or sold in all California, the Senora's one extravagance and passion. "Where is Ramona?" asked the Senora, surprised and displeased, as she entered the dining room. "Margarita, go tell the Senorita that we are waiting for her." Margarita started tremblingly, with flushed face, towards the door. What would happen now? "O Saint Francis," she inwardly prayed, "help us this once!" "Stay," said Felipe. "Do not call Senorita Ramona." Then turning to his mother, "Ramona cannot come. She is not in the house. She has a duty to perform for to morrow," he said; and he looked meaningly at his mother, adding, "We will not wait for her." Much bewildered, the Senora took her seat at the head of the table in a mechanical way, and began, "But" Felipe, seeing that questions were to follow, interrupted her. "I have just spoken with her. It is impossible for her to come;" and turning to Father Salvierderra, he at once engaged him in conversation, and left the baffled Senora to bear her unsatisfied curiosity as best she could. Margarita looked at Felipe with an expression of profound gratitude, which he did not observe, and would not in the least have understood; for Ramona had not confided to him any details of the disaster. Seeing him under her window, she had called cautiously to him, and said, "Dear Felipe, do you think you can save me from having to come to supper? A dreadful accident has happened to the altar cloth, and I must mend it and wash it, and there is barely time before dark. Don't let them call me. I shall be down at the brook, and they will not find me, and your mother will be displeased." This wise precaution of Ramona's was the salvation of everything, so far as the altar cloth was concerned. The rents had proved far less serious than she had feared. The daylight held out till the last of them was skilfully mended; and just as the red beams of the sinking sun came streaming through the willow trees at the foot of the garden, Ramona, darting down the garden, had reached the brook, and kneeling on the grass, had dipped the linen into the water. Her hurried working over the lace, and her anxiety, had made her cheeks scarlet. As she ran down the garden, her comb had loosened and her hair had fallen to her waist. Stooping only to pick up the comb and thrust it in her pocket, she had sped on, as it would soon be too dark for her to see the stains on the linen, and it was going to be no small trouble to get them out without fraying the lace. Her hair in disorder, her sleeves pinned loosely on her shoulders, her whole face aglow with the earnestness of her task, she bent low over the stones, rinsing the altar cloth up and down in the water, anxiously scanning it, then plunging it in again. The sunset beams played around her hair like a halo. The whole place was aglow with red light, and her face was kindled into transcendent beauty. A sound arrested her attention. She looked up. Forms, dusky black against the fiery western sky, were coming down the valley. It was the band of Indian shearers. They turned to the left, and went towards the sheep sheds and booths. But there was one of them that Ramona did not see. He had been standing for some minutes concealed behind a large willow tree a few rods from the place where Ramona was kneeling. It was Alessandro, son of Pablo Assis, captain of the shearing band. Walking slowly in advance of his men, he had felt a light, as from a mirror held in the sun, smite his eyes. It was the red sunbeam on the glittering water where Ramona knelt. In the same second he saw Ramona. He halted, as wild creatures of the forest halt at a sound, gazed, walked abruptly away from his men, who kept on, not noticing his disappearance. Cautiously he moved a few steps nearer, into the shelter of a gnarled old willow, from behind which he could gaze unperceived on the beautiful vision, for so it seemed to him. As he gazed, his senses seemed leaving him, and unconsciously he spoke aloud, "Christ, what shall I do?" End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Ramona. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ramona by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 5. The room in which Father Salvierderra always slept when at the Senora Moreno's house was the southeast corner room. It had a window to the south, and one to the east. When the first glow of dawn came in the sky, this eastern window was lit up as by a fire. The Father was always on watch for it, having usually been at prayer for hours. As the first ray reached the window, he would throw the casement wide open, and standing there with bared head, strike up the melody of the sunrise hymn sung in all devout Mexican families. It was a beautiful custom, not yet wholly abandoned. At the first dawn of light, the oldest member of the family arose, and began singing some hymn familiar to the household. It was the duty of each person hearing it to immediately rise, or at least sit up in bed, and join in the singing. In a few moments the whole family would be singing, and the joyous sounds pouring out from the house like the music of the birds in the fields at dawn. The hymns were usually invocations to the Virgin or to the saint of the day, and the melodies were sweet and simple. On this morning there was another watcher for the dawn besides Father Salvierderra. It was Alessandro, who had been restlessly wandering about since midnight, and had finally seated himself under the willow trees by the brook, at the spot where he had seen Ramona the evening before. He recollected this custom of the sunrise hymn when he and his band were at the Senora's the last year, and he had chanced then to learn that the Father slept in the southeast room. From the spot where he sat he could see the south window of this room. He could also see the low eastern horizon, at which a faint luminous line already showed. The sky was like amber. A few stars still shone faintly in the zenith. There was not a sound. It was one of those rare moments in which one can without difficulty realize the noiseless spinning of the earth through space. Alessandro knew nothing of this. He could not have been made to believe that the earth was moving. He thought the sun was coming up apace, and the earth was standing still, a belief just as grand, just as thrilling, so far as all that goes, as the other. Men worshipped the sun long before they found out that it stood still. Not the most reverent astronomer, with the mathematics of the heavens at his tongue's end, could have had more delight in the wondrous phenomenon of the dawn than did this simple minded, unlearned man. His eyes wandered from the horizon line of slowly increasing light to the windows of the house, yet dark and still. "Which window is hers? Will she open it when the song begins?" he thought. "Is it on this side of the house? Who can she be? She was not here last year. Saw the saints ever so beautiful a creature." At last came the full red ray across the meadow. Alessandro sprang to his feet. In the next second Father Salvierderra flung up his south window, and leaning out, his cowl thrown off, his thin gray locks streaming back, began in a feeble but not unmelodious voice to sing, "O beautiful queen, princess of heaven." Before he had finished the second line, a half dozen voices had joined in, the Senora from her room at the west end of the veranda, beyond the flowers; Felipe from the adjoining room; Ramona from hers, the next; and Margarita and other of the maids already astir in the wings of the house. As the volume of melody swelled, the canaries waked, and the finches and the linnets in the veranda roof. The tiles of this roof were laid on bundles of tule reeds, in which the linnets delighted to build their nests. The roof was alive with them, scores and scores, nay, hundreds, tame as chickens. Their tiny, shrill twitter was like the tuning of myriads of violins. "Singers at dawn from the heavens above people all regions. Gladly we too sing," continued the hymn, the birds corroborating the stanza. Then men's voices joined in, Juan and Luigo and a dozen more, walking slowly up from the sheepfolds. The hymn was a favorite one, known to all. "Come, O sinners, come, and we will sing tender hymns to our refuge," was the chorus, repeated after each of the 5 verses of the hymn. Alessandro also knew the hymn well. His father, Chief Pablo, had been the leader of the choir at the San Luis Rey Mission in the last years of its splendor, and had brought away with him much of the old choir music. Some of the books had been written by his own hand, on parchment. He not only sang well, but was a good player on the violin. There was not at any of the Missions so fine a band of performers on stringed instruments as at San Luis Rey. Father Peyri was passionately fond of music, and spared no pains in training all the neophytes under his charge who showed any special talent in that direction. Chief Pablo, after the breaking up of the Mission, had settled at Temecula with a small band of his Indians, and endeavored, so far as was in his power, to keep up the old religious services. The music in the little chapel of the Temecula Indians was a surprise to all who heard it. Alessandro had inherited his father's love and talent for music, and knew all the old Mission music by heart. This hymn to the "Beautiful Queen, Princess of Heaven," was one of his special favorites; and as he heard verse after verse rising, he could not forbear striking in. At the first notes of this rich new voice, Ramona's voice ceased in surprise, and throwing up her window, she leaned out, eagerly looking in all directions to see who it could be. Alessandro saw her, and sang no more. "What could it have been? Did I dream it?" thought Ramona, drew in her head, and began to sing again. With the next stanza of the chorus, the same rich baritone notes. They seemed to float in under all the rest, and bear them along, as a great wave bears a boat. Ramona had never heard such a voice. Felipe had a good tenor, and she liked to sing with him or to hear him; but this was from another world, this sound. Ramona felt every note of it penetrating her consciousness with a subtle thrill, almost like pain. When the hymn ended, she listened eagerly, hoping Father Salvierderra would strike up a second hymn, as he often did; but he did not this morning. There was too much to be done. Everybody was in a hurry to be at work. Windows shut, doors opened, the sounds of voices from all directions, ordering, questioning, answering, began to be heard. The sun rose and let a flood of workaday light on the whole place. Margarita ran and unlocked the chapel door, putting up a heartfelt thanksgiving to Saint Francis and the Senorita, as she saw the snowy altar cloth in its place, looking, from that distance at least, as good as new. The Indians and the shepherds and laborers of all sorts were coming towards the chapel. The Senora, with her best black silk handkerchief bound tight around her forehead, the ends hanging down each side of her face, making her look like an Assyrian princess, was descending the veranda steps, Felipe at her side; and Father Salvierderra had already entered the chapel before Ramona appeared, or Alessandro stirred from his vantage post of observation at the willows. When Ramona came out from the door, she bore in her hands a high silver urn filled with ferns. She had been for many days gathering and hoarding these. They were hard to find, growing in only one place in a rocky canon several miles away. As she stepped from the veranda to the ground, Alessandro walked slowly up the garden walk, facing her. She met his eyes, and without knowing why, thought, "That must be the Indian who sang." As she turned to the right and entered the chapel, Alessandro followed her hurriedly, and knelt on the stones close to the chapel door. He would be near when she came out. As he looked in at the door, he saw her glide up the aisle, place the ferns on the reading desk, and then kneel down by Felipe in front of the altar. Felipe turned towards her, smiling slightly, with a look as of secret intelligence. "Ah, Senor Felipe has married. She is his wife," thought Alessandro, and a strange pain seized him. He did not analyze it, hardly knew what it meant. He was only 21. He had not thought much about women. He was a distant, cold boy, his own people of the Temecula village said. It had come, they believed, of learning to read, which was always bad. Chief Pablo had not done his son any good by trying to make him like white men. If the Fathers could have stayed, and the life at the Mission have gone on, why, Alessandro could have had work to do for the Fathers, as his father had before him. Pablo had been Father Peyri's right hand man at the Mission, had kept all the accounts about the cattle, paid the wages, handled thousands of dollars of gold every month. But that was in the time of the king. It was very different now. The Americans would not let an Indian do anything but plow and sow and herd cattle. A man need not read and write to do that. Even Pablo sometimes doubted whether he had done wisely in teaching Alessandro all he knew himself. Pablo was, for one of his race, wise and far seeing. He perceived the danger threatening his people on all sides. Father Peyri, before he left the country, had said to him, "Pablo, your people will be driven like sheep to the slaughter unless you keep them together. Knit firm bonds between them, band them into pueblos, make them work, and above all keep peace with the whites. It is your only chance." Most strenuously Pablo had striven to obey Father Peyri's directions. He had set his people the example of constant industry, working steadily in his fields and caring well for his herds. He had built a chapel in his little village, and kept up forms of religious service there. Whenever there were troubles with the whites, or rumors of them, he went from house to house, urging, persuading, commanding his people to keep the peace. At one time, when there was an insurrection of some of the Indian tribes farther south, and for a few days it looked as if there would be a general Indian war, he removed the greater part of his band, men, women, and children, driving their flocks and herds with them to Los Angeles, and camped there for several days, that they might be identified with the whites in case hostilities became serious. But his labors did not receive the reward that they deserved. With every day that the intercourse between his people and the whites increased, he saw the whites gaining, his people surely losing ground, and his anxieties deepened. The Mexican owner of the Temecula valley, a friend of Father Peyri's, and a good friend also of Pablo's, had returned to Mexico in disgust with the state of affairs in California, and was reported to be lying at the point of death. This man's promise to Pablo, that he and his people should always live in the valley undisturbed, was all the title Pablo had to the village lands. In the days when the promise was given, it was all that was necessary. The lines marking off the Indians' lands were surveyed, and put on the map of the estate. No Mexican proprietor ever broke faith with an Indian family or village thus placed on his lands. But Pablo had heard rumors, which greatly disquieted him, that such pledges and surveyed lines as these were coming to be held as of no value, not binding on purchasers of grants. He was intelligent enough to see that if this were so, he and his people were ruined. All these perplexities and fears he confided to Alessandro. Long, anxious hours the father and son spent together, walking back and forth in the village, or sitting in front of their little adobe house, discussing what could be done. There was always the same ending to the discussion, a long sigh, and "We must wait. We can do nothing." No wonder Alessandro seemed, to the more ignorant and thoughtless young men and women of his village, a cold and distant lad. He was made old before his time. He was carrying in his heart burdens of which they knew nothing. So long as the wheat fields came up well, and there was no drought, and the horses and sheep had good pasture, in plenty on the hills, the Temecula people could be merry, go day by day to their easy work, play games at sunset, and sleep sound all night. But Alessandro and his father looked beyond; and this was the one great reason why Alessandro had not yet thought about women in way of love. This, and also the fact that even the little education he had received was sufficient to raise a slight barrier, of which he was unconsciously aware, between him and the maidens of the village. If a quick, warm fancy for any one of them ever stirred in his veins, he found himself soon, he knew not how, cured of it. For a dance, or a game, or a friendly chat, for the trips into the mountains after acorns, or to the marshes for grasses and reeds, he was their good comrade, and they were his. But never had the desire to take one of them for his wife entered into Alessandro's mind. The vista of the future, for him, was filled full by thoughts which left no room for love's dreaming. One purpose and one fear filled it. The purpose, to be his father's worthy successor, for Pablo was old now, and very feeble. The fear, that exile and ruin were in store for them all. It was of these things he had been thinking as he walked alone, in advance of his men, on the previous night, when he first saw Ramona kneeling at the brook. Between that moment and the present, it seemed to Alessandro that some strange miracle must have happened to him. The purposes and the fears had alike gone. A face replaced them. A vague wonder, pain, joy, he knew not what, filled him so to overflowing that he was bewildered. If he had been what the world calls a civilized man, he would have known instantly, and would have been capable of weighing, analyzing, and reflecting on his sensations at leisure. But he was not a civilized man. He had to bring to bear on his present situation only simple, primitive, uneducated instincts and impulses. If Ramona had been a maiden of his own people or race, he would have drawn near to her as quickly as iron to the magnet. But now, if he had gone so far as to even think of her in such a way, she would have been, to his view, as far removed from him as was the morning star beneath whose radiance he had that morning watched, hoping for sight of her at her window. He did not, however, go so far as to thus think of her. Even that would have been impossible. He only knelt on the stones outside the chapel door, mechanically repeating the prayers with the rest, waiting for her to reappear. He had no doubt now that she was Senor Felipe's wife. All the same, he wished to kneel there till she came out, that he might see her face again. His vista of purpose, fear, hope, had narrowed now down to that, just one more sight of her. Ever so civilized, he could hardly have worshipped a woman better. The mass seemed to him endlessly long. Until near the last he forgot to sing. Then, in the closing of the final hymn, he suddenly remembered, and the clear, deep toned voice pealed out as before, like the undertone of a great sea wave sweeping along. Ramona heard the first note, and felt again the same thrill. She was as much a musician born as Alessandro himself. As she rose from her knees, she whispered to Felipe, "Felipe, do find out which one of those Indians it is has that superb voice. I never heard anything like it." "Oh, that is Alessandro," replied Felipe, "old Pablo's son. He is a splendid fellow. Don't you recollect his singing 2 years ago?" "I was not here," replied Ramona. "You forget." "Ah, yes, so you were away. I had forgotten," said Felipe. "Well, he was here. They made him captain of the shearing band, though he was only 20, and he managed the men splendidly. They saved nearly all their money to carry home, and I never knew them to do such a thing before. Father Salvierderra was here, which might have had something to do with it; but I think it was quite as much Alessandro. He plays the violin beautifully. I hope he has brought it along. He plays the old San Luis Rey music. His father was bandmaster there." Ramona's eyes kindled with pleasure. "Does your mother like it, to have him play?" she asked. Felipe nodded. "We'll have him up on the veranda to night," he said. While this whispered colloquy was going on, the chapel had emptied, the Indians and Mexicans all hurrying out to set about the day's work. Alessandro lingered at the doorway as long as he dared, till he was sharply called by Juan Canito, looking back. "What are you gaping at there, you Alessandro? Hurry now, and get your men to work. After waiting till near midsummer for this shearing, we'll make as quick work of it as we can. Have you got your best shearers here?" "Ay, that I have," answered Alessandro. "Not a man of them but can shear his 100 in a day. There is not such a band as ours in all San Diego County; and we don't turn out the sheep all bleeding, either. You'll see scarce a scratch on their sides." "Humph!" retorted Juan Can. "'Tis a poor shearer, indeed, that draws blood to speak of. I've sheared many 1,000 sheep in my day, and never a red stain on the shears; but the Mexicans have always been famed for good shearers." Juan's invidious emphasis on the word Mexicans did not escape Alessandro. "And we Indians also," he answered good naturedly, betraying no annoyance. "But as for these Americans, I saw one at work the other day, that man Lomax, who settled near Temecula, and upon my faith, Juan Can, I thought it was a slaughter pen, and not a shearing. The poor beasts limped off with the blood running." Juan did not see his way clear at the moment to any fitting rejoinder to this easy assumption on Alessandro's part, of the equal superiority of Indians and Mexicans in the sheep shearing art; so, much vexed, with another "Humph!" he walked away, so fast that he lost the sight of a smile on Alessandro's face, which would have vexed him still further. At the sheep shearing sheds and pens, all was stir and bustle. The shearing shed was a huge caricature of a summer house, a long, narrow structure, 60 feet long by 20 or 30 wide, all roof and pillars, no walls; the supports, slender, rough posts as far apart as was safe for the upholding of the roof, which was of rough planks, loosely laid from beam to beam. On 3 sides of this were the sheep pens filled with sheep and lambs. A few rods away stood the booths in which the shearers' food was to be cooked and the shearers fed. These were mere temporary affairs, roofed only by willow boughs, with the leaves left on. Near these the Indians had already arranged their camp. A hut or two of green boughs had been built, but for the most part they would sleep rolled up in their blankets on the ground. There was a brisk wind, and the gay colored wings of the windmill blew furiously round and round, pumping out into the tank below a stream of water so swift and strong that as the men crowded around, whetting and sharpening their knives, they got well splattered, and had much merriment pushing and elbowing each other into the spray. A high four posted frame stood close to the shed. In this, swung from the four corners, hung one of the great sacking bags in which the fleeces were to be packed. A big pile of bags lay on the ground at the foot of the posts. Juan Can eyed them with a chuckle. "We'll fill more than those before night, Senor Felipe," he said. He was in his element, Juan Can, at shearing times. Then came his reward for the somewhat monotonous and stupid year's work. The world held no better feast for his eyes than the sight of a long row of big bales of fleece, tied, stamped with the Moreno brand, ready to be drawn away to the mills. "Now there is something substantial," he thought. "No chance of wool going amiss in market." If a year's crop were good, Juan's happiness was assured for the next 6 months. If it proved poor, he turned devout immediately, and spent the next 6 months calling on the saints for better luck, and redoubling his exertions with the sheep. On one of the posts of the shed, short projecting slats were nailed, like half rounds of a ladder. Lightly as a rope walker, Felipe ran up these to the roof, and took his stand there, ready to take the fleeces and pack them in the bags as fast as they should be tossed up from below. Luigo, with a big leathern wallet fastened in front of him, filled with 5-cent pieces, took his stand in the centre of the shed. The 30 shearers, running into the nearest pen, dragged each his sheep into the shed. In a twinkling of an eye had the creature between his knees, helpless, immovable, and the sharp sound of the shears set in. The sheep shearing had begun. No rest now; not a second's silence from the bleating, baaing, opening and shutting, clicking, sharpening of shears, flying of fleeces through the air to the roof, pressing and stamping them down in the bales; not a second's intermission, except the hour of rest at noon, from sunrise till sunset, till the whole 8,000 of the Senora Moreno's sheep were shorn. It was a dramatic spectacle. As soon as a sheep was shorn, the shearer ran with the fleece in his hand to Luigo, threw it down on a table, received his 5-cent piece, dropped it in his pocket, ran to the pen, dragged out another sheep, and in less than 5 minutes was back again with a second fleece. The shorn sheep, released, bounded off into another pen, where, light in the head, no doubt, from being 3 to 5 pounds lighter on their legs, they trotted round bewilderedly for a moment, then flung up their heels and capered for joy. It was warm work. The dust from the fleeces and the trampling feet filled the air. As the sun rose higher in the sky, the sweat poured off the men's faces; and Felipe, standing without shelter on the roof, found out very soon that he had by no means yet got back his full strength since the fever. Long before noon, except for sheer pride and for the recollection of Juan Canito's speech, he would have come down and yielded his place to the old man. But he was resolved not to give up, and he worked on, though his face was purple and his head throbbing. After the bag of fleeces is half full, the packer stands in it, jumping with his full weight on the wool, as he throws in the fleeces, to compress them as much as possible. When Felipe began to do this, he found that he had indeed overrated his strength. As the first cloud of the sickening dust came up, enveloping his head, choking his breath, he turned suddenly dizzy, and calling faintly, "Juan, I am ill," sank helpless down in the wool. He had fainted. At Juan Canito's scream of dismay, a great hubbub and outcry arose. All saw instantly what had happened. Felipe's head was hanging limp over the edge of the bag, Juan in vain endeavoring to get sufficient foothold by his side to lift him. One after another the men rushed up the ladder, until they were all standing, a helpless, excited crowd, on the roof, one proposing one thing, one another. Only Luigo had had the presence of mind to run to the house for help. The Senora was away from home. She had gone with Father Salvierderra to a friend's house, a half day's journey off. But Ramona was there. Snatching all she could think of in way of restoratives, she came flying back with Luigo, followed by every servant of the establishment, all talking, groaning, gesticulating, suggesting, wringing their hands, as disheartening a babel as ever made bad matters worse. Reaching the shed, Ramona looked up at the roof, bewildered. "Where is he?" she cried. The next instant she saw his head, held in Juan Canito's arms, just above the edge of the wool bag. She groaned, "Oh, how will he ever be lifted out?" "I will lift him, Senora," cried Alessandro, coming to the front. "I am very strong. Do not be afraid. I will bring him safe down." And swinging himself down the ladder, he ran swiftly to the camp, and returned, bringing in his hands blankets. Springing quickly to the roof again, he knotted the blankets firmly together, and tying them at the middle around his waist, threw the ends to his men, telling them to hold him firm. He spoke in the Indian tongue as he was hurriedly doing this, and Ramona did not at first understand his plan. But when she saw the Indians move a little back from the edge of the roof, holding the blankets firm grasped, while Alessandro stepped out on one of the narrow cross beams from which the bag swung, she saw what he meant to do. She held her breath. Felipe was a slender man. Alessandro was much heavier, and many inches taller. Still, could any man carry such a burden safely on that narrow beam? Ramona looked away and shut her eyes, through the silence which followed. It was only a few moments, but it seemed an eternity before a glad murmur of voices told her that it was done, and looking up, she saw Felipe lying on the roof unconscious, his face white, his eyes shut. At this sight all the servants broke out afresh, weeping and wailing, "He is dead! He is dead!" Ramona stood motionless, her eyes fixed on Felipe's face. She too believed him dead, but her thought was of the Senora. "He is not dead!" cried Juan Canito, who had thrust his hand under Felipe's shirt. "He is not dead. It is only a faint." At this the first tears rolled down Ramona's face. She looked piteously at the ladder, up and down which she had seen Alessandro run as if it were an easy indoor staircase. "If I could only get up there," she said, looking from one to another. "I think I can;" and she put one foot on the lower round. "Holy Virgin!" cried Juan Can, seeing her movement. "Senorita, Senorita, do not attempt it. It is not too easy for a man. You will break your neck. He is fast coming to his senses." Alessandro caught the words. Spite of all the confusion and terror of the scene, his heart heard the word Senorita. Ramona was not the wife of Felipe, or of any man. Yet Alessandro recollected that he had addressed her as Senora, and she did not seem surprised. Coming to the front of the group, he said, bending forward, "Senorita." There must have been something in the tone which made Ramona start. The simple word could not have done it. "Senorita," said Alessandro, "it will be nothing to bring Senor Felipe down the ladder. He is in my arms no more than one of the lambs yonder. I will bring him down as soon as he is recovered. He is better here till then. He will very soon be himself again. It was only the heat." Seeing that the expression of anxious distress did not grow less on Ramona's face, he continued in a tone still more earnest, "Will not the Senorita trust me to bring him safe down?" Ramona smiled faintly through her tears. "Yes," she said, "I will trust you. You are Alessandro, are you not?" "Yes, Senorita," he answered, greatly surprised. "I am Alessandro." Chapter 6. Of Ramona. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ramona by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 6. A bad beginning did not make a good ending of the Senora Moreno's sheep shearing this year. One as superstitiously prejudiced against Roman Catholic rule as she was in favor of it, would have found, in the way things fell out, ample reason for a belief that the Senora was being punished for having let all the affairs of her place come to a standstill to await the coming of an old monk. But the pious Senora, looking at the other side of the shield, was filled with gratitude that, since all this ill luck was to befall her, she had the good Father Salvierderra at her side to give her comfort and counsel. It was not yet quite noon of the first day when Felipe fainted and fell in the wool; and it was only a little past noon of the third when Juan Canito, who, not without some secret exultation, had taken Senor Felipe's place at the packing, fell from the cross beam to the ground, and broke his right leg, a bad break near the knee. And Juan Canito's bones were much too old for fresh knitting. He would never again be able to do more than hobble about on crutches, dragging along the useless leg. It was a cruel blow to the old man. He could not be resigned to it. He lost faith in his saints, and privately indulged in blasphemous beratings and reproaches of them, which would have filled the Senora with terror had she known that such blasphemies were being committed under her roof. "As many times as I have crossed that plank in my day," cried Juan, "only the fiends themselves could have made me trip; and there was that whole box of candles I paid for with my own money last month, and burned to Saint Francis in the chapel for this very sheep shearing. He may sit in the dark, for all me, to the end of time. He is no saint at all. What are they for, if not to keep us from harm when we pray to them? I'll pray no more. I believe the Americans are right who laugh at us." From morning till night, and nearly from night till morning, for the leg ached so he slept little, poor Juan groaned and grumbled and swore and grumbled and groaned. Taking care of him was enough, Margarita said, to wear out the patience of the Madonna herself. There was no pleasing him, whatever you did, and his tongue was never still a minute. For her part, she believed that it must be as he said, that the fiends had pushed him off the plank, and that the saints had had their reasons for leaving him to his fate. A coldness and suspicion gradually grew up in the minds of all the servants towards him. His own reckless language, combined with Margarita's reports, gave the superstitious fair ground for believing that something had gone mysteriously wrong, and that the Devil was in a fair way to get his soul, which was very hard for the old man, in addition to all the rest he had to bear. The only alleviation he had for his torments was in having his fellow servants, men and women, drop in, sit by his pallet, and chat with him, telling him all that was going on; and when by degrees they dropped off, coming more and more seldom, and one by one leaving off coming altogether, it was the one drop that overflowed his cup of misery, and he turned his face to the wall, left off grumbling, and spoke only when he must. This phase frightened Margarita even more than the first. Now she thought, surely the dumb terror and remorse of one who belongs to the Devil had seized him, and her hands trembled as she went through the needful ministrations for him each day. 3 months at least, the doctor, who had come from Ventura to set the leg, had said he must lie still in bed and be thus tended. 3 months, sighed Margarita. If I be not dead or gone crazy myself before the end of that be come. The Senora was too busy with Felipe to pay attention or give thought to Juan. Felipe's fainting had been the symptom and beginning of a fierce relapse of the fever, and he was lying in his bed, tossing and raving in delirium, always about the wool. "Throw them faster, faster! That's a good fleece, 5 pounds more, a round ton in those bales. Juan, Alessandro, Capitan! Jesus, how this sun burns my head!" Several times he had called Alessandro so earnestly that Father Salvierderra advised bringing Alessandro into the room, to see if by any chance there might have been something in his mind that he wished to say to him. But when Alessandro stood by the bedside, Felipe gazed at him vacantly, as he did at all the others, still repeating, however, "Alessandro! Alessandro!" "I think perhaps he wants Alessandro to play on his violin," sobbed out Ramona. "He was telling me how beautifully Alessandro played, and said he would have him up on the veranda in the evening to play to us." "We might try it," said Father Salvierderra. "Have you your violin here, Alessandro?" "Alas, no, Father," replied Alessandro. "I did not bring it." "Perhaps it would do him good if you were to sing, then," said Ramona. "He was speaking of your voice also." "Oh, try, try," said the Senora, turning to Alessandro. "Sing something low and soft." Alessandro walked from the bed to the open window, and after thinking for a moment, began a slow strain from one of the masses. At the first note, Felipe became suddenly quiet, evidently listening. An expression of pleasure spread over his feverish face. He turned his head to one side, put his hand under his cheek, and closed his eyes. The three watching him looked at each other in astonishment. "It is a miracle," said Father Salvierderra. "He will sleep." "It was what he wanted," whispered Ramona. The Senora spoke not, but buried her face in the bedclothes for a second; then lifting it, she gazed at Alessandro as if she were praying to a saint. He too saw the change in Felipe, and sang lower and lower, till the notes sounded as if they came from afar. Lower and lower, slower, finally they ceased, as if they died away, lost in distance. As they ceased, Felipe opened his eyes. "Oh, go on," the Senora implored in a whisper shrill with anxiety. "Do not stop." Alessandro repeated the strain, slow, solemn. His voice trembled. The air in the room seemed stifling, spite of the open window. He felt something like terror, as he saw Felipe evidently sinking to sleep by reason of the notes of his voice. There had been nothing in Alessandro's healthy outdoor experience to enable him to understand such a phenomenon. Felipe breathed more and more slowly, softly, regularly. Soon he was in a deep sleep. The singing stopped. Felipe did not stir. "Can I go?" whispered Alessandro. "No, no," replied the Senora, impatiently. "He may wake any minute." Alessandro looked troubled, but bowed his head submissively, and remained standing by the window. Father Salvierderra was kneeling on one side of the bed, the Senora at the other, Ramona at the foot, all praying. The silence was so great that the slight sounds of the rosary beads slipping against each other seemed loud. In a niche in the wall, at the head of the bed, stood a statue of the Madonna; on the other side a picture of Santa Barbara. Candles were burning before each. The long wicks smouldered and died down sputtering, then flared up again as the ends fell into the melted wax. The Senora's eyes were fixed on the Madonna; the Father's were closed. Ramona gazed at Felipe with tears streaming down her face as she mechanically told her beads. "She is his betrothed, no doubt," thought Alessandro. "The saints will not let him die;" and Alessandro also prayed. But the oppression of the scene was too much for him. Laying his hand on the low window sill, he vaulted over it, saying to Ramona, who turned her head at the sound, "I will not go away, Senorita. I will be close under the window, if he awakes." Once in the open air, he drew a long breath, and gazed bewilderedly about him, like one just recovering consciousness after a faint. Then he threw himself on the ground under the window, and lay looking up into the sky. Capitan came up, and with a low whine stretched himself out at full length by his side. The dog knew, as well as any other one of the house, that danger and anguish were there. 1 hour passed, 2, 3. Still no sound from Felipe's room. Alessandro rose and looked in at the window. The Father and the Senora had not changed their attitudes; their lips were yet moving in prayer. But Ramona had yielded to her fatigue, slipped from her knees into a sitting posture, with her head leaning against the post of the bedstead, and fallen asleep. Her face was swollen and discolored by weeping, and heavy circles under her eyes told how tired she was. For 3 days and nights she had scarcely rested, so constant were the demands on her. Between Felipe's illness and Juan Can's, there was not a moment without something to be done, or some perplexing question to be settled, and above all, and through all, the terrible sorrow. Ramona was broken down with grief at the thought of Felipe's death. She had never known till she saw him lying there delirious, and, as she in her inexperience thought, dying, how her whole life was entwined with his. But now, at the very thought of what it would be to live without him, her heart sickened. "When he is buried, I will ask Father Salvierderra to take me away. I never can live here alone," she said to herself, never for a moment perceiving that the word "alone" was a strange one to have come into her mind in the connection. The thought of the Senora did not enter into her imaginations of the future, which so smote her with terror. In the Senora's presence, Ramona always felt herself alone. Alessandro stood at the window, his arms folded, leaning on the sill, his eyes fixed on Ramona's face and form. To any other than a lover's eyes she had not looked beautiful now; but to Alessandro she looked more beautiful than the picture of Santa Barbara on the wall beyond. With a lover's instinct, he knew the thoughts which had written such lines on her face in the last 3 days. "It will kill her if he dies," he thought, "if these 3 days have made her look like that." And Alessandro threw himself on the ground again, his face down. He did not know whether it were an hour or a day that he had lain there, when he heard Father Salvierderra's voice speaking his name. He sprang up to see the old monk standing in the window, tears running down his cheeks. "God be praised," he said. "The Senor Felipe will get well. A sweat has broken out on his skin. He still sleeps, but when he wakes he will be in his right mind. The strength of the fever is broken. But, Alessandro, we know not how to spare you. Can you not let the men go without you, and remain here? The Senora would like to have you remain in Juan Can's place till he is about. She will give you the same wages he had. Would it not be a good thing for you, Alessandro? You cannot be sure of earning so much as that for the next 3 months, can you?" While the Father was speaking, a tumult had been going on in Alessandro's breast. He did not know by name any of the impulses which were warring there, tearing him in twain, as it were, by their pulling in opposite directions, one saying, "Stay!" and the other saying, "Go." He would not have known what any one meant who had said to him, "It is danger to stay; it is safety to fly." All the same, he felt as if he could do neither. "There is another shearing yet, Father," he began, "at the Ortega's ranch. I had promised to go to them as soon as I had finished here, and they have been wroth enough with us for the delay already. It will not do to break the promise, Father." Father Salvierderra's face fell. "No, my son, certainly not," he said. "But could no one else take your place with the band?" Hearing these words, Ramona came to the window, and leaning out, whispered, "Are you talking about Alessandro's staying? Let me come and talk to him. He must not go." And running swiftly through the hall, across the veranda, and down the steps, she stood by Alessandro's side in a moment. Looking up in his face pleadingly, she said, "We can't let you go, Alessandro. The Senora will pay wages to some other to go in your place with the shearers. We want you to stay here in Juan Can's place till he is well. Don't say you can't stay. Felipe may need you to sing again, and what would we do then? Can't you stay?" "Yes, I can stay, Senorita," answered Alessandro, gravely. "I will stay so long as you need me." "Oh, thank you, Alessandro!" Ramona cried. "You are good to stay. The Senora will see that it is no loss to you;" and she flew back to the house. "It is not for the wages, Senorita," Alessandro began; but Ramona was gone. She did not hear him, and he turned away with a sense of humiliation. "I don't want the Senorita to think that it was money kept me," he said, turning to Father Salvierderra. "I would not leave the band for money. It is to help, because they are in trouble, Father." "Yes, yes, son, I understand that," replied the monk, who had known Alessandro since he was a little fellow playing in the corridors of San Luis Rey, the pet of all the Brothers there. "That is quite right of you, and the Senora will not be insensible of it. It is not for such things that money can pay. They are indeed in great trouble now, and only the two women in the house; and I must soon be going on my way north again." "Is it sure that Senor Felipe will get well?" asked Alessandro. "I think so," replied Father Salvierderra. "These relapses are always worse than the first attack, but I have never known one to die after he had the natural sweat to break from the skin, and got good sleep. I doubt not he will be in his bed, though, for many days, and there will be much to be seen to. It was an ill luck to have Juan Can laid up, too, just at this time. I must go and see him. I hear he is in most rebellious frame of mind, and blasphemes impiously." "That does he," said Alessandro. "He swears the saints gave him over to the fiends to push him off the plank, and he'll have none of them from this out. I told him to beware, or they might bring him to worse things yet, if he did not mend his speech of them." Sighing deeply as they walked along, the monk said, "It is but a sign of the times. Blasphemers are on the highway. The people are being corrupted. Keeps your father the worship in the chapel still, and does a priest come often to the village?" "Only twice a year," replied Alessandro, "and sometimes for a funeral, if there is money enough to pay for the mass. But my father has the chapel open, and each Sunday we sing what we know of the mass, and the people are often there praying." "Ay, ay, ever for money!" groaned Father Salvierderra, not heeding the latter part of the sentence. "Ever for money! It is a shame. But that it were sure to be held as a trespass, I would go myself to Temecula once in 3 months. But I may not. The priests do not love our order." "Oh, if you could, Father," exclaimed Alessandro, "it would make my father very glad. He speaks often to me of the difference he sees between the words of the Church now, and in the days of the Mission. He is very sad, Father, and in great fear about our village. They say the Americans, when they buy the Mexicans' lands, drive the Indians away as if they were dogs. They say we have no right to our lands. Do you think that can be so, Father, when we have always lived on them, and the owners promised them to us forever?" Father Salvierderra was silent a long time before replying, and Alessandro watched his face anxiously. He seemed to be hesitating for words to convey his meaning. At last he said, "Got your father any notice, at any time since the Americans took the country, notice to appear before a court, or anything about a title to the land?" "No, Father," replied Alessandro. "There has to be some such paper, as I understand their laws," continued the monk. "Some notice before any steps can be taken to remove Indians from an estate. It must be done according to the law, in the courts. If you have had no such notice, you are not in danger." "But, Father," persisted Alessandro, "how could there be a law to take away from us the land which the Senor Valdez gave us forever? Gave he to you any paper, any writing to show it?" "No, no paper; but it is marked in red lines on the map. It was marked off by Jose Ramirez of Los Angeles, when they marked all the boundaries of Senor Valdez's estate. They had many instruments of brass and wood to measure with, and a long chain, very heavy, which I helped them carry. I myself saw it marked on the map. They all slept in my father's house, Senor Valdez and Ramirez, and the man who made the measures. He hired one of our men to carry his instruments, and I went to help, for I wished to see how it was done. But I could understand nothing, and Jose told me a man must study many years to learn the way of it. It seemed to me our way by the stones was much better. But I know it is all marked on the map, for it was with a red line, and my father understood it, and Jose Ramirez and Senor Valdez both pointed to it with their finger, and they said, 'All this here is your land, Pablo, always.' I do not think my father need fear. Do you?" "I hope not," replied Father Salvierderra, cautiously; "but since the way that all the lands of the Missions have been taken away, I have small faith in the honesty of the Americans. I think they will take all that they can. The Church has suffered terrible loss at their hands." "That is what my father says," replied Alessandro. "He says, look at San Luis Rey! Nothing but the garden and orchard left, of all their vast lands, where they used to pasture 30,000 sheep. If the Church and the Fathers could not keep their lands, what can we Indians do? That is what my father says." "True, true," said the monk, as he turned into the door of the room where Juan Can lay on his narrow bed, longing, yet fearing to see Father Salvierderra's face coming in. "We are all alike helpless in their hands, Alessandro. They possess the country, and can make what laws they please. We can only say, God's will be done;" and he crossed himself devoutly, repeating the words twice. Alessandro did the same, and with a truly devout spirit, for he was full of veneration for the Fathers and their teachings. But as he walked on towards the shearing shed, he thought, "Then again, how can it be God's will that wrong be done? It cannot be God's will that one man should steal from another all he has. That would make God no better than a thief, it looks to me. But how can it happen if it is not God's will?" It does not need that one be educated to see the logic in this formula. Generations of the oppressed and despoiled before Alessandro had grappled with the problem in one shape or another. At the shearing shed, Alessandro found his men in confusion and ill humor. The shearing had been over and done by 10 in the morning, and why were they not on their way to the Ortegas? Waiting all day, it was now near sunset, with nothing to do, and still worse, with not much of anything to eat, had made them all cross; and no wonder. The economical Juan Can, finding that the work would be done by 10, and supposing they would be off before noon, had ordered only 2 sheep killed for them the day before, and the mutton was all gone; and old Marda, getting her cue from Juan, had cooked no more frijoles than the family needed themselves; so the poor shearers had indeed had a sorry day of it, in no wise alleviated either by the reports brought from time to time that their captain was lying on the ground face down under Senor Felipe's window, and must not be spoken to. It was not a propitious moment for Alessandro to make the announcement of his purpose to leave the band; but he made a clean breast of it in few words, and diplomatically diverted all resentment from himself by setting them immediately to voting for a new captain to take his place for the remainder of the season. "Very well," they said hotly. "Captain for this year, captain for next, too." It wasn't so easy to step out and in again of the captaincy of the shearers. "All right," said Alessandro. "Please yourselves. It is all the same to me; but here I am going to stay for the present. Father Salvierderra wishes it." "Oh, if the Father wishes it, that is different. Ah, that alters the case. Alessandro is right," came up in confused murmur from the appeased crowd. They were all good Catholics, every one of the Temecula men, and would never think of going against the Father's orders. But when they understood that Alessandro's intention was to remain until Juan Canito's leg should be well enough for him to go about again, fresh grumblings began. That would not do. It would be all summer. Alessandro must be at home for the St. Juan's Day fete in midsummer; no doing anything without Alessandro then. What was he thinking of? Not of the midsummer fete, that was certain, when he promised to stay as long as the Senorita Ramona should need him. Alessandro had remembered nothing except the Senorita's voice while she was speaking to him. If he had had 100 engagements for the summer, he would have forgotten them all. Now that he was reminded of the midsummer fete, it must be confessed he was for a moment dismayed at the recollection, for that was a time when, as he well knew, his father could not do without his help. There were sometimes 1,000 Indians at this fete, and disorderly whites took advantage of the occasion to sell whiskey, and encourage all sorts of license and disturbance. Yes, Alessandro's clear path of duty lay at Temecula when that fete came off. That was certain. "I will manage to be at home then," he said. "If I am not through here by that time, I will at least come for the fete. That you may depend on." The voting for the new captain did not take long. There was, in fact, but one man in the band fit for the office. That was Fernando, the only old man in the band. All the rest were young men under 30, or boys. Fernando had been captain for several years, but had himself begged 2 years ago that the band would elect Alessandro in his place. He was getting old, and he did not like to have to sit up and walk about the first half of every night to see that the shearers were not gambling away all their money at cards. He preferred to roll himself up in his blanket at sunset, and sleep till dawn the next morning. But just for these few remaining weeks he had no objection to taking the office again; and Alessandro was right, entirely right, in remaining. They ought all to see that, Fernando said; and his word had great weight with the men. The Senora Moreno, he reminded them, had always been a good friend of theirs, and had said that so long as she had sheep to shear, the Temecula shearers should do it, and it would be very ungrateful now if they did not do all they could to help her in her need. The blankets were rolled up, the saddles collected, the ponies caught and driven up to the shed, when Ramona and Margarita were seen coming at full speed from the house. "Alessandro, Alessandro!" cried Ramona, out of breath, "I have only just now heard that the men have had no dinner to day. I am ashamed. But you know it would not have happened except for the sickness in the house. Everybody thought they were going away this morning. Now they must have a good supper before they go. It is already cooking. Tell them to wait." Those of the men who understood the Spanish language, in which Ramona spoke, translated it to those who did not, and there was a cordial outburst of thanks to the Senorita from all lips. All were only too ready to wait for the supper. Their haste to begin on the Ortega sheep shearing had suddenly faded from their minds. Only Alessandro hesitated. "It is a good 6 hours' ride to Ortega's," he said to the men. "You'll be late in, if you do not start now." "Supper will be ready in an hour," said Ramona. "Please let them stay. 1 hour can't make any difference." Alessandro smiled. "It will take nearer 2, Senorita, before they are off," he said. "But it shall be as you wish; and many thanks to you, Senorita, for thinking of it." "Oh, I did not think of it myself," said Ramona. "It was Margarita here who came and told me. She knew we would be ashamed to have the shearers go away hungry. I am afraid they are very hungry indeed," she added ruefully. "It must be dreadful to go a whole day without anything to eat. They had their breakfast soon after sunrise, did they not?" "Yes, Senorita," answered Alessandro; "but that is not long. One can do without food very well for one day. I often do." "Often!" exclaimed Ramona. "But why should you do that?" Then suddenly bethinking herself, she said in her heart, "Oh, what a thoughtless question! Can it be they are so poor as that?" And to save Alessandro from replying, she set off on a run for the house, saying, "Come, come, Margarita, we must go and help at the supper." "Will the Senorita let me help too?" asked Alessandro, wondering at his own boldness, "if there is anything I can do." "Oh, no," she cried, "there is not. Yes, there is, too. You can help carry the things down to the booth, for we are short of hands now, with Juan Can in bed and Luigo gone to Ventura for the doctor. You and some of your men might carry all the supper over. I'll call you when we are ready." The men sat down in a group, and waited contentedly, smoking, chatting, and laughing. Alessandro walked up and down between the kitchen and the shed. He could hear the sound of rattling dishes, jingling spoons, frying, pouring water. Savory smells began to be wafted out. Evidently old Marda meant to atone for the shortcoming of the noon. Juan Can, in his bed, also heard and smelled what was going on. "May the fiends get me," he growled, "if that wasteful old hussy isn't getting up a feast for those beasts of Indians! There's mutton and onions, and peppers stewing, and potatoes, I'll be bound, and God knows what else, for beggars that are only too thankful to get a handful of roasted wheat or a bowl of acorn porridge at home. Well, they'll have to say they were well feasted at the Morenos', that's one comfort. I wonder if Margarita'll think I'm worthy of tasting that stew. San Jose, but it smells well! Margarita! Margarita!" he called at the top of his lungs. But Margarita did not hear. She was absorbed in her duties in the kitchen, and having already taken Juan at sundown a bowl of the good broth which the doctor had said was the only sort of food he must eat for 2 weeks, she had dismissed him from her mind for the night. Moreover, Margarita was absent minded to night. She was more than half in love with the handsome Alessandro, who, when he had been on the ranch the year before, had danced with her, and said many a light, pleasant word to her, evenings, as a young man may. And what ailed him now, that he seemed when he saw her as if she were no more than a transparent shade, through which he stared at the sky behind her, she did not know. Senor Felipe's illness, she thought, and the general misery and confusion, had perhaps put everything else out of his head. But now he was going to stay, and it would be good fun having him there, if only Senor Felipe got well, which he seemed likely to do. And as Margarita flew about, here, there, and everywhere, she cast frequent glances at the tall, straight figure pacing up and down in the dusk outside. Alessandro did not see her. He did not see anything. He was looking off at the sunset, and listening. Ramona had said, "I will call you when we are ready." But she did not do as she said. She told Margarita to call. "Run, Margarita," she said. "All is ready now. See if Alessandro is in sight. Call him to come and take the things." So it was Margarita's voice, and not Ramona's, that called, "Alessandro! Alessandro! The supper is ready." But it was Ramona who, when Alessandro reached the doorway, stood there holding in her arms a huge smoking platter of the stew which had so roused poor Juan Can's longings; and it was Ramona who said, as she gave it into Alessandro's hands, "Take care, Alessandro, it is very full. The gravy will run over if you are not careful. You are not used to waiting on table." And as she said it, she smiled full into Alessandro's eyes, a little, flitting, gentle, friendly smile, which went near to making him drop the platter, mutton, gravy, and all, then and there, at her feet. The men ate fast and greedily, and it was not, after all, much more than an hour when, full fed and happy, they were mounting their horses to set off. At the last moment Alessandro drew one of them aside. "Jose," he said, "whose horse is the faster, yours or Antonio's?" "Mine," promptly replied Jose. "Mine by a great deal. I will run Antonio any day he likes." Alessandro knew this as well before asking as after; but Alessandro was learning a great many things in these days, among other things a little diplomacy. He wanted a man to ride at the swiftest to Temecula and back. He knew that Jose's pony could go like the wind. He also knew that there was a perpetual feud of rivalry between him and Antonio in matters of the fleetness of their respective ponies. So having chosen Jose for his messenger, he went thus to work to make sure that he would urge his horse to its utmost speed. Whispering in Jose's ear a few words, he said, "Will you go? I will pay you for the time, all you could earn at the shearing." "I will go," said Jose, elated. "You will see me back to morrow by sundown." "Not earlier?" asked Alessandro. "I thought by noon." "Well, by noon be it, then," said Jose. "The horse can do it." "Have great care," said Alessandro. "That I will," replied Jose; and giving his horse's sides a sharp punch with his knees, set off at full gallop westward. "I have sent Jose with a message to Temecula," said Alessandro, walking up to Fernando. "He will be back here to morrow noon, and join you at the Ortegas the next morning." "Back here by noon to morrow!" exclaimed Fernando. "Not unless he kills his horse." "That was what he said," replied Alessandro, nonchalantly. "Easy enough, too," cried Antonio, riding up on his little dun mare. "I'd go in less time than that, on this mare. Jose's is no match for her, and never was. Why did you not send me, Alessandro?" "Is your horse really faster than Jose's?" said Alessandro. "Then I wish I had sent you. I'll send you next time." CHAPTER VII. Chapter 7 of Ramona. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ramona by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 7. It was strange to see how quickly and naturally Alessandro fitted into his place in the household; how tangles straightened out, and rough places became smooth, as he quietly took matters in hand. Luckily old Juan Can had always liked him, and felt a great sense of relief at the news of his staying on. Not a wholly unselfish relief, perhaps; for since his accident Juan had not been without fears that he might lose his place altogether. There was a Mexican he knew who had long been scheming to get the situation, and had once openly boasted at a fandango, where he was dancing with Anita, that as soon as that superannuated old fool Juan Canito was out of the way, he meant to be the Senora Moreno's head shepherd himself. To have seen this man in authority on the place would have driven Juan out of his mind. But the gentle Alessandro, only an Indian, and of course the Senora would never think of putting an Indian permanently in so responsible a position on the estate, it was exactly as Juan would have wished; and he fraternized with Alessandro heartily from the outset, kept him in his room by the hour, giving him hundreds of long winded directions and explanations about things which, if only he had known it, Alessandro understood far better than he did. Alessandro's father had managed the Mission flocks and herds at San Luis Rey for 20 years. Few were as skilful as he. He himself owned nearly as many sheep as the Senora Moreno; but this Juan did not know. Neither did he realize that Alessandro, as Chief Pablo's son, had a position of his own not without dignity and authority. To Juan, an Indian was an Indian, and that was the end of it. The gentle courteousness of Alessandro's manner, his quiet behavior, were all set down in Juan's mind to the score of the boy's native amiability and sweetness. If Juan had been told that the Senor Felipe himself had not been more carefully trained in all precepts of kindliness, honorable dealing, and polite usage by the Senora his mother, than had Alessandro by his father, he would have opened his eyes wide. The standards of the two parents were different, to be sure, but the advantage could not be shown to be entirely on the Senora's side. There were many things that Felipe knew, of which Alessandro was profoundly ignorant; but there were others in which Alessandro could have taught Felipe; and when it came to things of the soul and of honor, Alessandro's plane was the higher of the two. Felipe was a fair minded, honorable man, as men go; but circumstances and opportunity would have a hold on him they could never get on Alessandro. Alessandro would not lie. Felipe might. Alessandro was by nature full of veneration and the religious instinct. Felipe had been trained into being a good Catholic. But they were both singularly pure minded, open hearted, generous souled young men, and destined, by the strange chance which had thus brought them into familiar relations, to become strongly attached to each other. After the day on which the madness of Felipe's fever had been so miraculously soothed and controlled by Alessandro's singing, he was never again wildly delirious. When he waked in the night from that first long sleep, he was, as Father Salvierderra had predicted, in his right mind, knew every one, and asked rational questions. But the overheated and excited brain did not for some time wholly resume normal action. At intervals he wandered, especially when just rousing from sleep; and strangely enough, it was always for Alessandro that he called at these times, and it seemed always to be music that he craved. He recollected Alessandro's having sung to him that first night. "I was not so crazy as you all thought," he said. "I knew a great many of the things I said, but I couldn't help saying them. And I heard Ramona ask Alessandro to sing, and when he began, I remember I thought the Virgin had reached down and put her hand on my head and cooled it." On the second evening, the first after the shearers had left, Alessandro, seeing Ramona in the veranda, went to the foot of the steps, and said, "Senorita, would Senor Felipe like to have me play on the violin to him to night?" "Why, whose violin have you got?" exclaimed Ramona, astonished. "My own, Senorita." "Your own? I thought you said you did not bring it." "Yes, Senorita, that is true; but I sent for it last night, and it is here." "Sent to Temecula, and back already?" cried Ramona. "Yes, Senorita. Our ponies are swift and strong. They can go 100 miles in a day, and not suffer. It was Jose brought it, and he is at the Ortegas by this time." Ramona's eyes glistened. "I wish I could have thanked him," she said. "You should have let me know. He ought to have been paid for going." "I paid him, Senorita. He went for me," said Alessandro, with a shade of wounded pride in the tone, which Ramona should have perceived, but did not, and went on hurting the lover's heart still more. "But it was for us that you sent it, Alessandro. The Senora would rather pay the messenger herself." "It is paid, Senorita. It is nothing. If the Senor Felipe wishes to hear the violin, I will play;" and Alessandro walked slowly away. Ramona gazed after him. For the first time she looked at him with no thought of his being an Indian, a thought there had surely been no need of her having, since his skin was not a shade darker than Felipe's; but so strong was the race feeling, that never till that moment had she forgotten it. "What a superb head, and what a walk!" she thought. Then, looking more observantly, she said, "He walks as if he were offended. He did not like my offering to pay for the messenger. He wanted to do it for dear Felipe. I will tell Felipe, and we will give him some present when he goes away." "Isn't he splendid, Senorita?" came in a light laughing tone from Margarita's lips close to her ear, in the fond freedom of their relation. "Isn't he splendid? And oh, Senorita, you can't think how he dances! Last year I danced with him every night. He has wings on his feet, for all he is so tall and big." There was a coquettish consciousness in the girl's tone that was suddenly, for some unexplained reason, exceedingly displeasing to Ramona. Drawing herself away, she spoke to Margarita in a tone she had never before in her life used. "It is not fitting for you to speak like that about young men. The Senora would be displeased if she heard you," she said, and walked swiftly away, leaving poor Margarita as astounded as if she had got a box on the ear. She looked after Ramona's retreating figure, then after Alessandro's. She had heard them talking together just before she came up. Thoroughly bewildered and puzzled, she stood motionless for several seconds, reflecting. Then, shaking her head, she ran away, trying to dismiss the harsh speech from her mind. "Alessandro must have vexed the Senorita," she thought, "to make her speak like that to me." But the incident was not so easily dismissed from Margarita's thoughts. Many times in the day it recurred to her. still a bewilderment and a puzzle, as far from solution as ever. It was a tiny seed whose name she did not dream of, but it was dropped in soil where it would grow some day, forcing house soil, and a bitter seed, and when it blossomed, Ramona would have an enemy. All unconscious, equally of Margarita's heart and her own, Ramona proceeded to Felipe's room. Felipe was sleeping, the Senora sitting by his side, as she had sat for days and nights, her dark face looking thinner and more drawn each day, her hair looking even whiter, if that could be, and her voice growing hollow from faintness and sorrow. "Dear Senora," whispered Ramona, "do go out for a few moments while he sleeps, and let me watch, just on the walk in front of the veranda. The sun is still lying there, bright and warm. You will be ill if you do not have air." The Senora shook her head. "My place is here," she answered, speaking in a dry, hard tone. Sympathy was hateful to the Senora Moreno. She wished neither to give it nor take it. "I shall not leave him. I do not need the air." Ramona had a cloth of gold rose in her hand. The veranda eaves were now shaded with them, hanging down like a thick fringe of golden tassels. It was the rose Felipe loved best. Stooping, she laid it on the bed near Felipe's head. "He will like to see it when he wakes," she said. The Senora seized it, and flung it far out in the room. "Take it away. Flowers are poison when one is ill," she said coldly. "Have I never told you that?" "No, Senora," replied Ramona, meekly; and she glanced involuntarily at the saucer of musk which the Senora kept on the table close to Felipe's pillow. "The musk is different," said the Senora, seeing the glance. "Musk is a medicine. It revives." Ramona knew, but she would have never dared to say, that Felipe hated musk. Many times he had said to her how he hated the odor; but his mother was so fond of it that it must always be that the veranda and the house would be full of it. Ramona hated it too. At times it made her faint with a deadly faintness. But neither she nor Felipe would have confessed as much to the Senora, and if they had, she would have thought it all a fancy. "Shall I stay?" asked Ramona, gently. "As you please," replied the Senora. The simple presence of Ramona irked her now with a feeling she did not pretend to analyze, and would have been terrified at if she had. She would not have dared to say to herself in plain words, "Why is that girl well and strong, and my Felipe lying here like to die? If Felipe dies, I cannot bear the sight of her. What is she, to be preserved of the saints?" But that, or something like it, was what she felt whenever Ramona entered the room; still more, whenever she assisted in ministering to Felipe. If it had been possible, the Senora would have had no hands but her own do aught for her boy. Even tears from Ramona sometimes irritated her. "What does she know about loving Felipe? He is nothing to her," thought the Senora, strangely mistaken, strangely blind, strangely forgetting how feeble is the tie of blood in the veins by the side of love in the heart. If into this fiery soul of the Senora's could have been dropped 1 second's knowledge of the relative positions she and Ramona already occupied in Felipe's heart, she would on the spot have either died herself or have slain Ramona, one or the other. But no such knowledge was possible. No such idea could have found entrance into the Senora's mind. A revelation from heaven of it could hardly have reached even her ears. So impenetrable are the veils which, fortunately for us all, are forever held by viewless hands between us and the nearest and closest of our daily companions. At twilight of this day, Felipe was restless and feverish again. He had dozed at intervals all day long, but had had no refreshing sleep. "Send for Alessandro," he said. "Let him come and sing to me." "He has his violin now. He can play, if you would like that better," said Ramona; and she related what Alessandro had told her of the messengers having ridden to Temecula and back in a night and half a day to bring it. "I wanted to pay the man," she said. "I knew of course your mother would wish to reward him. But I fancy Alessandro was offended. He answered me shortly that it was paid, and it was nothing." "You couldn't have offended him more," said Felipe. "What a pity! He is as proud as Lucifer himself, that Alessandro. You know his father has always been the head of their band; in fact, he has authority over several bands. General, they call it now, since they got the title from the Americans. They used to call it chief; and until Father Peyri left San Luis Rey, Pablo was in charge of all the sheep, and general steward and paymaster. Father Peyri trusted him with everything. I've heard that he would leave boxes full of uncounted gold in Pablo's charge, to pay off the Indians. Pablo reads and writes, and is very well off. He has as many sheep as we have, I fancy." "What!" exclaimed Ramona, astonished. "They all look as if they were poor." "Oh, well, so they are," replied Felipe, "compared with us. But one reason is, they share everything with each other. Old Pablo feeds and supports half his village, they say. So long as he has anything, he will never see one of his Indians hungry." "How generous!" warmly exclaimed Ramona. "I think they are better than we are, Felipe." "I think so, too," said Felipe. "That's what I have always said. The Indians are the most generous people in the world. Of course they have learned it partly from us; but they were very much so when the Fathers first came here. You ask Father Salvierderra some day. He has read all Father Junipero's and Father Crespi's diaries, and he says it is wonderful how the wild savages gave food to every one who came." "Felipe, you are talking too much," said the Senora's voice in the doorway; and as she spoke, she looked reproachfully at Ramona. If she had said in words, "See how unfit you are to be trusted with, Felipe. No wonder I do not leave the room, except when I must," her meaning could not have been plainer. Ramona felt it keenly, and not without some misgiving that it was deserved. "Oh, dear Felipe, has it hurt you?" she said timidly; and to the Senora, "Indeed, Senora, he has been speaking but a very few moments, very low." "Go call Alessandro, Ramona, will you?" said Felipe. "Tell him to bring his violin. I think I will go to sleep if he plays." A long search Ramona had for Alessandro. Everybody had seen him a few minutes ago, but nobody knew where he was now. Kitchens, sheepfolds, vineyards, orchards, Juan Can's bedchamber, Ramona searched them all in vain. At last, standing at the foot of the veranda steps and looking down the garden, she thought she saw figures moving under the willows by the washing stones. "Can he be there?" she said. "What can he be doing there? Who is it with him?" And she walked down the path, calling, "Alessandro! Alessandro!" At the first sound, Alessandro sprang from the side of his companion, and almost before the second syllables had been said, was standing face to face with Ramona. "Here I am, Senorita. Does Senor Felipe want me? I have my violin here. I thought perhaps you would like to have me play to him in the twilight." "Yes," replied Ramona, "he wishes to hear you. I've been looking everywhere for you." As she spoke, she was half unconsciously peering beyond into the dusk, to see whose figure it was, slowly moving by the brook. Nothing escaped Alessandro's notice where Ramona was concerned. "It is Margarita," he said instantly. "Does the Senorita want her? Shall I run and call her?" "No," said Ramona, again displeased, she knew not why, nor in fact knew she was displeased. "No, I was not looking for her. What is she doing there?" "She is washing," replied Alessandro, innocently. "Washing at this time of day," thought Ramona, severely. "A mere pretext. I shall watch Margarita. The Senora would never allow this sort of thing." And as she walked back to the house by Alessandro's side, she meditated whether or no she would herself speak to Margarita on the subject in the morning. Margarita, in the mean time, was also having her season of reflections not the pleasantest. As she soused her aprons up and down in the water, she said to herself, "I may as well finish them now I'm here. How provoking! I've no more than got a word with him than she must come, calling him away. And he flies as if he was shot on an arrow at the first word. I'd like to know what's come over the man to be so different. If I could ever get a good half hour with him alone, I'd soon find out. Oh, but his eyes go through and through me. I know he's an Indian, but what do I care for that? He's a million times handsomer than Senor Felipe, and Juan Jose said the other day he'd make even better head shepherd than old Juan Can, if Senor Felipe'd only see it; and why shouldn't he get to see it, if Alessandro's here all summer? And before the aprons were done, Margarita had a fine air castle up. Herself and Alessandro married, a nice little house, children playing in the sunshine below the artichoke patch, she herself still working for the Senora. "And the Senorita will perhaps marry Senor Felipe," she added, her thoughts moving more hesitatingly. "He worships the ground she walks on. Anybody with quarter of a blind eye can see that; but maybe the Senora would not let him. Anyhow, Senor Felipe is sure to have a wife, and so, and so." It was an innocent, girlish castle, built of sweet and natural longings, for which no maiden, high or low, need blush; but its foundations were laid in sand, on which would presently beat such winds and floods as poor little Margarita never dreamed of. The next day Margarita and Ramona both went about their day's business with a secret purpose in their hearts. Margarita had made up her mind that before night she would, by fair means or foul, have a good long talk with Alessandro. "He was fond enough of me last year, I know," she said to herself, recalling some of the dances and the good night leave takings at that time. "It's because he's so put upon by everybody now, what with Juan Can in one bed sending for him to prate to him about the sheep, and Senor Felipe in another sending for him to fiddle him to sleep, and all the care of the sheep, it's a wonder he's not out of his mind altogether. But I'll find a chance, or make one, before this day's sun sets. If I can once get a half hour with him, I'm not afraid after that. I know the way it is with men," said the confident Margarita, who, truth being told, it must be admitted, did indeed know a great deal about the way it is with men, and could be safely backed in a fair field, with a fair start, against any girl of her age and station in the country. So much for Margarita's purpose at the outset of a day destined to be an eventful one in her life. Ramona's purpose was no less clear. She had decided, after some reflection, that she would not speak to the Senora about Margarita's having been under the willows with Alessandro in the previous evening, but would watch her carefully, and see whether there were any farther signs of her attempting to have clandestine interviews with him. This course she adopted, she thought, chiefly because of her affection for Margarita, and her unwillingness to expose her to the Senora's displeasure, which would be great, and terrible to bear. She was also aware of an unwillingness to bring anything to light which would reflect ever so slightly upon Alessandro in the Senora's estimation. "And he is not really to blame," thought Ramona, "if a girl follows him about and makes free with him. She must have seen him at the willows, and gone down there on purpose to meet him, making a pretext of the washing; for she never in this world would have gone to wash in the dark, as he must have known if he were not a fool. He is not the sort of person, it seems to me, to be fooling with maids. He seems as full of grave thought as Father Salvierderra. If I see anything amiss in Margarita to day, I shall speak to her myself, kindly but firmly, and tell her to conduct herself more discreetly." Then, as the other maidens had done, Ramona's thoughts, being concentrated on Alessandro, altered a little from their first key, and grew softer and more imaginative, strangely enough taking some of the phrases, as it were, out of the other maiden's mouth. "I never saw such eyes as Alessandro has," she said. "I wonder any girl should make free with him. Even I myself, when he fixes his eyes on me, feel a constraint. There is something in them like the eyes of a saint, so solemn, yet so mild. I am sure he is very good." And so the day opened; and if there were abroad in the valley that day a demon of mischief, let loose to tangle the skeins of human affairs, things could not have fallen out better for his purpose than they did. For it was not yet 10 o'clock of the morning, when Ramona, sitting at her embroidery in the veranda, half hid behind the vines, saw Alessandro going with his pruning knife in his hand towards the artichoke patch at the east of the garden and joining the almond orchard. "I wonder what he is going to do there," she thought. "He can't be going to cut willows;" and her eyes followed him till he disappeared among the trees. Ramona was not the only one who saw this. Margarita, looking from the east window of Father Salvierderra's room, saw the same thing. "Now's my chance," she said; and throwing a white reboso coquettishly over her head, she slipped around the corner of the house. She ran swiftly in the direction in which Alessandro had gone. The sound of her steps reached Ramona, who, lifting her eyes, took in the whole situation at a glance. There was no possible duty, no possible message, which would take Margarita there. Ramona's cheeks blazed with a disproportionate indignation; but she bethought herself, "Ah, the Senora may have sent her to call Alessandro." She rose, went to the door of Felipe's room, and looked in. The Senora was sitting in the chair by Felipe's bed, with her eyes closed. Felipe was dozing. The Senora opened her eyes, and looked inquiringly at Ramona. "Do you know where Margarita is?" said Ramona. "In Father Salvierderra's room, or else in the kitchen, helping Marda," replied the Senora, in a whisper. "I told her to help Marda with the peppers this morning." Ramona nodded, returned to the veranda, and sat down to decide on her course of action. Then she rose again, and going to Father Salvierderra's room, looked in. The room was still in disorder. Margarita had left her work there unfinished. The color deepened on Ramona's cheeks. It was strange how accurately she divined each process of the incident. "She saw him from this window," said Ramona, "and has run after him. It is shameful. I will go and call her back, and let her see that I saw it all. It is high time that this was stopped." But once back in the veranda, Ramona halted, and seated herself in her chair again. The idea of seeming to spy was revolting to her. "I will wait here till she comes back," she said, and took up her embroidery. But she could not work. As the minutes went slowly by, she sat with her eyes fixed on the almond orchard, where first Alessandro and then Margarita had disappeared. At last she could bear it no longer. It seemed to her already a very long time. It was not in reality very long, a half hour or so perhaps; but it was long enough for Margarita to have made great headway, as she thought, in her talk with Alessandro, and for things to have reached just the worst possible crisis at which they could have been surprised, when Ramona suddenly appeared at the orchard gate, saying in a stern tone, "Margarita, you are wanted in the house." A bad crisis indeed, for everybody concerned. The picture which Ramona had seen as she reached the gate was this: Alessandro standing with his back against the fence, his right hand hanging listlessly down, with the pruning knife in it, his left hand in the hand of Margarita, who stood close to him, looking up in his face with a half saucy, half loving expression. What made bad matters worse was, that at the first sight of Ramona, Alessandro snatched his hand from Margarita's, and tried to draw farther off from her, looking at her with an expression which, even in her anger, Ramona could not help seeing was one of disgust and repulsion. And if Ramona saw it, how much more did Margarita? Saw it as only a woman repulsed in presence of another woman can see and feel. The whole thing was over in a twinkling of an eye. The telling it takes double, treble the time of the happening. Before Alessandro was fairly aware what had befallen, Ramona and Margarita were disappearing from view under the garden trellis, Ramona walking in advance, stately, silent, and Margarita following, sulky, abject in her gait, but with a raging whirlwind in her heart. It had taken only the twinkling of an eye, but it had told Margarita the truth. Alessandro too. "My God," he said, "the Senorita thought me making love to that girl. May the fiends get her! The Senorita looked at me as if I were a dog. How could she think a man would look at a woman after he had once seen her? And I can never, never speak to her to tell her. Oh, this cannot be borne!" And in his rage, Alessandro threw his pruning knife whirling through the air so fiercely, it sank to the hilt in one of the old olive trees. He wished he were dead. He was minded to flee the place. How could he ever look the Senorita in the face again? "Perdition take that girl!" he said over and over again in his helpless despair. An ill outlook for Margarita after this; and the girl had not deserved it. In Margarita's heart the pain was more clearly defined. She had seen Ramona a half second before Alessandro had, and dreaming no special harm, except a little confusion at being seen thus standing with him, for she would tell the Senorita all about it when matters had gone a little farther, had not let go of Alessandro's hand. But the next second she had seen in his face a look, oh, she would never forget it, never! That she should live to have had any man look at her like that! At the first glimpse of the Senorita, all the blood in his body seemed rushing into his face, and he had snatched his hand away, for it was Margarita herself that had taken his hand, not he hers, had snatched his hand away, and pushed her from him, till she had nearly fallen. All this might have been borne if it had been only a fear of the Senorita's seeing them which had made him do it. But Margarita knew a great deal better than that. That one swift, anguished, shame smitten, appealing, worshipping look on Alessandro's face, as his eyes rested on Ramona, was like a flash of light into Margarita's consciousness. Far better than Alessandro himself, she now knew his secret. In her first rage she did not realize either the gulf between herself and Ramona, or that between Ramona and Alessandro. Her jealous rage was as entire as if they had all been equals together. She lost her head altogether, and there was embodied insolence in the tone in which she said presently, "Did the Senorita want me?" Turning swiftly on her, and looking her full in the eye, Ramona said, "I saw you go to the orchard, Margarita, and I knew what you went for. I knew that you were at the brook last night with Alessandro. All I wanted of you was, to tell you that if I see anything more of this sort, I shall speak to the Senora." "There is no harm," muttered Margarita, sullenly. "I don't know what the Senorita means." "You know very well, Margarita," retorted Ramona. "You know that the Senora permits nothing of the kind. Be careful now what you do." And with that the two separated, Ramona returning to the veranda and her embroidery, and Margarita to her neglected duty of making the good Father's bed. But each girl's heart was hot and unhappy, and Margarita's would have been still hotter and unhappier had she heard the words which were being spoken on the veranda a little later. After a few minutes of his blind rage at Margarita, himself, and fate generally, Alessandro, recovering his senses, had ingeniously persuaded himself that as the Senora's, and also the Senorita's servant for the time being, he owed it to them to explain the situation in which he had just been found. Just what he was to say he did not know, but no sooner had the thought struck him than he set off at full speed for the house, hoping to find Ramona on the veranda, where he knew she spent all her time when not with Senor Felipe. When Ramona saw him coming, she lowered her eyes, and was absorbed in her embroidery. She did not wish to look at him. The footsteps stopped. She knew he was standing at the steps. She would not look up. She thought if she did not, he would go away. She did not know either the Indian or the lover nature. After a time, finding the consciousness of the soundless presence intolerable, she looked up, and surprised on Alessandro's face a gaze which had, in its long interval of freedom from observation, been slowly gathering up into it all the passion of the man's soul, as a burning glass draws the fire of the sun's rays. Involuntarily a low cry burst from Ramona's lips, and she sprang to her feet. "Ah, did I frighten the Senorita? Forgive. I have been waiting here a long time to speak to her. I wished to say" Suddenly Alessandro discovered that he did not know what he wished to say. As suddenly Ramona discovered that she knew all he wished to say; but she spoke not, only looked at him searchingly. "Senorita," he began again, "I would never be unfaithful to my duty to the Senora, and to you." "I believe you, Alessandro," said Ramona. "It is not necessary to say more." At these words a radiant joy spread over Alessandro's face. He had not hoped for this. He felt, rather than heard, that Ramona understood him. He felt, for the first time, a personal relation between himself and her. "It is well," he said, in the brief phrase so frequent with his people. "It is well;" and with a reverent inclination of his head he walked away. Margarita, still dawdling surlily over her work in Father Salvierderra's room, heard Alessandro's voice, and running to discover to whom he was speaking, caught these last words. Peering from behind a curtain, she saw the look with which he said them, saw also the expression on Ramona's face as she listened. Margarita clenched her hands. The seed had blossomed. Ramona had an enemy. "Oh, but I am glad Father Salvierderra has gone," said the girl, bitterly. "He'd have had this out of me, spite of everything. I haven't got to confess for a year, maybe; and much can happen in that time. Much indeed." Chapter 8. Of Ramona. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ramona, by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 8. Felipe gained but slowly. The relapse was indeed, as Father Salvierderra had said, worse than the original attack. Day after day he lay with little apparent change, no pain, but a weakness so great that it was almost harder to bear than sharp suffering would have been. Nearly every day Alessandro was sent for to play or sing to him. It seemed to be the only thing that roused him from his half lethargic state. Sometimes he would talk with Alessandro on matters relative to the estate, and show for a few moments something like his old animation. But he was soon tired, and would close his eyes, saying, "I will speak with you again about this, Alessandro. I am going to sleep now. Sing." The Senora, seeing Felipe's enjoyment of Alessandro's presence, soon came to have a warm feeling towards him herself. Moreover, she greatly liked his quiet reticence. There was hardly a surer road to the Senora's favor, for man or woman, than to be chary of speech and reserved in demeanor. She had an instinct of kinship to all that was silent, self contained, mysterious in human nature. The more she observed Alessandro, the more she trusted and approved him. Luckily for Juan Can, he did not know how matters were working in his mistress's mind. If he had, he would have been in a fever of apprehension, and would have got at swords' points with Alessandro immediately. On the contrary, all unaware of the real situation of affairs, and never quite sure that the Mexican he dreaded might not any day hear of his misfortune and appear asking for the place, he took every opportunity to praise Alessandro to the Senora. She never visited his bedside that he had not something to say in favor of the lad, as he called him. "Truly, Senora," he said again and again, "I do marvel where the lad got so much knowledge at his age. He is like an old hand at the sheep business. He knows more than any shepherd I have, a deal more, and it is not only of sheep. He has had experience, too, in the handling of cattle. Juan Jose has been beholden to him more than once, already, for a remedy of which he knew not. And such modesty withal! I knew not that there were such Indians. Surely there cannot be many such." "No, I fancy not," the Senora would reply absently. "His father is a man of intelligence, and has trained his son well." "There is nothing he is not ready to do," continued Alessandro's eulogist. "He is as handy with tools as if he had been 'prenticed to a carpenter. He has made me a new splint for my leg, which was a relief like salve to a wound, so much easier was it than before. He is a good lad, a good lad." None of these sayings of Juan's were thrown away on the Senora. More and more closely she watched Alessandro, and the very thing which Juan had feared, and which he had thought to avert by having Alessandro his temporary substitute, was slowly coming to pass. The idea was working in the Senora's mind that she might do a worse thing than engage this young, strong, active, willing man to remain permanently in her employ. The possibility of an Indian's being so born and placed that he would hesitate about becoming permanently a servant even to the Senora Moreno did not occur to her. However, she would do nothing hastily. There would be plenty of time before Juan Can's leg was well. She would study the young man more. In the mean time, she would cause Felipe to think of the idea, and propose it. So one day she said to Felipe, "What a voice that Alessandro has, Felipe! We shall miss his music sorely when he goes, shall we not?" "He is not going!" exclaimed Felipe, startled. "Oh, no, no, not at present. He agreed to stay till Juan Can was about again; but that will be not more than 6 weeks now, or 8, I suppose. You forget how time has flown while you've been lying here ill, my son." "True, true," said Felipe. "Is it really a month already?" And he sighed. "Juan Can tells me that the lad has a marvellous knowledge for one of his years," continued the Senora. "He says he is as skilled with cattle as with sheep; knows more than any shepherd we have on the place. He seems wonderfully quiet and well mannered. I never saw an Indian who had such behavior." "Old Pablo is just like him," said Felipe. "It was natural enough, living so long with Father Peyri. And I've seen other Indians, too, with a good deal the same manner as Alessandro. It's born in them. I can't bear the idea of Alessandro's going away. But by that time you will be well and strong," said the Senora. "You would not miss him then, would you?" "Yes, I would, too," said Felipe, pettishly. He was still weak enough to be childish. "I like him about me. He's worth a dozen times as much as any man we've got. But I don't suppose money could hire him to stay on any ranch." "Were you thinking of hiring him permanently?" asked the Senora, in a surprised tone. "I don't doubt you could do so, if you wished. They are all poor, I suppose. He would not work with the shearers, if he were not poor." "Oh, it isn't that," said Felipe, impatiently. "You can't understand, because you've never been among them. But they are just as proud as we are, some of them, I mean, such men as old Pablo. They shear sheep for money, just as I sell wool for money. There isn't so much difference. Alessandro's men in the band obey him, and all the men in the village obey Pablo, just as implicitly as my men here obey me. Faith, much more so," added Felipe, laughing. "You can't understand it, mother, but it's so. I am not at all sure I could offer Alessandro Assis money enough to tempt him to stay here as my servant." The Senora's nostrils dilated in scorn. "No, I do not understand it," she said. "Most certainly I do not understand it. Of what is it that these noble lords of villages are so proud? Their ancestors? Naked savages less than 100 years ago? Naked savages they themselves, too, to day, if we had not come here to teach and civilize them. The race was never meant for anything but servants. That was all the fathers ever expected to make of them, good faithful Catholics, and contented laborers in the fields. Of course there are always exceptional instances, and I think myself Alessandro is one. I don't believe, however, he is so exceptional, but that if you were to offer him, for instance, the same wages you pay Juan Can, he would jump at the chance of staying on the place." "Well, I shall think about it," said Felipe. "I'd like nothing better than to have him here always. He's a fellow I heartily like. I'll think about it." Which was all the Senora wanted done at present. Ramona had chanced to come in as this conversation was going on. Hearing Alessandro's name, she seated herself at the window, looking out, but listening intently. The month had done much for Alessandro with Ramona, though neither Alessandro nor Ramona knew it. It had done this much, that Ramona knew always when Alessandro was near, that she trusted him, and that she had ceased to think of him as an Indian any more than when she thought of Felipe, she thought of him as a Mexican. Moreover, seeing the two men frequently together, she had admitted to herself, as Margarita had done before her, that Alessandro was far the handsomer man of the two. This Ramona did not like to admit, but she could not help it. "I wish Felipe were as tall and strong as Alessandro," she said to herself many a time. "I do not see why he could not have been. I wonder if the Senora sees how much handsomer Alessandro is." When Felipe said that he did not believe he could offer Alessandro Assis money enough to tempt him to stay on the place, Ramona opened her lips suddenly, as if to speak, then changed her mind, and remained silent. She had sometimes displeased the Senora by taking part in conversations between her and her son. Felipe saw the motion, but he also thought it wiser to wait till after his mother had left the room, before he asked Ramona what she was on the point of saying. As soon as the Senora went out, he said, "What was it, Ramona, you were going to say just now?" Ramona colored. She had decided not to say it. "Tell me, Ramona," persisted Felipe. "You were going to say something about Alessandro's staying. I know you were." Ramona did not answer. For the first time in her life she found herself embarrassed before Felipe. "Don't you like Alessandro?" said Felipe. "Oh, yes," replied Ramona, with instant eagerness. "It was not that at all. I like him very much." But then she stopped. "Well, what is it, then? Have you heard anything on the place about his staying?" "Oh, no, no, not a word," said Ramona. "Everybody understands that he is here only till Juan Can gets well. But you said you did not believe you could offer money enough to tempt him to stay." "Well," said Felipe, inquiringly, "I do not. Do you?" "I think he would like to stay," said Ramona, hesitatingly. "That was what I was going to say." "What makes you think so?" asked Felipe. "I don't know," said Ramona, still more hesitatingly. Now that she had said it, she was sorry. Felipe looked curiously at her. Hesitancy like this, doubts, uncertainty as to her impressions, were not characteristic of Ramona. A flitting something, which was far from being suspicion or jealousy, and yet was of kin to them both, went through Felipe's mind, went through so swiftly that he was scarce conscious of it. If he had been, he would have scorned himself. Jealous of an Indian sheep shearer! Impossible! Nevertheless, the flitting something left a trace, and prevented Felipe from forgetting the trivial incident; and after this, it was certain that Felipe would observe Ramona more closely than he had done, would weigh her words and actions, and if she should seem a shade altered in either, would watch still more closely. Meshes were closing around Ramona. 3 watchers of her every look and act. Alessandro in pure love, Margarita in jealous hate, Felipe in love and perplexity. Only the Senora observed her not. If she had, matters might have turned out very differently; for the Senora was clear sighted, rarely mistaken in her reading of people's motives, never long deceived; but her observing and discriminating powers were not in focus, so far as Ramona was concerned. The girl was curiously outside of the Senora's real life. Shelter, food, clothes, all external needs, in so far as her means allowed, the Senora would, without fail, provide for the child her sister had left in her hands as a trust; but a personal relation with her, a mother's affection, or even interest and acquaintance, no. The Senora had not that to give. And if she had not, was she to blame? What could she do? Years ago, Father Salvierderra had left off remonstrating with her on this point. "Is there more I should do for the child? Do you see aught lacking, aught amiss?" the Senora would ask, conscientiously, but with pride. And the Father, thus inquired of, could not point out a duty which had been neglected. "You do not love her, my daughter," he said. No. Senora Moreno's truthfulness was of the adamantine order. "No, I do not. I cannot. One cannot love by act of will." "That is true," the Father would say sadly; "but affection may be cultivated." "Yes, if it exists," was the Senora's constant answer; "but in this case it does not exist. I shall never love Ramona. Only at your command, and to save my sister a sorrow, I took her. I will never fail in my duty to her." It was of no use. As well say to the mountain, "Be cast into the sea," as try to turn the Senora's heart in any direction whither it did not of itself tend. All that Father Salvierderra could do was to love Ramona the more himself, which he did heartily, and more each year; and small marvel at it, for a gentler, sweeter maiden never drew breath than this same Ramona, who had been all these years, save for Felipe, lonely in the Senora Moreno's house. 3 watchers of Ramona now. If there had been a fourth, and that fourth herself, matters might have turned out differently. But how should Ramona watch? How should Ramona know? Except for her 2 years at school with the nuns, she had never been away from the Senora's house. Felipe was the only young man she had known, Felipe, her brother since she was 5 years old. There were no gayeties in the Senora Moreno's home. Felipe, when he needed them, went one day's journey, or 2 or 3, to get them; went as often as he liked. Ramona never went. How many times she had longed to go to Santa Barbara, or to Monterey, or to Los Angeles! But to have asked the Senora's permission to accompany her on some of her now infrequent journeys to these places would have required more courage than Ramona possessed. It was now 3 years since she left the convent school, but she was still as fresh from the hands of the nuns as on the day when, with loving tears, they had kissed her in farewell. The few romances and tales and bits of verse she had read were of the most innocent and old fashioned kind, and left her hardly less childlike than before. This childlikeness, combined with her happy temperament, had kept her singularly contented in her monotonous life. She had fed the birds, taken care of the flowers, kept the chapel in order, helped in light household work, embroidered, sung, and, as the Senora 8 years before had bade her to do, said her prayers and pleased Father Salvierderra. By processes strangely unlike, she and Alessandro had both been kept strangely free from thoughts of love and of marriage; he by living in the shadow, and she by living in the sun. His heart and thoughts filled with perplexities and fears; hers filled by a placid routine of light and easy tasks, and the outdoor pleasures of a child. As the days went on, and Felipe still remained feeble, Alessandro meditated a bold stroke. Each time that he went to Felipe's room to sing or to play, he felt himself oppressed by the air. An hour of it made him uncomfortable. The room was large, and had 2 windows, and the door was never shut; yet the air seemed to Alessandro stifling. "I should be as ill as the Senor Felipe if I had to stay in that room; and a bed is a weakening thing, enough to pull the strongest man down," said Alessandro to Juan Can one day. Do you think I should anger them if I asked them to let me bring Senor Felipe out to the veranda, and put him on a bed of my making? I'd wager my head I'd put him on his feet in a week." "And if you did that, you might ask the Senora for half the estate, and get it, lad," replied Juan. Seeing the hot blood darkening in Alessandro's face at his words, he hastened to add, "Do not be so hot blooded. I meant not that you would ask any reward for doing it. I was only thinking what a joy it would be to the Senora to see Senor Felipe on his feet again. It has often crossed my thoughts that if he did not get up from this sickness, the Senora would not be long behind him. It is but for him that she lives; and who would have the estate in that case, I have never been able to find out." "Would it not be the Senorita?" asked Alessandro. Juan Can laughed an ugly laugh. "Ha, ha! Let the Senora hear you say that," he said. "Faith, it will be little the Senorita gets, more than enough for her bread, maybe, out of the Moreno estate. Hark ye, Alessandro, if you will not tell, I will tell you the story of the Senorita. You know she is not of the Moreno blood, is no relation of theirs." "Yes," said Alessandro. "Margarita has said to me that the Senorita Ramona was only the foster child of the Senora Moreno." "Foster child!" repeated Juan Can, contemptuously. "There is something to the tale I know not, nor ever could find out; for when I was in Monterey the Ortegna house was shut, and I could not get speech of any of their people. But this much I know, that it was the Senora Ortegna that had the girl first in keeping, and there was a scandalous tale about her birth." If Juan Can's eyes had not been purblind with old age, he would have seen that in Alessandro's face which would have made him choose his words more carefully. But he went on. "It was after the Senora Ortegna was buried that our Senora returned, bringing this child with her; and I do assure you, lad, I have seen the Senora look at her many a time as if she wished her dead. And it is a shame, for she was always as fair and good a child as the saints ever saw. But a stain on the blood, lad, is a bitter thing in a house. This much I know, her mother was an Indian. Once when I was in the chapel, behind the big Saint Joseph there, I overheard the Senora say as much. She was talking to Father Salvierderra, and she said, 'If the child had only the one blood in her veins, it would be different. I like not these crosses with Indians.'" If Alessandro had been civilized, he would at this word Indian have bounded to his feet. Being Alessandro, he stood, if possible, stiller than before, and said in a low voice, "How know you it was the mother that was the Indian?" Juan laughed again, maliciously. "Ha! It is the Ortegna face she has; and that Ortegna, why, he was the scandal byword of the whole coast. There was not a decent woman would have spoken to him, except for his wife's sake." "But did you not say that it was in the Senora Ortegna's keeping that the child was?" asked Alessandro, breathing harder and faster each moment now; stupid old Juan Can so absorbed in relish of his gossip that he noticed nothing. "Ay, ay, so I said," he went on, "and so it was. There be such saints, you know; though the Lord knows, if she'd been minded to give shelter to all her husband's bastards, she might have taken lease of a church to hold them. But there was a story about a man's coming with this infant, and leaving it in the Senora's room; and she, poor lady, never having had a child of her own, did warm to it at first sight, and kept it with her to the last; and I wager me a hard time she had to get our Senora to take the child when she died. Except that it was to spite Ortegna, I think our Senora would as soon the child had been dead." "Has she not treated her kindly?" asked Alessandro, in a husky voice. Juan Can's pride resented this question. "Do you suppose the Senora Moreno would do an unkindness to one under her roof?" he asked loftily. "The Senorita has been always, in all things, like Senor Felipe himself. It was so that she promised the Senora Ortegna, I have heard." "Does the Senorita know all this?" asked Alessandro. Juan Can crossed himself. "Saints save us, no!" he exclaimed. "I'll not forget to my longest day what it cost me, once when I spoke in her hearing, when she was yet small. I did not know she heard, but she went to the Senora, asking who was her mother, and she said I had said her mother was no good, which in faith I did, and no wonder. And the Senora came to me, and said she, 'Juan Canito, you have been a long time in our house, but if ever I hear of your mentioning aught concerning the Senorita Ramona, on this estate or anywhere else in the country, that day you leave my service.' And you'd not do me an ill turn to speak of it, Alessandro, now," said the old man, anxiously. "My tongue runs away with me, lying here on this cursed bed, with nothing to do, an active man like me." "No, I'll not speak of it, you may be assured," said Alessandro, walking away slowly. "Here, here," called Juan. "What about that plan you had for making a bed for Senor Felipe on the veranda? Was it of rawhide you meant?" "Ah, I had forgotten," said Alessandro, returning. "Yes, that was it. There's great virtue in a rawhide tight stretched. My father says that it is the only bed the Fathers would ever sleep on, in the Mission days. I myself like the ground even better; but my father sleeps always on the rawhide. He says it keeps him well. Do you think I might speak of it to the Senora?" "Speak of it to Senor Felipe himself," said Juan. "It will be as he says. He rules this place now, from beginning to end; and it is but yesterday I held him on my knee. It is soon that the old are pushed to the wall, Alessandro." "Nay, Juan Canito," replied Alessandro, kindly, "it is not so. My father is many years older than you are, and he rules our people to day as firmly as ever. I myself obey him, as if I were a lad still." "What else then but a lad do you call yourself, I wonder?" thought Juan. But he answered, "It is not so with us. The old are not held in such reverence." "That is not well," replied Alessandro. "We have been taught differently. There is an old man in our village who is many, many years older than my father. He helped to carry the mortar at the building of the San Diego Mission, I do not know how many years ago. He is long past 100 years of age. He is blind and childish, and cannot walk; but he is cared for by every one. And we bring him in our arms to every council, and set him by my father's side. He talks very foolishly sometimes, but my father will not let him be interrupted. He says it brings bad luck to affront the aged. We will presently be aged ourselves." "Ay, ay," said Juan, sadly. "We must all come to it. It is beginning to look not so far off to me." Alessandro stared, no less astonished at Juan Can's unconscious revelation of his standard of measurement of years than Juan had been at his. "Faith, old man, what name dost give to yourself to day?" he thought, but went on with the topic of the rawhide bed. "I may not so soon get speech with Senor Felipe," he said. "It is usually when he is sleepy that I go to play for him, or to sing; but it makes my heart heavy to see him thus languishing day by day, and all for lack of the air and the sun, I do believe, indeed, Juan." "Ask the Senorita, then," said Juan. "She has his ear at all times." Alessandro made no answer. Why was it that it did not please him, this suggestion of speaking to Ramona of his plan for Felipe's welfare? He could not have told, but he did not wish to speak of it to her. "I will speak to the Senora," he said; and as luck would have it, at that moment the Senora stood in the doorway, come to ask after Juan Can's health. The suggestion of the rawhide bed struck her favorably. She herself had in her youth heard much of their virtues, and slept on them. "Yes," she said, "they are good. We will try it. It was only yesterday that Senor Felipe was complaining of the bed he lies on; and when he was well, he thought nothing could be so good. He brought it here, at a great price, for me; but I could not lie on it. It seemed as if it would throw me off as soon as I lay down. It is a cheating device, like all these innovations the Americans have brought into the country. But Senor Felipe till now thought it a luxury. Now he tosses on it, and says it is throwing him all the time." Alessandro smiled in spite of his reverence for the Senora. "I once lay down on one myself, Senora," he said, "and that was what I said to my father. It was like a wild horse under me, making himself ready to buck. I thought perhaps the invention was of the saints, that men should not sleep too long." "There is a pile of rawhide," said Juan, "well cured, but not too stiff. Juan Jose was to have sent them off to day to be sold. One of those will be just right. It must not be too dry." "The fresher the better," said Alessandro, "so it have no dampness. Shall I make the bed, Senora?" he asked. "And will the Senora permit that I make it on the veranda? I was just asking Juan Can if he thought I might be so bold as to ask you to let me bring Senor Felipe into the outer air. With us it is thought death to be shut up in walls, as he has been so long. Not till we are sure to die do we go into the dark like that." The Senora hesitated. She did not share Alessandro's prejudice in favor of fresh air. "Night and day both?" she said. "Surely it is not well to sleep out in the night." "That is the best of all, Senora," replied Alessandro, earnestly. "I beg the Senora to try it. If Senor Felipe have not mended greatly after the first night he had so slept, then Alessandro will be a liar." "No, only mistaken," said the Senora, gently. She felt herself greatly drawn to this young man by his devotion, as she thought, of Felipe. "When I die and leave Felipe here," she had more than once said to herself, "it would be a great good to him to have such a servant as this on the place." "Very well, Alessandro," she replied. "Make the bed, and we will try it at once." This was early in the forenoon. The sun was still high in the west when Ramona, sitting as usual in the veranda at her embroidery, saw Alessandro coming, followed by two men, bearing the rawhide bed. "What can that be?" she said. "Some new invention of Alessandro's; but for what?" "A bed for the Senor Felipe, Senorita," said Alessandro, running lightly up the steps. "The Senora has given permission to place it here on the veranda, and Senor Felipe is to lie here day and night; and it will be a marvel in your eyes how he will gain strength. It is the close room which is keeping him weak now. He has no illness." "I believe that is the truth, Alessandro," exclaimed Ramona. "I have been thinking the same thing. My head aches after I am in that room but an hour, and when I come here I am well. But the nights too, Alessandro? Is it not harmful to sleep out in the night air?" "Why, Senorita?" asked Alessandro, simply. And Ramona had no answer, except, "I do not know. I have always heard so." "My people do not think so," replied Alessandro. "Unless it is cold, we like it better. It is good, Senorita, to look up at the sky in the night." "I should think it would be," cried Ramona. "I never thought of it. I should like to do it." Alessandro was busy, with his face bent down, arranging the bedstead in a sheltered corner of the veranda. If his face had been lifted, Ramona would have seen a look on it that would have startled her more than the one she had surprised a few days previous, after the incident with Margarita. All day there had been coming and going in Alessandro's brain a confused procession of thoughts, vague yet intense. Put in words, they would have been found to be little more than ringing changes on this idea: the Senorita Ramona has Indian blood in her veins. The Senorita Ramona is alone. The Senora loves her not. Indian blood, Indian blood. These, or something like them, would have been the words; but Alessandro did not put them in words. He only worked away on the rough posts for Senor Felipe's bedstead, hammered, fitted, stretched the rawhide, and made it tight and firm, driving every nail, striking every blow, with a bounding sense of exultant strength, as if there were suddenly all around him a new heaven and a new earth. Now, when he heard Ramona say suddenly, in her girlish, eager tone, "It must be. I never thought of it. I should like to try it," These vague, confused thoughts of the day, and the day's bounding sense of exultant strength, combined in a quick vision before Alessandro's eyes, a vision of starry skies overhead, Ramona and himself together, looking up to them. But when he raised his head, all he said was, "There, Senorita, that is all firm now. If Senor Felipe will let me lay him on this bed, he will sleep as he has not slept since he fell ill." Ramona ran eagerly into Felipe's room. "The bed is all ready on the veranda," she exclaimed. "Shall Alessandro come in and carry you out?" Felipe looked up, startled. The Senora turned on Ramona that expression of gentle, resigned displeasure, which always hurt the girl's sensitive nature far worse than anger. "I had not spoken to Felipe yet of the change, Ramona," she said. "I supposed that Alessandro would have informed me when the bed was ready. I am sorry you came in so suddenly. Felipe is still very weak, you see." "What is it? What is it?" exclaimed Felipe, impatiently. As soon as it was explained to him, he was like a child in his haste to be moved. "That's just what I needed!" he exclaimed. "This cursed bed racks every bone in my body, and I have longed for the sun more than ever a thirsty man longed for water. Bless you, Alessandro," he went on, seeing Alessandro in the doorway. "Come here, and take me up in those long arms of yours, and carry me quick. Already I feel myself better." Alessandro lifted him as if he were a baby. Indeed, it was but a light burden now, Felipe's wasted body, for a man much less strong than Alessandro to lift. Ramona, chilled and hurt, ran in advance, carrying pillows and blankets. As she began to arrange them on the couch, the Senora took them from her hands, saying, "I will arrange them myself," and waved Ramona away. It was a little thing. Ramona was well used to such. Ordinarily it would have given her no pain she could not conceal. But the girl's nerves were not now in equilibrium. She had had hard work to keep back her tears at the first rebuff. This second was too much. She turned and walked swiftly away, the tears rolling down her cheeks. Alessandro saw it. Felipe saw it. To Felipe the sight was, though painful, not a surprise. He knew but too well how often his mother hurt Ramona. All he thought now, in his weakness, was, "Alas, what a pity my mother does not love Ramona!" To Alessandro the sight was the one drop too much in the cup. As he stooped to lay Felipe on the bed, he trembled so that Felipe looked up, half afraid. "Am I still so heavy, Alessandro?" he said, smiling. "It is not your weight, Senor Felipe," answered Alessandro, off guard, still trembling, his eyes following Ramona. Felipe saw. In the next second the eyes of the two young men met. Alessandro's fell before Felipe's. Felipe gazed on steadily at Alessandro. "Ah!" he said; and as he said it, he closed his eyes, and let his head sink back into the pillow. "Is that comfortable? Is that right?" asked the Senora, who had seen nothing. "The first comfortable moment I have had, mother," said Felipe. "Stay, Alessandro, I want to speak to you as soon as I am rested. This move has shaken me up a good deal. Wait." "Yes, Senor," replied Alessandro, and seated himself on the veranda steps. "If you are to stay, Alessandro," said the Senora, "I will go and look after some matters that need my attention. I feel always at ease about Senor Felipe when you are with him. You will stay till I come back?" "Yes, Senora," said Alessandro, in a tone as cold as the Senora's own had been to Ramona. He was no longer in heart the Senora Moreno's servant. In fact, he was at that very moment revolving confusedly in his mind whether there could be any possibility of his getting away before the expiration of the time for which he had agreed to stay. It was a long time before Felipe opened his eyes. Alessandro thought he was asleep. At last Felipe spoke. He had been watching Alessandro's face for some minutes. "Alessandro," he said, Alessandro sprang to his feet and walked swiftly to the bedside. He did not know what the next word might be. He felt that the Senor Felipe had seen straight into his heart in that one moment's look, and Alessandro was preparing for anything. "Alessandro," said Felipe, "my mother has been speaking to me about your remaining with us permanently. Juan Can is now very old, and after this accident will go on crutches the rest of his days, poor soul. We are in great need of some man who understands sheep, and the care of the place generally." As he spoke, he watched Alessandro's face closely. Swift changing expressions passed over it. Surprise predominated. Felipe misunderstood the surprise. "I knew you would be surprised," he said. "I told my mother that you would not think of it; that you had stayed now only because we were in trouble." Alessandro bowed his head gratefully. This recognition from Felipe gave him pleasure. "Yes, Senor," he said, "that was it. I told Father Salvierderra it was not for the wages. But my father and I have need of all the money we can earn. Our people are very poor, Senor. I do not know whether my father would think I ought to take the place you offer me, or not, Senor. It would be as he said. I will ask him." "Then you would be willing to take it?" asked Felipe. "Yes, Senor, if my father wished me to take it," replied Alessandro, looking steadily and gravely at Felipe; adding, after a second's pause, "If you are sure that you desire it, Senor Felipe, it would be a pleasure to me to be of help to you." And yet it was only a few moments ago that Alessandro had been turning over in his mind the possibility of leaving the Senora Moreno's service immediately. This change had not been a caprice, not been an impulse of passionate desire to remain near Ramona. It had come from a sudden consciousness that the Senor Felipe would be his friend. And Alessandro was not mistaken. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Ramona. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ramona by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 9. When the Senora came back to the veranda, she found Felipe asleep, Alessandro standing at the foot of the bed, with his arms crossed on his breast, watching him. As the Senora drew near, Alessandro felt again the same sense of dawning hatred which had seized him at her harsh speech to Ramona. He lowered his eyes, and waited to be dismissed. "You can go now, Alessandro," said the Senora. "I will sit here. You are quite sure that it will be safe for Senor Felipe to sleep here all night?" "It will cure him before many nights," replied Alessandro, still without raising his eyes, and turning to go. "Stay," said the Senora. Alessandro paused. "It will not do for him to be alone here in the night, Alessandro." Alessandro had thought of this, and had remembered that if he lay on the veranda floor by Senor Felipe's side, he would also lie under the Senorita's window. "No, Senora," he replied. "I will lie here by his side. That was what I had thought, if the Senora is willing." "Thank you, Alessandro," said the Senora, in a tone which would have surprised poor Ramona, still sitting alone in her room with sad eyes. She did not know the Senora could speak thus sweetly to any one but Felipe. "Thank you. You are kind. I will have a bed made for you." "Oh, no," cried Alessandro. "If the Senora will excuse me, I could not lie on a bed. A rawhide like Senor Felipe's and my blanket are all I want. I could not lie on any bed." "To be sure," thought the Senora, "what was I thinking of? How the boy makes one forget he is an Indian!" "But the floor is harder than the ground, Alessandro," she said kindly. "No, Senora," he said, "it is all one. And to night I will not sleep. I will watch Senor Felipe, in case there should be a wind, or he should wake and need something." "I will watch him myself till midnight," said the Senora. "I should feel easier to see how he sleeps at first." It was the balmiest of summer nights, and as still as if no living thing were on the earth. There was a full moon, which shone on the garden and on the white front of the little chapel among the trees. Ramona from her window saw Alessandro pacing up and down the walk. She had seen him spread down the rawhide by Felipe's bed, and had seen the Senora take her place in one of the big carved chairs. She wondered if they were both going to watch. She wondered why the Senora would never let her sit up and watch with Felipe. "I am not of any use to anybody," she thought sadly. She dared not go out and ask any questions about the arrangements for the night. At supper the Senora had spoken to her only in the same cold and distant manner which always made her dumb and afraid. She had not once seen Felipe alone during the day. Margarita, who in the former times, ah, how far away those former times looked now, had been a greater comfort to Ramona than she realized. Margarita was now sulky and silent, never came into Ramona's presence if she could help it, and looked at her sometimes with an expression which made Ramona tremble, and say to herself, "She hates me. She has always hated me since that morning." It had been a long, sad day to Ramona, and as she sat in her window leaning her head against the sash, and looked at Alessandro pacing up and down, she felt for the first time, and did not shrink from it, nor in any wise disavow or disguise it to herself, that she was glad he loved her. More than this she did not think, beyond this she did not go. Her mind was not like Margarita's, full of fancies bred of freedom in intercourse with men, but distinctly, tenderly glad that Alessandro loved her, and distinctly, tenderly aware how well he loved her, she was, as she sat at her window this night, looking out into the moonlit garden. After she had gone to bed, she could still hear his slow, regular steps on the garden walk, and the last thought she had, as she fell asleep, was that she was glad Alessandro loved her. The moon had been long set, and the garden, chapel front, trees, vines, were all wrapped in impenetrable darkness, when Ramona awoke, sat up in her bed, and listened. All was so still that the sound of Felipe's low, regular breathing came in through her open window. After hearkening to it for a few moments, she rose noiselessly from her bed, and creeping to the window, parted the curtains and looked out. Noiselessly, she thought, but it was not noiselessly enough to escape Alessandro's quick ear. Without a sound he sprang to his feet, and stood looking at Ramona's window. "I am here, Senorita," he whispered. "Do you want anything?" "Has he slept all night like this?" she whispered back. "Yes, Senorita. He has not once moved." "How good!" said Ramona. "How good!" Then she stood still. She wanted to speak again to Alessandro, to hear him speak again, but she could think of no more to say. Because she could not, she gave a little sigh. Alessandro took one swift step towards the window. "May the saints bless you, Senorita," he whispered fervently. "Thank you, Alessandro," murmured Ramona, and glided back to her bed, but not to sleep. It lacked not much of dawn. As the first faint light filtered through the darkness, Ramona heard the Senora's window open. "Surely she will not strike up the hymn and wake Felipe," thought Ramona, and she sprang to the window to listen. A few low words between the Senora and Alessandro, and then the Senora's window closed again, and all was still. "I thought she would not have the heart to wake him," said Ramona to herself. "The Virgin would have had no pleasure in our song, I am sure; but I will say a prayer to her instead." And she sank on her knees at the head of her bed, and began saying a whispered prayer. The footfall of a spider in Ramona's room had not been light enough to escape the ear of that watching lover outside. Again Alessandro's tall figure arose from the floor, turning towards Ramona's window; and now the darkness was so far softened to dusk that the outline of his form could be seen. Ramona felt it rather than saw it, and stopped praying. Alessandro was sure he had heard her voice. "Did the Senorita speak?" he whispered, his face close at the curtain. Ramona, startled, dropped her rosary, which rattled as it fell on the wooden floor. "No, no, Alessandro," she said, "I did not speak." And she trembled, she knew not why. The sound of the beads on the floor explained to Alessandro what had been the whispered words he heard. She was at her prayers, he thought, ashamed and sorry. "Forgive me," he whispered. "I thought you called." And he stepped back to the outer edge of the veranda, and seated himself on the railing. He would lie down no more. Ramona remained on her knees, gazing at the window. Through the transparent muslin curtain the dawning light came slowly, steadily, till at last she could see Alessandro distinctly. Forgetful of all else, she knelt gazing at him. The rosary lay on the floor forgotten. Ramona would not finish that prayer that day. But her heart was full of thanksgiving and gratitude, and the Madonna had a better prayer than any in the book. The sun was up, and the canaries, finches, and linnets had made the veranda ring with joyous racket before Felipe opened his eyes. The Senora had come and gone and come again, looking at him anxiously, but he stirred not. Ramona had stolen timidly out, glancing at Alessandro only long enough to give him one quick smile, and bent over Felipe's bed, holding her breath, he lay so still. "Ought he to sleep so long?" she whispered. "Till the noon, it may be," answered Alessandro; "and when he wakes, you will see by his eye that he is another man." It was indeed so. When Felipe first looked about him, he laughed outright with pure pleasure. Then, catching sight of Alessandro at the steps, he called, in a stronger voice than had yet been heard from him, "Alessandro, you are a famous physician. Why couldn't that fool from Ventura have known as much? With all his learning, he had had me in the next world before many days, except for you. Now, Alessandro, breakfast. I am hungry. I had forgotten what the thought of food was like to a hungry stomach. And plenty, plenty," he called, as Alessandro ran toward the kitchen. "Bring all they have." When the Senora saw Felipe bolstered up in the bed, his eye bright, his color good, his voice clear, eating heartily like his old self, she stood like a statue in the middle of the veranda for a moment. Then turning to Alessandro, she said chokingly, "May Heaven reward you," and disappeared abruptly in her own room. When she came out, her eyes were red. All day she moved and spoke with a softness unwonted, indeed inconceivable. She even spoke kindly and without constraint to Ramona. She felt like one brought back from the dead. After this, a new sort of life began for them all. Felipe's bed on the veranda was the rallying point for everything and everybody. The servants came to look up at him and wish him well from the garden walk below. Juan Can, when he first hobbled out on the stout crutches Alessandro had made him of manzanita wood, dragged himself all the way round the house to have a look at Senor Felipe and a word with him. The Senora sat there in the big carved chair, looking like a sibyl with her black silk banded head dress severely straight across her brow, and her large dark eyes gazing out, past Felipe, into the far south sky. Ramona lived there too, with her embroidery or her book, sitting on cushions on the floor in a corner, or at the foot of Felipe's bed, always so placed, however, if anybody had noticed, but nobody did, so placed that she could look at Felipe without looking full at the Senora's chair, even if the Senora were not in it. Here also came Alessandro many times a day, sometimes sent for, sometimes of his own accord. He was freely welcome. When he played or sang, he sat on the upper step of the stairs leading down to the garden. He also had a secret, which he thought all his own, in regard to the positions he chose. He sat always, when Ramona was there, in the spot which best commanded a view of her face. The secret was not all his own. Felipe knew it. Nothing was escaping Felipe in these days. A bombshell exploding at their feet would not have more astonished the different members of this circle, the Senora, Ramona, Alessandro, than it would to have been made suddenly aware of the thoughts which were going on in Felipe's mind now, from day to day, as he lay there placidly looking at them all. It is probable that if Felipe had been in full health and strength when the revelation suddenly came to him that Alessandro loved Ramona, and that Ramona might love Alessandro, he would have been instantly filled with jealous antagonism. But at the time when this revelation came, he was prostrate, feeble, thinking many times a day that he must soon die. It did not seem to Felipe that a man could be so weak as he was, and ever again be strong and well. Side by side with these forebodings of his own death, always came the thought of Ramona. What would become of her if he were gone? Only too well he knew that the girl's heart would be broken, that she could not live on alone with his mother. Felipe adored his mother, but he understood her feeling about Ramona. With his feebleness had also come to Felipe, as is often the case in long illnesses, a greater clearness of perception. Ramona had ceased to puzzle him. He no longer asked himself what her long, steady look into his eyes meant. He knew. He saw it meant that as a sister she loved him, had always loved him, and could love him in no other way. He wondered a little at himself that this gave him no more pain, only a sort of sweet, mournful tenderness towards her. It must be because he was so soon going out of the world, he thought. Presently he began to be aware that a new quality was coming into his love for her. He himself was returning to the brother love which he had had for her when they were children together, and in which he had felt no change until he became a man and Ramona a woman. It was strange what a peace fell upon Felipe when this was finally clear and settled in his mind. No doubt he had had more misgiving and fear about his mother in the matter than he had ever admitted to himself. Perhaps also the consciousness of Ramona's unfortunate birth had rankled at times; but all this was past now. Ramona was his sister; he was her brother. What course should he pursue in the crisis which he saw drawing near? How could he best help Ramona? What would be best for both her and Alessandro? Long before the thought of any possible union between himself and Ramona had entered into Alessandro's mind, still longer before it had entered into Ramona's to think of Alessandro as a husband, Felipe had spent hours in forecasting, plotting, and planning for them. For the first time in his life he felt himself in the dark as to his mother's probable action. That any concern as to Ramona's personal happiness or welfare would influence her, he knew better than to think for a moment. So far as that was concerned, Ramona might wander out the next hour, wife of a homeless beggar, and his mother would feel no regret. But Ramona had been the adopted daughter of the Senora Ortegna, bore the Ortegna name, and had lived as foster child in the house of the Morenos. Would the Senora permit such a one to marry an Indian? Felipe doubted. The longer he thought, the more he doubted. The more he watched, the more he saw that the question might soon have to be decided. Any hour might precipitate it. He made plan after plan for forestalling trouble, for preparing his mother. But Felipe was by nature indolent, and now he was, in addition, feeble. Day after day slipped by. It was exceedingly pleasant on the veranda. Ramona was usually with him. His mother was gentler, less sad than he had ever seen her. Alessandro was always at hand, ready for any service, in the field, in the house, his music a delight, his strength and fidelity a repose, his personal presence always agreeable. "If only my mother could think it," reflected Felipe, "it would be the best thing all round to have Alessandro stay here as overseer of the place, and then they might be married. Perhaps before the summer is over she will come to see it so." And the delicious, languid, semi tropic summer came hovering over the valley. The apricots turned golden, the peaches glowed, the grapes filled and hardened, like opaque emeralds hung thick under the canopied vines. The garden was a shade brown, and the roses had all fallen; but there were lilies, and orange blossoms, and poppies, and carnations, and geraniums in the pots, and musk, oh, yes, ever and always musk. It was like an enchanter's spell, the knack the Senora had of forever keeping relays of musk to bloom all the year; and it was still more like an enchanter's spell that Felipe would never confess that he hated it. But the bees liked it, and the humming birds, the butterflies also, and the air was full of them. The veranda was a quieter place now, as the season's noon grew near. The linnets were all nesting, and the finches and the canaries too; and the Senora spent hours every day, tirelessly feeding the mothers. The vines had all grown and spread out to their thickest. No need any longer of the gay blanket Alessandro had pinned up that first morning to keep the sun off Felipe's head. What was the odds between a to day and a to morrow in such a spot as this? "To morrow," said Felipe, "I will speak to my mother." And to morrow, and to morrow; but he did not. There was one close observer of these pleasant veranda days that Felipe knew nothing about. That was Margarita. As the girl came and went about her household tasks, she was always on the watch for Alessandro, on the watch for Ramona. She was biding her time. Just what shape her revenge was going to take, she did not know. It was no use plotting. It must be as it fell out; but that the hour and the way for her revenge would come, she never doubted. When she saw the group on the veranda, as she often did, all listening to Alessandro's violin or to his singing, Alessandro himself now at his ease and free in the circle, as if he had been there always, her anger was almost beyond bounds. "Oh, ho! Like a member of the family! Quite so!" she sneered. "It is new times when a head shepherd spends his time with the ladies of the house, and sits in their presence like a guest who is invited. We shall see, we shall see what comes of all this." And she knew not which she hated the more of the two, Alessandro or Ramona. Since the day of the scene at the artichoke field, she had never spoken to Alessandro, and had avoided, so far as was possible, seeing him. At first Alessandro was sorry for this, and tried to be friendly with her. As soon as he felt assured that the incident had not hurt him at all in the esteem of Ramona, he began to be sorry for Margarita. A man should not be rude to any maiden, he thought; and he hated to remember how he had pushed Margarita from him, and snatched his hand away, when he had in the outset made no objection to her taking it. But Margarita's resentment was not to be appeased. She understood only too clearly how little Alessandro's gentle advances meant, and she would none of them. "Let him go to his Senorita," she said bitterly, mocking the reverential tone in which she had overheard him pronounce the word. "She is fond enough of him, if only the fool had eyes to see it. She'll be ready to throw herself at his head before long, if this kind of thing keeps up. It is not well to speak thus freely of young men, Margarita. Ha, ha! Little I thought that day which way the wind set in my mistress's temper. I'll wager she reproves me no more, under this roof or any other. Curse her! What did she want of Alessandro, except to turn his head, and then bid him go his way?" To do Margarita justice, she never once dreamed of the possibility of Ramona's wedding Alessandro. A clandestine affair, an intrigue of more or less intensity, such as she herself might have carried on with any one of the shepherds. This was the utmost stretch of Margarita's angry imaginations in regard to her young mistress's liking for Alessandro. There was not, in her way of looking at things, any impossibility of such a thing as that; but marriage, it might be questioned whether that idea would have been any more startling to the Senora herself than to Margarita. Little had passed between Alessandro and Ramona which Margarita did not know. The girl was always like a sprite, here, there, everywhere in an hour, and with eyes which, as her mother often told her, saw on all sides of her head. Now, fired by her new purpose, new passion, she moved swifter than ever, and saw and heard even more. There were few hours of any day when she did not know to a certainty where both Alessandro and Ramona were, and there had been few meetings between them which she had not either seen or surmised. In the simple life of such a household as the Senora's, it was not strange that this was possible. Nevertheless, it argued and involved untiring vigilance on Margarita's part. Even Felipe, who thought himself, from his vantage post of observation on the veranda, and from his familiar relation with Ramona, well informed of most that happened, would have been astonished to hear all that Margarita could have told him. In the first days Ramona herself had guilelessly told him much; had told him how Alessandro, seeing her trying to sprinkle and bathe and keep alive the green ferns with which she had decorated the chapel for Father Salvierderra's coming, had said, "Oh, Senorita, they are dead. Do not take trouble with them. I will bring you fresh ones." And the next morning she had found, lying at the chapel door, a pile of such ferns as she had never before seen, tall ones like ostrich plumes, 6 and 8 feet high; the feathery maidenhair, and the gold fern, and the silver, twice as large as she had ever found them. The chapel was beautiful, like a conservatory, after she had arranged them in vases and around the high candlesticks. It was Alessandro, too, who had picked up in the artichoke patch all of the last year's seed vessels which had not been trampled down by the cattle, and bringing one to her, had asked shyly if she did not think it prettier than flowers made out of paper. His people, he said, made wreaths of them. And so they were, more beautiful than any paper flowers which ever were made, great, soft, round discs of fine, straight threads like silk, with a kind of saint's halo around them of sharp, stiff points, glossy as satin, and of a lovely creamy color. It was the strangest thing in the world nobody had ever noticed them as they lay there on the ground. She had put a great wreath of them around Saint Joseph's head, and a bunch in the Madonna's hand; and when the Senora saw them, she exclaimed in admiration, and thought they must have been made of silk and satin. And Alessandro had brought her beautiful baskets made by the Indian women at Pala, and one which had come from the north, from the Tulare country. It had gay feathers woven in with the reeds, red and yellow in alternate rows, round and round. It was like a basket made out of a bright colored bird. And a beautiful stone bowl Alessandro had brought her, glossy black, that came all the way from Catalina Island. A friend of Alessandro's got it. For the first few weeks it had seemed as if hardly a day passed that there was not some new token to be chronicled of Alessandro's thoughtfulness and good will. Often, too, Ramona had much to tell that Alessandro had said, tales of the old Mission days that he had heard from his father, stories of the saints and of the early Fathers, who were more like saints than like men, Alessandro said, Father Junipero, who founded the first Missions, and Father Crespi, his friend. Alessandro's grandfather had journeyed with Father Crespi as his servant, and many a miracle he had with his own eyes seen Father Crespi perform. There was a cup out of which the Father always took his chocolate for breakfast, a beautiful cup which was carried in a box, the only luxury the Father had; and one morning it was broken, and everybody was in terror and despair. Never mind," said the Father, "I will make it whole." And taking the two pieces in his hands, he held them tight together and prayed over them, and they became one solid piece again, and it was used all through the journey, just as before. But now Ramona never spoke voluntarily of Alessandro. To Felipe's sometimes artfully put questions or allusions to him, she made brief replies, and never continued the topic. And Felipe had observed another thing. She now rarely looked at Alessandro. When he was speaking to others, she kept her eyes on the ground. If he addressed her, she looked quickly up at him, but lowered her eyes after the first glance. Alessandro also observed this, and was glad of it. He understood it. He knew how differently she could look in his face, in the rare moments when they were alone together. He fondly thought he alone knew this; but he was mistaken. Margarita knew. She had more than once seen it. It had happened more than once that he had found Ramona at the willows by the brook, and had talked with her there. The first time it had happened, it was a chance. After that, never a chance again; for Alessandro went often, seeking the spot, hoping to find her. In Ramona's mind, too, not avowed, but half consciously, there was, if not the hope of seeing him there, at least the memory that it was there they had met. It was a pleasant spot, cool and shady even at noon, and the running water always full of music. Ramona often knelt there of a morning, washing out a bit of lace or a handkerchief; and when Alessandro saw her, it went hard with him to stay away. At such moments the vision returned to him vividly of that first night, when, for the first second, seeing her face in the sunset glow, he had thought her scarce mortal. It was not that he even now thought her less a saint, but ah, how well he knew her to be human! He had gone alone in the dark to this spot many a time, and lying on the grass put his hands into the running water and played with it dreamily, thinking, in his poetic Indian fashion, thoughts like these: "Whither have gone the drops that passed beneath her hands, just here? These drops will never find those in the sea, but I love this water." Margarita had seen him thus lying, and without dreaming of the refined sentiment which prompted his action, had yet groped blindly towards it, thinking to herself, "He hopes his Senorita will come down to him there. A nice place it is for a lady to meet her lover, at the washing stones. It will take swifter water than any in that brook, Senorita Ramona, to wash you white in the Senora's eyes, if she ever come upon you there with the head shepherd, making free with him, may be. Oh, but if that could only happen, I'd die content." And the more Margarita watched, the more she thought it not unlikely that it might turn out so. It was oftener at the willows than anywhere else that Ramona and Alessandro met; and as Margarita noticed with malicious satisfaction, they talked each time longer, each time parted more lingeringly. Several times it had happened to be near supper time, and Margarita, with one eye on the garden walk, had hovered restlessly near the Senora, hoping to be ordered to call the Senorita to supper. "If but I could come on them of a sudden, and say to her, as she did to me, 'You are wanted in the house!' Oh, but it would do my soul good. I'd say it so it would sting like a lash laid on both their faces. It will come, it will come. It will be there that she'll be caught one of these fine times she's having. I'll wait. It will come." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Ramona. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ramona by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 10. It came, and when it came, it fell out worse for Ramona than Margarita's most malicious hopes had pictured. But Margarita had no hand in it. It was the Senora herself. Since Felipe had so far gained as to be able to be dressed, sit in his chair on the veranda, and walk about the house and garden a little, the Senora, at ease in her mind about him, had resumed her old habit of long, lonely walks on the place. It had been well said by her servants that there was not a blade of grass on the estate that the Senora had not seen. She knew every inch of her land. She had a special purpose in walking over it now. She was carefully examining to see whether she could afford to sell to the Ortegas a piece of pasture land which they greatly desired to buy, as it joined a pasturage tract of theirs. This bit of land lay farther from the house than the Senora realized, and it had taken more time than she thought it would to go over it; and it was already sunset on this eventful day, when, hurrying home, she turned off from the highway into the same short-cut path in which Father Salvierderra had met Ramona in the spring. There was no difficulty now in getting through the mustard tangle. It was parched and dry, and had been trampled by cattle. The Senora walked rapidly, but it was dusky twilight when she reached the willows, so dusky that she saw nothing, and she stepped so lightly on the smooth brown path that she made no sound, until suddenly, face to face with a man and a woman standing locked in each other's arms, she halted, stepped back a pace, gave a cry of surprise, and in the same second recognized the faces of the two, who, stricken dumb, stood apart, each gazing into her face with terror. Strangely enough, it was Ramona who spoke first. Terror for herself had stricken her dumb; terror for Alessandro gave her a voice. "Senora," she began. "Silence, shameful creature!" cried the Senora. "Do not dare to speak. Go to your room." Ramona did not move. "As for you," the Senora continued, turning to Alessandro, "you," she was about to say, "you are discharged from my service from this hour," but recollecting herself in time, said, "You will answer to Senor Felipe. Out of my sight!" And the Senora Moreno, actually for once in her life beside herself with rage, stamped her foot on the ground. "Out of my sight!" she repeated. Alessandro did not stir, except to turn towards Ramona with an inquiring look. He would run no risk of doing what she did not wish. He had no idea what she would think it best to do in this terrible dilemma. "Go, Alessandro," said Ramona, calmly, still looking the Senora full in the eye. Alessandro obeyed. Before the words had left her lips, he had walked away. Ramona's composure, and Alessandro's waiting for further orders than her own before stirring from the spot, were too much for Senora Moreno. A wrath such as she had not felt since she was young took possession of her. As Ramona opened her lips again, saying, "Senora," the Senora did a shameful deed. She struck the girl on the mouth, a cruel blow. "Speak not to me!" she cried again; and seizing her by the arm, she pushed rather than dragged her up the garden walk. "Senora, you hurt my arm," said Ramona, still in the same calm voice. "You need not hold me. I will go with you. I am not afraid." Was this Ramona? The Senora, already ashamed, let go the arm, and stared the girl in the face. Even in the twilight she could see upon it an expression of transcendent peace, and a resolve of which no one would have thought it capable. "What does this mean?" thought the Senora, still weak, and trembling all over from rage. "The hussy! The hypocrite!" and she seized the arm again. This time Ramona did not remonstrate, but submitted to being led like a prisoner, pushed into her own room, the door slammed violently and locked on the outside. All of which Margarita saw. She had known for an hour that Ramona and Alessandro were at the willows, and she had been consumed with impatience at the Senora's prolonged absence. More than once she had gone to Felipe, and asked with assumed interest if he were not hungry, and if he and the Senorita would not have their supper. "No, no, not till the Senora returns," Felipe had answered. He too happened this time to know where Ramona and Alessandro were. He knew also where the Senora had gone, and that she would be late home; but he did not know that there would be any chance of her returning by way of the willows at the brook. If he had known it, he would have contrived to summon Ramona. When Margarita saw Ramona shoved into her room by the pale and trembling Senora, saw the key turned, taken out, and dropped into the Senora's pocket, she threw her apron over her head and ran into the back porch. Almost a remorse seized her. She remembered in a flash how often Ramona had helped her in times gone by, sheltered her from the Senora's displeasure. She recollected the torn altar cloth. "Holy Virgin, what will be done to her now?" she exclaimed under her breath. Margarita had never conceived of such an extremity as this. Disgrace, and a sharp reprimand, and a sundering of all relations with Alessandro, this was all Margarita had meant to draw down on Ramona's head. But the Senora looked as if she might kill her. "She always did hate her, in her heart," reflected Margarita. "She shan't starve her to death, anyhow. I'll never stand by and see that. But it must have been something shameful the Senora saw to have brought her to such a pass as this;" and Margarita's jealousy again got the better of her sympathy. Good enough for her; no more than she deserved. An honest fellow like Alessandro, that would make a good husband for any girl. Margarita's short lived remorse was over. She was an enemy again. It was an odd thing, how identical were Margarita's and the Senora's view and interpretation of the situation. The Senora looking at it from above, and Margarita looking at it from below, each was sure, and they were both equally sure, that it could be nothing more nor less than a disgraceful intrigue. Mistress and maid were alike incapable either of conjecturing or of believing the truth. As ill luck would have it, or was it good luck, Felipe also had witnessed the scene in the garden walk. Hearing voices, he had looked out of his window, and, almost doubting the evidence of his senses, had seen his mother violently dragging Ramona by the arm. Ramona pale, but strangely placid; his mother with rage and fury in her white face. The sight told its own tale to Felipe. Smiting his forehead with his hand, he groaned out, "Fool that I was, to let her be surprised! She has come on them unawares. Now she will never, never forgive it." And Felipe threw himself on his bed to think what should be done. Presently he heard his mother's voice, still agitated, calling his name. He remained silent, sure she would soon seek him in his room. When she entered, and seeing him on the bed, came swiftly towards him, saying, "Felipe, dear, are you ill?" he replied in a feeble voice, "No, mother, only a little tired to night." And as she bent over him, anxious, alarmed, he threw his arms around her neck and kissed her warmly. "Mother mia," he said passionately, "what should I do without you?" The caress, the loving words, acted like oil on the troubled waters. They restored the Senora as nothing else could. What mattered anything, so long as she had her adoring and adorable son? And she would not speak to him, now that he was so tired, of this disgraceful and vexing matter of Alessandro. It could wait till morning. She would send him his supper in his room, and he would not miss Ramona, perhaps. "I will send you your supper here, Felipe," she said. "You must not overdo. You have been walking too much. Lie still." And kissing him affectionately, she went to the dining room, where Margarita, vainly trying to look as if nothing had happened, was standing, ready to serve supper. When the Senora entered, with her countenance composed, and in her ordinary tones, said, "Margarita, you can take Senor Felipe's supper into his room. He is lying down and will not get up. He is tired." Margarita was ready to doubt if she had not been in a nightmare dream. Had she or had she not, within the last half hour, seen the Senora, shaking and speechless with rage, push the Senorita Ramona into her room and lock her up there? She was so bewildered that she stood still and gazed at the Senora, with her mouth wide open. "What are you staring at, girl?" asked the Senora, so sharply that Margarita jumped. "Oh, nothing, nothing, Senora. And the Senorita, will she come to supper? Shall I call her?" she said. The Senora eyed her. Had she seen? Could she have seen? The Senora Moreno was herself again. So long as Ramona was under her roof, no matter what she herself might do or say to the girl, no servant should treat her with disrespect, or know that aught was wrong. "The Senorita is not well," she said coldly. "She is in her room. I myself will take her some supper later, if she wishes it. Do not disturb her." And the Senora returned to Felipe. Margarita chuckled inwardly, and proceeded to clear the table she had spread with such malicious punctuality 2 short hours before. In those 2 short hours, how much had happened! "Small appetite for supper will our Senorita have, I reckon," said the bitter Margarita. "And the Senor Alessandro also. I am curious to see how he will carry himself." But her curiosity was not gratified. Alessandro came not to the kitchen. The last of the herdsmen had eaten and gone. It was past 9 o'clock, and no Alessandro. Slyly, Margarita ran out and searched in some of the places where she knew he was in the habit of going; but Alessandro was not to be found. Once she brushed so near his hiding place that he thought he was discovered, and was on the point of speaking, but luckily held his peace, and she passed on. Alessandro was hid behind the geranium clump at the chapel door, sitting on the ground with his knees drawn up to his chin, watching Ramona's window. He intended to stay there all night. He felt that he might be needed. If Ramona wanted him, she would either open her window and call, or would come out and go down through the garden walk to the willows. In either case, he would see her from the hiding place he had chosen. He was racked by his emotions, mad with joy one minute, sick at heart with misgiving the next. Ramona loved him. She had told him so. She had said she would go away with him and be his wife. The words had but just passed her lips at that dreadful moment when the Senora appeared in their presence. As he lived the scene over again, he re experienced the joy and the terror equally. What was not that terrible Senora capable of doing? Why did she look at him and at Ramona with such loathing scorn? Since she knew that the Senorita was half Indian, why should she think it so dreadful a thing for her to marry an Indian man? It did not once enter into Alessandro's mind that the Senora could have had any other thought, seeing them as she did in each other's arms. And again, what had he to give to Ramona? Could she live in a house such as he must live in, live as the Temecula women lived? No, for her sake he must leave his people, must go to some town, must do, he knew not what, something to earn more money. Anguish seized him as he pictured to himself Ramona suffering deprivations. The more he thought of the future in this light, the more his joy faded and his fear grew. He had never had sufficient hope that she could be his, to look forward thus to the practical details of life. He had only gone on loving, and in a vague way dreaming and hoping. And now, in a moment, all had been changed. In a moment he had spoken, and she had spoken, and such words once spoken, there was no going back. And he had put his arms around her, and felt her head on his shoulder, and kissed her. Yes, he, Alessandro, had kissed the Senorita Ramona, and she had been glad of it, and had kissed him on the lips, as no maiden kisses a man unless she will wed with him. Him, Alessandro! Oh, no wonder the man's brain whirled, as he sat there in the silent darkness. wondering, afraid, helpless. His love wrenched from him in the very instant of their first kiss, wrenched from him, and he himself ordered, by one who had the right to order him, to be gone. What could an Indian do against a Moreno? Would Felipe help him? Ay, there was Felipe. That Felipe was his friend, Alessandro knew with a knowledge as sure as the wild partridge's instinct for the shelter of her brood. But could Felipe move the Senora? Oh, that terrible Senora! What would become of them? As in the instant of drowning men are said to review in a second the whole course of their lives, so in this supreme moment of Alessandro's love there flashed through his mind vivid pictures of every word and act of Ramona's since he first knew her. He recollected the tone in which she had said, and the surprise with which he had heard her say it, at the time of Felipe's fall, "You are Alessandro, are you not?" He heard again her soft whispered prayers the first night Felipe slept on the veranda. He recalled her tender distress because the shearers had had no dinner, the evident terribleness to her of a person going one whole day without food. "O God, will she always have food each day if she comes with me?" he said. And at the bare thought he was ready to flee away from her forever. Then he recalled her look and her words only a few hours ago, when he first told her he loved her, and his heart took courage. She had said, "I know you love me, Alessandro, and I am glad of it," and had lifted her eyes to his, with all the love that a woman's eyes can carry; and when he threw his arms around her, she had of her own accord come closer, and laid one hand on his shoulder, and turned her face to his. Ah, what else mattered? There was the whole world. If she loved him like this, nothing could make them wretched. His love would be enough for her, and for him hers was an empire. It was indeed true, though neither the Senora nor Margarita would have believed it, that this had been the first word of love ever spoken between Alessandro and Ramona, the first caress ever given, the first moment of unreserve. It had come about, as lovers' first words, first caresses are so apt to do, unexpectedly, with no more premonition at the instant than there is of the instant of the opening of a flower. Alessandro had been speaking to Ramona of the conversation Felipe had held with him in regard to remaining on the place, and asked her if she knew of the plan. "Yes," she said, "I heard the Senora talking about it with Felipe some days ago." "Was she against my staying?" asked Alessandro quickly. "I think not," said Ramona, "but I am not sure. It is not easy to be sure what the Senora wishes, till afterward. It was Felipe that proposed it." This somewhat enigmatical statement as to the difficulty of knowing the Senora's wishes was like Greek to Alessandro's mind. "I do not understand, Senorita," he said. "What do you mean by 'afterward'?" "I mean," replied Ramona, "that the Senora never says she wishes anything. She says she leaves everything to Felipe to decide, or to Father Salvierderra. But I think it is always decided as she wishes to have it, after all. The Senora is wonderful, Alessandro. Don't you think so?" "She loves Senor Felipe very much," was Alessandro's evasive reply. "Oh, yes," exclaimed Ramona. "You do not begin to know how much. She does not love any other human being. He takes it all. She hasn't any left. If he had died, she would have died too. That is the reason she likes you so much. She thinks you saved Felipe's life. I mean, that is one reason," added Ramona, smiling, and looking up confidingly at Alessandro, who smiled back, not in vanity, but honest gratitude that the Senorita was pleased to intimate that he was not unworthy of the Senora's regard. "I do not think she likes me," he said. "I cannot tell why, but I do not think she likes any one in the world. She is not like any one I ever saw, Senorita." "No," replied Ramona, thoughtfully, "she is not. I am, oh, so afraid of her, Alessandro. I have always been, ever since I was a little girl. I used to think she hated me, but now I think she does not care one way or the other if I keep out of her way." While Ramona spoke these words, her eyes were fixed on the running water at her feet. If she had looked up and seen the expression in Alessandro's eyes as he listened, the thing which was drawing near would have drawn near faster, would have arrived at that moment. But she did not look up. She went on, little dreaming how hard she was making it for Alessandro. "Many's the time I've come down here at night to this brook, and looked at it, and wished it was a big river, so I could throw myself in, and be carried away out to the sea, dead. But it is a fearful sin, Father Salvierderra says, to take one's own life. And always the next morning, when the sun came out and the birds sang, I've been glad enough I had not done it. Were you ever so unhappy as that, Alessandro?" "No, Senorita, never," replied Alessandro. "And it is thought a great disgrace among us to kill oneself. I think I could never do it. But, oh, Senorita, it is a grief to think of your being unhappy. Will you always be so? Must you always stay here?" "Oh, but I am not always unhappy," said Ramona, with her sunny little laugh. "Indeed, I am generally very happy. Father Salvierderra says that if one does no sin, one will be always happy, and that it is a sin not to rejoice every hour of the day in the sun and the sky and the work there is to do, and there is always plenty of that." Then, her face clouding, she continued, "I suppose I shall always stay here. I have no other home. You know I was the Senora's sister's adopted child. She died when I was little, and the Senora kindly took me. Father Salvierderra says I must never forget to be grateful to her for all she has done for me, and I try not to." Alessandro eyed her closely. The whole story, as Juan Can had told it to him, of the girl's birth, was burning in his thoughts. How he longed to cry out, "Oh, my loved one, they have made you homeless in your home! They despise you! The blood of my race is in your veins! Come to me! Come to me! Be surrounded with love!" But he dared not. How could he dare? Some strange spell seemed to have unloosed Ramona's tongue to night. She had never before spoken to Alessandro of her own personal history or burdens. But she went on, "The worst thing is, Alessandro, that she will not tell me who my mother was; and I do not know if she is alive or not, or anything about her. Once I asked the Senora, but she forbade me ever to ask her again. She said she herself would tell me when it was proper for me to know, but she never has." How the secret trembled on Alessandro's lips now! Ramona had never seemed so near, so intimate, so trusting. What would happen if he were to tell her the truth? Would the sudden knowledge draw her closer to him, or repel her? "Have you never asked her again?" he said. Ramona looked up astonished. "No one ever disobeyed the Senora," she said quickly. "I would," exclaimed Alessandro. "You may think so," said Ramona, "but you couldn't. When you tried, you would find you couldn't. I did ask Father Salvierderra once." "What did he say?" asked Alessandro, breathless. "The same thing. He said I must not ask; I was not old enough. When the time came, I would be told," answered Ramona, sadly. "I don't see what they can mean by the time's coming. What do you suppose they meant?" "I do not know the ways of any people but my own, Senorita," replied Alessandro. "Many things that your people do, and still more that these Americans do, are to me so strange, I know nothing what they mean. Perhaps they do not know who was your mother." "I am sure they do," answered Ramona, in a low tone, as if the words were wrung from her. "But let us talk about something else, Alessandro, not about sad things, about pleasant things. Let us talk about your staying here." "Would it truly be a pleasure to the Senorita Ramona if I stayed?" said Alessandro. "You know it would," answered Ramona, frankly, yet with a tremor in her voice, which Alessandro felt. "I do not see what we could any of us do without you. Felipe says he shall not let you go." Alessandro's face glowed. "It must be as my father says, Senorita," he said. "A messenger came from him yesterday, and I sent him back with a letter telling him what the Senor Felipe had proposed to me, and asking him what I should do. My father is very old, Senorita, and I do not see how he can well spare me. I am his only child, and my mother died years ago. We live alone together in our house, and when I am away he is very lonely. But he would like to have me earn the wages, I know, and I hope he will think it best for me to stay. There are many things we want to do for the village. Most of our people are poor, and can do little more than get what they need to eat day by day, and my father wishes to see them better off before he dies. Now that the Americans are coming in all around us, he is afraid and anxious all the time. He wants to get a big fence built around our land, so as to show where it is. But the people cannot take much time to work on the fence. They need all their time to work for themselves and their families. Indians have a hard time to live now, Senorita. Were you ever in Temecula?" "No," said Ramona. "Is it a large town?" Alessandro sighed. "Dear Senorita, it is not a town. It is only a little village, not more than 20 houses in all, and some of those are built only of tule. There is a chapel and a graveyard. We built an adobe wall around the graveyard last year. That my father said we would do before we built the fence round the village." "How many people are there in the village?" asked Ramona. "Nearly 200, when they are all there; but many of them are away most of the time. They must go where they can get work. They are hired by the farmers, or to do work on the great ditches, or to go as shepherds; and some of them take their wives and children with them. I do not believe the Senorita has ever seen any very poor people." "Oh, yes, I have, Alessandro, at Santa Barbara. There were many poor people there, and the Sisters used to give them food every week." "Indians?" said Alessandro. Ramona colored. "Yes," she said, "some of them were; but not like your men, Alessandro. They were very different, miserable looking. They could not read nor write, and they seemed to have no ambition." "That is the trouble," said Alessandro, "with so many of them. It is with my father's people, too. They say, 'What is the use?' My father gets in despair with them because they will not learn better. He gives them a great deal, but they do not seem to be any better off for it. There is only one other man in our village who can read and write besides my father and me, Senorita; and yet my father is all the time begging them to come to his house and learn of him. But they say they have no time; and indeed there is much truth in that, Senorita. You see, everybody has trouble, Senorita." Ramona had been listening with sorrowful face. All this was new to her. Until to night, neither she nor Alessandro had spoken of private and personal matters. "Ah, but these are real troubles," she said. "I do not think mine were real troubles at all. I wish I could do something for your people, Alessandro. If the village were only near by, I could teach them, could I not? I could teach them to read. The Sisters always said that to teach the ignorant and the poor was the noblest work one could do. I wish I could teach your people. Have you any relatives there besides your father? Is there any one in the village that you love, Alessandro?" Alessandro was too much absorbed in thoughts of his people to observe the hesitating emphasis with which Ramona asked this question. "Yes, Senorita, I love them all. They are like my brothers and sisters, all of my father's people," he said, "and I am unhappy about them all the time." During the whole of this conversation, Ramona had had an undercurrent of thought going on, which was making her uneasy. The more Alessandro said about his father and his people, the more she realized that he was held to Temecula by bonds that would be hard to break; the more she feared his father would not let him remain away from home for any length of time. At the thought of his going away, her very heart sickened. Taking a sudden step towards him, she said abruptly, "Alessandro, I am afraid your father will not give his consent to your staying here." "So am I, Senorita," he replied sadly. "And you would not stay if he did not approve of it, of course," she said. "How could I, Senorita?" "No," she said, "it would not be right." But as she said these words, the tears filled her eyes. Alessandro saw them. The world changed in that second. "Senorita, Senorita Ramona," he cried, "tears have come in your eyes." "Oh, Senorita, then you will not be angry if I say that I love you." And Alessandro trembled with the terror and delight of having said the words. Hardly did he trust his palpitating senses to be telling him true the words that followed, quick, firm, though only in a whisper. "I know that you love me, Alessandro, and I am glad of it." Yes, this was what the Senorita Ramona was saying; and when he stammered, "But you, Senorita, you do not, you could not," "Yes, Alessandro, I do. I love you," in the same clear, firm whisper. And the next minute Alessandro's arms were around Ramona, and he had kissed her, sobbing rather than saying, "Oh, Senorita, do you mean that you will go with me, that you are mine? Oh, no, beloved Senorita, you cannot mean that." But he was kissing her. He knew she did mean it; and Ramona, whispering, "Yes, Alessandro, I do mean it. I will go with you," clung to him with her hands, and kissed him, and repeated it, "I will go with you. I love you." And then, just then, came the Senora's step, and her sharp cry of amazement, and there she stood, no more than an arm's length away, looking at them with her indignant, terrible eyes. What an hour this for Alessandro to be living over and over, as he crouched in the darkness watching! But the bewilderment of his emotions did not dull his senses. As if stalking deer in a forest, he listened for sounds from the house. It seemed strangely still. As the darkness deepened, it seemed still stranger that no lamps were lit. Darkness in the Senora's room, in the Senorita's. A faint light in the dining room, soon put out, evidently no supper going on there. Only from under Felipe's door streamed a faint radiance, and creeping close to the veranda, Alessandro heard voices fitfully talking, the Senora's and Felipe's, no word from Ramona. Piteously he fixed his eyes on her window. It was open, but the curtains tight drawn; no stir, no sound. Where was she? What had been done to his love? Only the tireless caution and infinite patience of his Indian blood kept Alessandro from going to her window. But he would imperil nothing by acting on his own responsibility. He would wait, if it were till daylight, till his love made a sign. Certainly before long Senor Felipe would come to his veranda bed, and then he could venture to speak to him. But it was near midnight when the door of Felipe's room opened, and he and his mother came out, still speaking in low tones. Felipe lay down on his couch. His mother, bending over, kissed him, bade him good night, and went into her own room. It had been some time now since Alessandro had left off sleeping on the veranda floor by Felipe's side. Felipe was so well, it was not needful. But Felipe felt sure he would come to night, and was not surprised when, a few minutes after the Senora's door closed, he heard a low voice through the vines. "Senor Felipe?" "Hush, Alessandro," whispered Felipe. "Do not make a sound. To morrow morning early I will see you behind the little sheepfold. It is not safe to talk here." "Where is the Senorita?" Alessandro breathed rather than said. "In her room," answered Felipe. "Well?" said Alessandro. "Yes," said Felipe, hoping he was not lying. And this was all Alessandro had to comfort himself with through his long night of watching. No, not all. One other thing comforted him, the notes of two wood doves that at intervals he heard cooing to each other. Just the two notes, the call and the answer. "Love, here. Love, here." And long intervals of silence between. Plain as if written on a page was the thing they told. "That is what my Ramona is like," thought he, "the gentle wood dove. If she is my wife, my people will call her Majel, the wood dove." Chapter 11.